Welcome back to the Star Mini Gaming YouTube channel for the very first ever on this channel, Paintisode, because I beat Vince to it this time. I tried last time, but we had a major equipment malfunction, and so Vince was kind enough to bail us out. And he offered to do so again this time, but I was like, no, sir, you're not getting all the publicity. I get some this time. I've taken to... Paul, have you seen the show Gotham?
Yes.
I've taken to calling Vince the Don, like, Mafia Don of the Warhammer YouTubers. So I'm like, yeah, I'm cutting in on your turf.
Yeah, he totally is.
Yeah. He basically is. I'm like, he's clearly got some Italian blood in him with the name, so it works.
Yeah.
I can just see it. I didn't know until I had Tom on my show and afterwards, because Vince had never told me this. I knew that Vince had published RPGs before, but I didn't know that he was one of the consultants on D&D 5th edition, and his name is in the book.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was like, that's amazing. Why would you not ever mention that?
Oh, by the way, I happened to work on one of the most popular RPGs ever.
Right. Yeah, kind of the gold standard.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, 5th edition is most recent D&D, right?
Yeah, that's the current one.
Yeah, so that would be like you get to rub elbows with a whole bunch of people at Wizards of the Coast too. Like that must have been a lot of fun.
Yeah, apparently, according to Tom, like they already knew a couple people, and that were kind of low in the company. But then there was some turnover, and those guys ended up getting bumped basically to the top. And so they, so because of that, Vince and Tom already knew them, and we're already in a good position to potentially be able to help with it.
That's cool.
Yep. And whenever they sent the rules to Vince, and Vince was already prepped because he'd already been working on some RPGs of his own. I believe already had one published recently that was similar to D&D, was kind of like conceptually based off of it. So whenever they sent him the initial rules, this is, I'm speaking of this like from someone else telling me, so I may not have it exactly right. But from my understanding, basically they sent him what they had for the core rules, and Vince was like, this isn't going to work, this isn't going to work, this isn't going to work, change this, this, this. And so they made major changes to the core set that they basically had planned because of his recommendations.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. It's, oh, man.
It's way bigger than anything I've ever done.
Right?
So what are you working on, Paul?
I am working on my last couple of models for my Spring Skirmish pledge.
What'd you pledge? I haven't kept up with the Spring Skirmish that much.
I'm doing kind of like a farewell to the Bretonians. So I'm doing I did a unit of questing knights, a Bretonian lord on a Pegasus, a damsel of the lady, and now I'm doing 3 Pegasus knights.
Wow.
And all of them are either like converted, or the damsel is like the Kislev Ice Queen. So like they're like nothing is like stock what it's supposed to be.
Right.
Pegasus Knights are converted with a bunch of bits from Demigryph Knights to kind of make everything. Try and make the whole army, even though it's a mix of Bretonia and Empire, kind of have all like a mixed aesthetic.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So what are you working on?
That sounds pretty cool. I am working on ghouls because of the Flesh Eater counts coming out, or cohorts coming out. So I have my Ghoul King here that is not on Terrorgeist, because I have my one's on Terrorgeist, and instead of making him the same, oh look, I'm running forward on 1 foot like everybody else, I wanted to have him kind of like rearing back like he's doing his like grave call or whatever for the other ones. So to make him kind of stand out compared to every other one that you'll see at every event once that book comes out.
Nice.
Have you seen Mitch's video or looked at the new battalions for them?
I started listening to that like roundtable discussion that you guys had about it,
Right.
like right after it was announced, and I haven't gotten much past that yet. I mean, I don't have a Death Army, so it's mostly listening to it for a little bit of entertainment, a little bit of game knowledge, and a little bit of trying to figure out what GW's next move is going to be, like what precedent this sets for the next thing.
Yeah.
But it seems like
Go ahead.
everything they do is like each new move is like shattering some old precedent. So it's like,
Right.
I think there's nothing that's sacred anymore.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, hey Vince. Well, he's muted. But
That means we can make fun of him for a little while until he unmutes his microphone. He's totally defenseless.
you can't do that. You can't do that. I already told you, man. He's the Don.
Evening, gentlemen.
Until he unmutes his microphone.
Hey Vince.
Gentlemen, I'm a little insulted.
Would you prefer a more derisive word? Is that what you're looking for? Something
Absolutely.
more apropos, perhaps?
Absolutely.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. That's because I am generous.
You're
That's
a generous Don.
So how are you both doing this fine evening?
I'm doing terrific.
Good. So what is everybody working on?
Go ahead, Paul.
I've got my last piece of my spring skirmish. I'm working on my Flight of Pegasus Knights. So I'm actually going to get it done. I didn't think I would.
How many are you doing?
I'm doing 3 Pegasus Knights, and I had 5 questing knights, Lord on a Pegasus, and Damsel on a horse.
Okay, got it. 3 Pegasus Knights, calling that a flight. You're working on your tiny group of Pegasus Knights, okay? Come over here to me and my 18 Pegasus Knights. That's a flight of Pegasus Knights, okay?
That's a squadron of Pegasus Knights.
Yes.
Yeah.
3.
Hey, it adds to the 3 that I already had, so now
Sure.
I just need to have 3 times that to match yours. That's all.
No issue.
That's pretty good.
I mean, these things are just absolutely stupid in AOS, so I will just keep making more.
They are pretty great. And by pretty great, I mean really great.
I just feel like if I had them, I wouldn't be able to actually build them. I would be too busy like selling off the wings on eBay for 10 times what I paid for them.
They are pretty great wings, it's true. Like that's they universally have amazing wings. That being said, you can get similar wings from a lot of other kits at reasonable prices, like the Scourge wings from 40K. They have both feathered and like leathery wings, because that's why those wings are in such surplus, because the Scourges from like the Dark Eldar or whatever have both feathered and leather wings or whatever, so you can get both.
I didn't know that. Great, you're killing my financial plans here.
Sorry, man.
That's all good.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. I'm a parade rainer. I wouldn't want you to make any unsound financial investments, only to then be disappointed when you didn't recognize your return.
Right.
That's all.
I appreciate that.
I'm looking out for you.
Yeah.
So I saw you were hip on the stick there. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet, but I saw you already responded to the topic of the week.
I did. I didn't. It's actually a short one for me because, as much as I like to make fun of Mitch, I'm kind of in the same boat of people who can talk for about 50 years on, 5 seconds worth of points. And,
You're saying Mitch's videos might go a bit long sometime? Is that what you're saying?
That might be it.
Oh, we love you, Mitch. It's okay. But boy, will he go on some stuff. Yes, that man has the gift of gab. Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nothing
But
wrong with that.
mine was pretty short for me, and mostly because I make the point in my video that I didn't play the original one. I was a little bit young, I think. I was 5 when it came out, and didn't start tabletop gaming until I was 10, and so it's 5 years too early for me.
There you go. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I never actually played Warhammer Quest, but I played the shite out of Hero Quest. Oh my God, I played so much Hero Quest, and Hero Quest, as I said in my video, really was the thing that got me into D&D as well. Like
Yeah.
at the exact same time, that exact same year, I read like The Hobbit and the first Lord of the Rings, and bought Hero Quest and was like, I need more of this in my life. And so I wandered into Walden Books. You know, remember bookstores? Remember when that was a thing?
Yeah.
And I was like, tell me of how to play this game. And they did. There you
It's
go.
pretty awesome. I want to make sure, Vince, I wasn't crossing any boundaries. Earlier, I was telling Paul about what I had come to learn about, and so it is now broadcast out there to the world about your help on 5th Ed.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Sure.
Well,
I don't mind you
actually-
sharing such a thing.
Okay, you'd actually never told me. I didn't know about it until Tom told me, and so I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't something that you're like, well, I don't really want to talk about it or whatever.
No, it's fine. I'm not one to like sit around and be like, oh, look at me. Aren't I so awesome? Yes, I consulted on 5th Ed D&D. Yep.
Did you actually get to go and like go on site with wizards, or were you doing everything like remotely?
No, everything was remote. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would meet up and talk to like Mike and such at conventions, and that was basically like when we talked in person. But for the most part, it was all done through, just through email and whatnot. It's the modern world, right? And
Yeah.
See, for me, I would have found an excuse to go to with wizards.
I never thought about it. I mean, could have, I suppose. Like, I could have probably parlayed that into some kind of excuse to get in their office and visit, but I guess it just never occurred to me. And also, like, making your way to Washington is not, you don't just end up outside of Seattle for, like, no reason. It's like, hey, I'm in Seattle. It's so weird. I don't know how that happened. It's crazy. I don't buy it. But yeah, it was a lot of
Travel clear
fun.
across the country.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of out of the way. But it was a lot of fun. It was very cool, and I was happy to participate in it, certainly. And I think it's, for reasons far, far beyond my own involvement, I think it is the best edition of D&D that's ever been made. That has very little to do with me, to be absolutely crystal clear on what I think. And everything to do with the group of designers that they had working inside Wizards. But a special credit to Mike Merles and to Jeremy Crawford, who, amongst many, many other people, like there are a bunch of people I'm not mentioning, but who are absolute visionaries and have a wonderful, wonderful insight into the history of the game and to what makes it really good. So there you go. There you go.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I think the one thing that I was able to have the most effect on, I mean, I don't know for sure. You never know what you really have an effect on, because like you would get versions, I would write big write-ups on them and what I thought, and feedback and stuff, and then send that back in, and you don't know what the other consultants are doing, what the designers are doing, so you never really know where your feedback is affecting anything. But I will say that I think I had a very positive effect on the Bard. So if you love the 5th edition Bard, I think I had some positive effect on that. I don't know how much, but there you go.
Even though I've never played it, I do really enjoy the Bard because, as I mentioned before on, I believe, the last Paintisode, I really enjoy watching Critical Role's productions, and their Bard is quite funny and actually has a very important impact on the game without ever coming across as overpowered.
Well, Bards are the best, so there you go. That's how that works. They've always been the best. They'll always be the best. All you other classes can just get out of here. It's all about the Bards.
That's a shame. I was considering playing a necromancer wizard. So I guess I have to get out of here.
Yeah, and silence befell the crowd.
No, my internet just screwed up for a second. What did you say?
You had said all the other classes get out of here, and I said, well,
Yes.
I've never played, but I was building a character to play a necromancer mage, so I guess I have to get out.
Well, there you go. Get out of here. Get out of your own Paintisode. No, that's fine. Yeah, every class is really fun in the game. They did a fantastic job with all of them. I've always been particularly fond of the bard. Everybody sort of has an idea of what you would be in D&D. Like if you've played D&D for any length of time, you have a concept of like who would you be, what class best represents you. And I'm a bard because I can't focus on any one thing for too long. I'm flighty, that's me. So there you go.
I'm just kind of obsessed with the Death faction right now, so that would affect my choice. Yeah.
I love a good necromancer. Don't get me wrong. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Son of a biscuit.
Well, I guess that's a perfect segue. What are you working on, Vince?
Something that is taking for freaking ever. I am working on a Gorgon for competition. So there you go, like as a competition mini. So here he is. And he's big, and I'm sure the quality of this doesn't really show through, but believe me, this has taken a lot of time. The amount of detail here is high. That's what I'll say. Which you probably can't see, but like there's tattoos and stuff all over him, and just everything. Everything is like very carefully done in lots of steps.
Is there a tattoo on his right bicep, on like the arm that's bent down a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yep. I was thinking I could actually see that one, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah. So every little piece has to be like carefully considered and everything, and nothing can just be like nothing is just slapdashed. Something I mentioned during the last like PMP review when I talked about like we had mentioned like washes and and one of the comments was like, yes, you should. Somebody clearly wasn't like washing their flesh tone and stuff, and it was like, you should really wash your flesh tone, and it'll pick out all the details, and then you'll pretty much do that forever. And I was like, well, not forever, because like once you're like if you're trying to paint at a level for like a competition, you really can't wash. Like it's just there's some things you can. I shouldn't say that. There's things you can. You can do like leather textures, and there are plenty of things you can. But you just can't, or you use washes differently. You use them in a very thin fashion to create shadows, but you don't, wash them in the traditional way that we would think of it. Every color has to be placed very carefully. Nothing can be, just thrown on because.
Wait, so you mean that basically taking the model after you've painted it and dipping it in a pot of wash is not the way to go for competition?
That's exactly how we do it. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. You're correct. Yeah, you just dip that thing right in, done and done. Call it a day.
Is this another crystal brush one?
Probably is what it'll end up being. Yeah, okay. I mean, I oftentimes don't know exactly which competition I'm going to use what in. It's more just like, well, it's better to have it, and then I'll figure the rest of that out later.
I wasn't sure if you were more of like planning in advance, like on this event I want this piece, and so on and so forth.
There's a couple things. Like I have like a bust from Broken Toad of like this sort of sad angel that I want to do for Gen Con this year that I'm pretty excited about. I just need to really think of like how I want to do her face, because in a bust it's pretty much all about the face.
Right.
So like I'm trying to think if I want her to be like I'm thinking about weeping and like running makeup and stuff like that, and could I do that kind of thing? Something fun like that. So we'll see.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I'm still super impressed by, especially since I have no ability yet to do it. The, like the stockings that you've done, like the silk stockings.
Oh, sure, yeah. See-through stockings?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fun. It's fun to do see-through cloth. Look, see-through cloth, okay, you can do it. Anybody can do it. I promise you it's not that hard. Let me see if I can Uh,
Can Mitch do it? That's the real test.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But how many years
Anybody
will
can do it.
take to accomplish it is the question.
Well, yeah. Because Mitch is always talking about, he's like, you haven't seen bad painting until you've seen mine.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's fair. I think he's a perfectly fine painter. I like the secret. Okay. The secret to I'm gonna do a hobby cheating video about this because about just the nature of like how do you become a better painter or whatever. But the secret is really simple. It's called deliberate practice. You just pick techniques and work on it. It's really no more complicated than that. It's not like there are people who might be born with like an eye for color, but I promise you people who practice are the people who succeed. It's really all there is to it. By the way, you want to talk about sheer cloth that's impressive? Okay, doing it with paint is cheating. All right? So, like, here's a real artist. Okay?
All right, I'll look it on you.
All right, I got it. All right, I think I'm locked on me.
Yeah.
This is art. People who do sheer cloth with marble. Monotone marble. That
is amazing.
Okay? So, I'm just saying, like, doing it with paint, we can cheat. We can make the color, look like it's skin tone, and you can do that kind of stuff. These people have one tone, and it's made of, like, stone.
Right.
And they're making it look like sheer flowing cloth. So I'm just saying. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's not oversell it here.
Well, it does seem difficult for someone who's never tried it.
Sure. It's a, you know what? I'm going to add that to the hobby cheating list because anybody can do it. I don't know how I didn't have that on there yet. It's actually, in basic, not very complicated at all.
Is it basically similar to a glaze? That's what I assumed.
That is correct. I will say that anybody who's interested in, because who knows when I'll get to that for my hobby cheating video, but anybody who's interested in it, Dr. Faust and the painting clinic has an excellent video on doing it. So there you go.
I recently became aware of him thanks to, oh my goodness, what is his name? A mini Warzone. Do either of y'all know who I'm talking about? Pete. Doing his like channel of the week. Yeah. That's how I came to find Faust.
Dr. Faust has been an absolute inspiration to me. Anybody who is interested in becoming a better miniature painter who is not subbed to Dr. Faust Painting Clinic, I would ask what you're doing with your life.
Yeah, his stuff's really good.
I was about to say, Paul, what are you doing with your life? But you beat me to it.
What do you want to do with your life? Anyone?
Doesn't ring a bell. Doesn't ring a bell.
Paul?
Nope. Cricket's over here, too.
I'm very depressed in both of you. I want you to know that.
I'm
the
sorry.
appropriate answer is I want to rock, because that is how that Twisted Sister video opens. Come now, gentlemen. Jeez. The classics, all right? I'm just saying. Get in it.
Yeah, it's funny that you should mention that, because I actually watched a documentary on Twisted Sister like a week ago.
Nice. I assume on mainly focusing on Mr. D. Snyder and such.
I was really focusing on like their early years, like before they got a record deal.
What was that like?
Playing in like bars and little hole-in-the-wall nightclubs in like Long Island and Greater New York area for like 10 years before anybody noticed them.
That's a long time to keep at it. That's a hell of a determination.
Yeah, they did a grind for a long time.
Well, it's one of those things where tenacity is usually what pays off. Like, I mean, are either of you familiar with like the Beatles story?
Not really.
So before they were the Beatles, they spent like, so before they came to America, Okay,
Right.
I don't know what I remember what year the British invasion was, but before they came to America, they had already played 1,200 live shows together.
Oh wow.
Think about how many shows that legitimately is. That's so
Yeah.
many. Okay.
Basically, 3.5-ish years of like every day.
Of every day. I mean, to put that in perspective, I've been making YouTube videos for X amount of time. Those like year and a half. Those take much less time. I have like 300,
Yeah.
right? Videos. So they had 4 times as many live performances, all of which were many hours long.
Yeah.
And they used to play in like these Hamburg dive bars and strip clubs and stuff like that, and they would do these massive, like, super long sets. They played on this Hamburg circuit for just months and months and months, and it was just really crappy, like the worst possible conditions to be a musician in. But there you go. There you go.
I did not know.
Well, now you do know, and knowing is half the battle.
Exactly.
So, Paul, I didn't. So, what do you think of Warhammer Quest? Are you doing it? Well, are you doing a video for it?
I haven't had a chance to actually check out any of the stuff for it yet.
What?
Where
have you been?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with my life. Yeah, I haven't had actually like dug into it yet, like the detail of it. So it looks cool. I've seen like the minis. I've seen some of the rules that have come out for them. But as far as the game itself, I haven't seen anything, and I haven't played previous versions of it. So I am totally new to the concept.
It's really all about the minis, I think, right? I mean, let's face it. It's like I'm excited for the game, I guess, but really, it could literally be just a box of those sprues, and I would buy that game.
Yeah.
So
I'm actually the reverse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's simply because I've always wanted to play more RPG style tabletop games. I've always loved like RPG computer games. I mentioned it in my video, I just bought on the Humble Bundle their Star Wars pack that had Knights of the Republic 1 and 2, and I just finished playing through those again, even though I played them years ago. I've always loved the classic computer games that are styled after a tabletop RPG, but I've gotten to play a tabletop RPG once in my life, and so I'm hoping that this game will give me additional opportunities to do that.
Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, really, for me, it's just like those figs are incredible, and
They are.
at basically $3 a piece. I mean, that's what it boils down to. You get like 50 figs for $150, right? I mean, 51 figs.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Like, for that quality of mini, I'll pay $3 a mini pretty much any day of the week.
And then get the game board and rules and all for free.
Yeah, you get exactly like exactly. So it's just it's hard for me to not. The biggest challenge for me was not telling them to pre-order 2 copies for me right out of the gate. I kept to 1, but I don't
Tom's
know.
been telling me he's considering getting 3 or 4.
I'm sure that's true. Now that. To be very clear about that, though, Tom is not going to be playing with 3 or 4.
He's told me his designs for them, but yeah.
Yes, he's gonna do what Tom does, which is shady internet stuff. That's fine. It's all good. Good for him.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say that there's things on the internet that are not shady? That is really the question.
Yes.
No, I'm saying literally shady internet stuff is this. Yes, that's correct. That is what I am saying. There are no non-shady things on the internet. Only the shady things. I'm trying to think of and this Gorgon's gonna have a big banner on him because why? Because I stick big banners on everything because that gives you a chance to do a bunch of freehand. So you have a little banner on his back, and I'm trying to think of what I want it to be, and I was thinking like I already did like the problem is on my Doom Bowl I did a banner, and I did a big freehand Cyclopean skull. So
Are
now
these
I'm like,
Zinch aligned?
yes, all of my Beastmen are Zinch aligned. So I'm trying to think of a good Zinch thing to do. I've been thinking about this for days. I can't decide on one thing.
The only thing that jumps to my mind with Zinch is always that weird eyeball thing.
Hmm.
But that's not particularly like impressive necessarily on a banner.
You could do like the take off of that fig from the Warhammer Quest box and have like
Not summoner?
with like arms and legs that's kind of stylized.
Which one?
The book with arms and legs.
Oh, the book with arms and legs. The familiar. Yeah, I'll draw the upside down fish. I'll do the upside down fish, with the fish that's walking on his hands.
That would be amazing.
That's another awesome one.
Yes, I do love the upside down fish. No, it's funny you mentioned that because I was thinking about doing the silver tower, like doing a big silver tower with like an Eye of Zinch. Like maybe I could do like the Eye of Sauron, but make it like the Zinch eye and make it like the silver tower or something like that. I don't know.
That was kind of my thought with the eye, was you'd risk kind of looking Lord of the Rings-ish.
Who cares? Okay. Seems like I'm not a bad thing.
No, I wasn't
Oh
necessarily
no, it's
saying.
reminiscent of the greatest thing of ever. Like, that's fine. It's okay. I can put up with that.
And I guess it makes sense, because in Age of Sigmar we do have these basically parallel planes of existence, so who's to say Middle-earth isn't the 10th parallel plane of existence?
Absolutely.
Getting deep.
I really wish that they had kind of waited. I'm sorry, this is purely selfish, but I wish they'd kind of waited for Warhammer Quest until after the ghouls had been out for a while. Because I'm like, dang it, I really want that big ghoul box set, and I also want Warhammer Quest.
Sure.
I'm like, that's a lot to shell out.
Well, fortunately, I have no such concerns. I didn't like the ghoul stuff before. I don't like it now. Life goes on for me.
Yeah.
The ghoul faction of the vampire counts in general have never been my thing. So, and I've never really liked any of the ghoul stuff. So, there we are.
I wasn't a huge fan until this new release. I like a lot of the mechanics of them more than anything.
I like the Terrorgeist. I think he's a sweet looking dude. That's why I made a Tomb King's Terrorgeist. So there you go.
That's awesome.
So Vince, you will be proud. I am considering getting into Kings of War, and I'm pretty close to pulling the trigger on it, and I'm like 99% sure that the army that I'll be building for Kings of War will be their knockoff version of Tomb Kings.
Nice. Are you just going to use Tomb Kings for that?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I don't think they actually have their own models for that.
No, they don't. Yeah, they do not. Yeah, I mean, like, when it comes to Kings of War, I don't know that there's any reason why it's not like by getting into it you mean getting the rules, which are basically free, and the army book, which might cost some money, but you could probably even get the army list for free, basically. Yeah. And then having some figs. So we're not talking about that you could also use for Age of Sigmar if you so felt like it at any point in time. Because since you can do scenic bases, you can just make your base displays have slots for rounds. Like that's what Kieran did with his Storm Fiends. Like he has 3 Storm Fiends that just sit on top of a big scenic display, and he uses those. He puts them on the scenic display for Kings, and he takes them off for AOS, and there you go. Like, you can play both those games with the same figs very easily.
Yeah. Especially since the Kings doesn't require you to represent 100% of your models in the unit.
Correct. Even most tournaments are like 60%. They say I think they say half or 60% or something, whatever. So yeah.
Yeah, I definitely like how they are representing the undead in their rules.
Oh, that they've got they're slow, but you can do the whole like the word eludes me. What is it called? When you scoot them around.
Surge.
Scoot. Right? Thank you, surge. Yes, I couldn't. I don't know. The word was just not in my. It wouldn't come to my head. Yes, you can. They can surge around. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. I like that they, instead of like summoning more, that they just like perpetually can heal themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're pretty cool. It's a neat army. It's got a neat take on it. I mean, the Kings of War has some really great minds behind it. I think it's a really pretty great game, honestly. Alesso Cavator is obviously like a pretty freaking phenomenal game designer. So, and he was one of the big guys behind that. So, there you go.
I wish I could try it out.
Oh, well, it's really just a matter of finding people near you who are playing. And I mean, that's because you can do it with any figs you've got that are, your Warhammer army. They have a matching army for more or less any army that existed in Warhammer. So.
Oh, I mean, finding an opponent wouldn't be a problem, but the majority or the easy to find community of Kings of War is hyper negative, and I just don't want to be around that. At least around here, I mean.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Sure, I mean, that's just it. It's like community to community. This is one of those things where I know, like, I'm trying to think. I think Ant was talking about it, how, like, he kind of thought about War Machine for a minute or something, and then that community that was around him was just a very, like, not friendly community or whatever for the War Machine players around him. But if you look at, like, Malorian's War Machine community, it seems super positive and cool. So, I mean, there's definitely those things where the, sort of local attitudes can develop and shift. It's a shame.
Yeah. The local attitude for that group has pretty much always been that way. That's actually what scared me away from Fantasy when it was real popular around here too.
Huh.
Yeah.
That is a shame.
Most of the other ones are pretty good though. Like, I mean, X-Wing and is probably one of the local X-Wing is like one of the friendliest groups of people I've ever been around. So certainly not just the area, but that subgroup.
Well, that's exactly how it is. I mean, it's yes, it's sort of a microcosm thing, right? They a little community can develop and become toxic. And what's funny about it is I've heard many people talk about how, well, it doesn't really matter because if the community's toxic, players will leave and it will just sort of collapse in on itself. I've heard that when I did like the being, diversity and inclusion in Warhammer video, that was something somebody said, and I don't believe that. Like, small groups of hyper negative communities can sustain for a pretty long time. It's like, yeah, maybe they'll collapse in like the very long term. I'm not, sure, but at that rate, like, it's long enough that I'm not sure that it really matters at that point. They've already stopped many players from joining or having a good time in the game. I mean, it's exactly that. What you just said is look, you could have gotten into this sooner, but then that you had that experience, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't underestimate the power of a bunch of people enjoying sitting around bitching with their friends.
Well, and there's a difference between just like some playful banter and fun complaining, or whatever, versus like an actual toxic atmosphere, right? Like just some fun complaining and stuff like that, like, oh, this is dumb or this sucks or whatever. It sure does. Oh man, I wish this was better. And just like you can have fun with that. But like being outright negative all the time to where just like you're like it seems like whenever the game is being played, people are just complaining constantly. Like, God, this is terrible and this is terrible and this is terrible. Why are you playing this? If that's really how you think.
The guy that's going to be the store manager for the 100th GW that's opening up down here, he basically approached that community online via the Facebook group and was just saying like, hey, the store's opening up, I don't really care if you want to play like Kings of War or Ninth Age or whatever, I just wanted to like invite you all to the shop. And basically he got a big like, F you, we hate GW, like we'll never visit your store kind of immediate response.
Well, that's always nice. That's a nice
Mm-hmm.
response to a local businessman trying to feed his family. Sure.
Yep.
Why would you want to at all be nice to somebody trying to make a living to feed their wife and children? You know, that's, yeah. That you should absolutely just crap all over that person's hopes and dreams in an attempt to build a positive community. I see no other logical response.
In fact, that's my favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
So,
That's what I
Paul,
always
you're
think
next.
about with stuff like that. It's one of the reasons I find negativity to be in that kind of setting to be so unappealing when you look at that. Like you can complain about the direction or the choices that, sort of companies make. I do it in
Right.
my own company sometimes. We've all worked for a company where we're like, oh, I wish we didn't have to do this or something, whatever, right? Or
Yeah.
or we support a company where it's like, I wish they didn't do that. But at the individual level, it's like, you know what it is? It's you go to McDonald's, okay,
This will be good.
and you order some food. Yeah?
Yep.
Everybody been to McDonald's?
Of course.
Sure. And your food comes out and your order's wrong, right? Or like let's say you go through the drive-through, you look in the bag, order's
They
wrong.
forgot something.
Yeah. I assume this has happened to everybody. It's a near universal thing, right?
Yep.
Yep.
What I love is the people who then respond by walking into the store and yelling at the person behind the counter, right? Like as though they did that, as though they either A, had even anything to do with it. They might not. They
That was
probably
going to be my
didn't know the
point.
order. Or B, even if they did, let's assume that person literally put together the order. Okay? You
Yep.
don't know what day. First of all, that person works at McDonald's. They probably weren't having the best day to begin with. All right.
Yeah.
Secondly, you don't know what they were doing, man. Before they came to work, what if their dog got hit by a car or something terrible, right? And their brain's just not there. Like, seriously, people
Yeah.
have bad days. I have bad days. They're terrible. And you never know when you're catching somebody at their worst moment, when they make an honest mistake because they're not 100% dialed in. It's just a
Yeah.
question of, like, stop and think if you yourself have ever, had a bad day and maybe not lived up to the person you wanted to be at that exact moment. Also, we're talking about food in a bag. Relax. They'll get you a new fry. It's not the end of the world. Take it down. Take it down a notch. So whatever.
Yeah.
And really, like, you can only have certain level of expectations too. Like, you know that McDonald's is not attracting people with like PhDs in particle physics to be, serving you hamburgers. So like, you've got to set a certain level of expectations of, yeah, they're probably going to screw up once in a while, and that's okay.
Well, I'm sure that the guy who's the particle physician PhD probably would screw up just as often, if not more, frankly, because they would be bored. But what they are doing is providing really important jobs to like teenagers and stuff like that who are trying to work their way through school, and that's pretty important. One of the best managers I ever worked for, super nice guy, really smart, absolutely fantastic manager. One of my favorite people to this day. I actually named my character in the first Star Wars Galaxies after him. I won't repeat his name because I don't, whatever. But
Right.
he got his first job at McDonald's, right? They gave him his first chance. They gave him a job, gave him a paycheck, let him work through school. He could put something on his resume, and he, parlayed it into other work and other employment and continued his education and made something of himself. Yeah, seems pretty great to me.
Yeah.
So there you go.
It makes me wonder what people are going to do with the new. Have you heard of the new, basically self-serve stuff that Mickey D's and Wendy's are doing next?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So whenever that messes up your order, what are people going to do then? Like yell and scream at the machine?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Because clearly it wasn't user error.
Yeah.
It's way more fun to yell at machines. I
I do it
love
all the
yelling
time.
at machines because yelling at machines is super fun because one, they're machines. You're not actually hurting anyone's feelings, so who cares? And two, God, doesn't it feel good to like yell at a machine? Like let's say you're vacuuming and the bag fills up, and you're like, God, stupid vacuum cleaner, I hate you. Why do you suck so much? Like, the vacuum doesn't get sad about that, and it's cathartic.
Well,
I feel better.
It sucks so much because it was designed to do that, Vince.
Ah, that's a good point. I legitimately did not even intend that pun, but there you go. I'm glad
Yeah.
I'm glad.
I'm a big fan of I guess verbal abuse towards technology as well. It does feel good, and
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
swear it'll make it work better afterwards because it's terrified you'll do it again.
That probably isn't true, but I know that I will feel better, and that's what's important.
Mhm.
So there you go.
Yeah.
When other people, like if another person makes it's like when my dog messes up, right? Like, don't yell at your dog. You're all you're doing is making your dog feel bad. It's a dog. It doesn't know what it's doing. If another human being screws up, just be like, well, that sucks, but then move on with your life. But when technology screws up, the gloves are off, baby. That's right. Take that, Johnny Five. Let me tell you what. You're getting the what for. There's no feelings to be hurt here. Take it. I will unleash a verbal tirade against you. If we ever get chappies, oh man, it's going to be rough. 'Cause I'm going to be yelling up and down at Chappie when he stops me for speeding or something.
And that's how we get Cylons, Vince.
I know. I will bring about our new robot overlords because I won't be able to stop myself from yelling at machines. I'm too used to yelling at toasters and vacuum cleaners and DVD players and everything else that I'm just going to keep yelling at these sentient robots, and I'm gonna ruin it for everybody. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry I caused the robot apocalypse.
Why are you not in the Terminator films?
Well, James Cameron and I had a fight at the last moment, and he cut my scenes. I was pretty sad about it, but there we are.
That's amazing. Wasn't there? No, there's not a. I can't even remember the titles of all like the later ones. I was gonna say, wasn't there an Origins? But it'd be funny if there was, and that was actually the origin of it. Someone was yelling at it, and it got upset, and because it had actually developed to the point where it developed feelings.
There's been like 22 different origins of Skynet. All are dumb. It's fine. It's a dumb movie about time-traveling robots that's two of the greatest movies ever made.
Which are the two?
The Terminator and Terminator 2.
Okay, I want to make sure.
Yeah. Terminator
Those are the only ones I've
Salvation.
seen.
Clearly.
Yeah. I haven't seen any but the first two. So.
Well, you're missing nothing. Although I will say the third one is funny unintentionally. It doesn't mean to be funny. Or maybe it does. I don't know. Maybe it is intended to be a parody. Like, it is kind of a self-parody of a Terminator movie. I mean...
Sounds... Go ahead.
The Terminator, like the TX, I think, in that one, okay? Like, there's a scene where she's like some kind of mix of Liquid Terminator from T2 and like just a regular Terminator or whatever. I don't know. It's complicated. Anyway, the point is that there is a legitimate scene that is in that movie where she looks at a poster for like a push-up bra or something on a billboard and makes her chest get bigger to get out of like a speeding ticket or something. Like that happened. That happened in a movie. And yeah, I don't know how you take a Terminator movie seriously when that scene is in there.
Yeah.
The only thing better than that dumbness is if you listen to the DVD commentary for that movie. Arnold is just ridiculously hilarious because at that moment he's like, "Oh, now here is a thing that women would really like if they could do this," and I'm just like, "Oh God, Arnold."
No, I don't think women would really like that.
It's pretty great.
That's funny.
Pretty great commentary from the Governor. Whatever, he's a national treasure, that guy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's something about a lot of, especially older sci-fi movies like those, that you just almost feel like they are parodies of themselves. It's like, I know so many people are crazy about the Predator movies. I've never really been much of a fan. I always ask the question, how is this hyper-advanced alien so stupid?
Well, because he doesn't wear pants. And
Okay.
as I have said many times,
Oh,
and will
yeah.
continue to advance, any alien race that does not wear pants is destined to lose.
Yeah. I forgot about that theory.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm not worried about Independence Day resurgence. We're going to win again.
Yeah.
Because they showed back up. You know what they still don't have? Pants. That's right.
I saw the trailer for
pantsless.
that, and I thought it actually looked moderately decent, which is a big step up because I thought the first one was dreadful. So I might actually see this one.
It's yeah, I don't really know what to think about it.
Yeah.
It's happening. That's
Right.
what I'll say about it. It's definitely happening as a movie.
And I'm
It's
sure I will waste my money on it regardless of how good it is.
right.
Look, I just saw Civil War tonight, so I'm pretty sure I'm good to go. I actually hadn't got a chance to see it yet since I was on the road last weekend and whatever. It's been a problem. I'm nothing pains me more in my
Yeah, and Vince froze.
Yeah.
Third eye freeze.
Oh. Hey, Kieran.
like
Fellas,
3 times just to make sure that I make up for that indecent crime.
We lost you for a minute there, Vince, while Kieran was joining. He sabotaged you.
Ah, Kieran sabotaging me.
it's so easy.
I said I saw Civil War. Nothing pains me more than the fact that I didn't get to pay money for Civil War in its opening week, but I did pay money for Batman v Superman in its opening week. There you go.
I saw Civil War 2 days ago, 3 days ago, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking you to spoil it because clearly we don't want to.
Yes,
Well,
we're still
was
within
it-
the 2-week period.
Was it as good as you expected?
Yes,
Really?
yes, it was amazing.
I was actually kind of disappointed.
I have no idea in what you could theoretically be disappointed in. That boggles my mind. We'll have another Paintisode sometime later, or we'll talk offline. Whereas
Yeah.
obviously we want to keep it spoiler free. But yes, I loved it to death.
Oh, by all means, don't protect yourself from spoilers on my behalf. I don't know about you, Paul, but
Well, there are many viewers out there who I don't want to,
those people. Oh,
yes, exactly. Who I don't want to suddenly ruin a new run movie that's only a week old. That would be a bit rude.
Yep, they're the paying customers. They keep the lights on.
Exactly.
Yeah, except if you're me and you watched this week's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., you kind of got part of the movie spoiled for you anyway.
Right.
Aww.
Right.
Well, you should know not to watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. because it's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's where you went wrong there. The show started, the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. title card came up, and you were like, yes, I'll keep watching this. I feel like that's where you went wrong.
There's only one reason I still watch that show, and that's because I'm still hoping that Phil Coulson will eventually come back in the movies.
Here's another plan for that. Just wait for that to happen in the movies, then go see that movie.
True.
Then you don't have to watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Did you guys see that Agent Carter got canceled?
Yeah, look,
I'm not surprised.
exactly. Like,
Yeah.
let's be honest. I'm shocked that got 2 seasons. That alone is pretty amazing. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's bad. I think it's actually pretty sweet. I'm just saying, like, no. The world can't handle that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Especially
I
in a
was,
market of TV shows that have recently kind of flooded, like the market in terms of superhero-based TV shows.
Sure. I was just thinking weird 60s period piece genre stuff, like that's really a stretch.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
no,
I
before
think
I
it was
comment
better
on
in
that,
concept than
I've
practice.
seen exactly 0 minutes of Agent Carter, aside from TV ads.
Mm-hmm.
But is the gist of it that they're trying to prop up some kind of woman of power from a time where there was no women of power?
They
As a
certainly deal with that
feminist
issue.
drive?
Yeah, I mean, she's like a super spy and a diplomat and stuff, and she deals with that issue a lot in season 1, where like a lot of her peers are like, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the kitchen? That kind of thing, because it's it's early '60s United States or whatever, and
Yeah, that's chauvinist bullshit. Yeah.
yes, it was. It was a fairly, those sorts of roles were fairly baked into the time. It was sort of expectations and stuff, but they navigated, pretty decently. She's certainly a very capable protagonist, and they have fun adventures. I wouldn't say that's like something they hugely dwell on, but it comes up. You know what I mean? It's not like the point of the show or anything.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
It's more about wacky, fun spy adventures in the 1960s Marvel Universe. That's what the show is about. It's just occasionally those gender things get touched on.
Did she become James Bondish?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, if you mean is she a sort of spy, then yes, but she's not. Like James Bond is there's a lot of baggage on that, right? Like, if you're asking me, is she running around the world sleeping with anything that has a pulse, drinking herself into near unconsciousness, yet somehow still functioning with incredible martial arts and, using her real name on super deep cover missions? No. No, she's not doing that because, that would be insane.
Right. Okay.
Well, clearly, if she'd done that, the show would have been renewed because that apparently sells.
Yeah. I mean, look, Casino Royale was like, let's be honest, that's the best Bond film ever made. Okay. Then the rest of them basically squandered all of that. So there we go.
I have never watched a Bond movie.
Are you talking the original Casino Royale or that remake with Daniel Craig?
The remake with Daniel Craig is the best Bond film ever made.
I still haven't seen it. You actually
Wow.
dig that one these days.
Wow, I don't even know where to go with you people sometimes.
Well, I think the answer is we have other stops along our lives besides the painting basement and the media theater.
Hey, look, man,
Ouch.
I do things. Okay, I've seen stuff. I'm just
I'm
saying.
I'm sure you go walk the dog and go grocery shopping and things like that.
No, I never go to the grocery. Actually, that is not true. I do not go to the grocery, but I'm just saying. See, maybe one of the best movies of all time. So none of you have seen Casino Royale. This is like one of the most successful movies of the year it was released.
Yeah,
Like, it isn't unusual. Okay, all right, good.
I'm sure there were like 5 Disney movies that came out that year that I did go see. So that probably.
you hit your allotment with those, eh?
Are you saying like you don't?
Is that what it is for you, Paul? Is you only get to go out to movies if it's one you can take your kid to?
That would have occurred before I had children.
So you're just going to see like Tinkerbell's latest movie because you really dig the intricate plot and characters?
Absolutely.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
Entirely
I
reasonable.
understand. I watched The Pirate Fairy. I get it. I know. I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
I'm actually trying to convince the wife to go see The Jungle Book tomorrow. Because that was one of my faves as a young boy, that story.
Sure.
And I've seen other adaptations of it, so I'd like to see this one too. I like it.
Well, it's Jon Favreau, so it's probably pretty good. I did not go see that. I will be openly honest. I've never really liked The Jungle Book, though I did like some Tailspin. I'm not gonna lie. Now that I could get
Tailspin was
into.
amazing.
Yeah, I can get into some Tailspin.
I think my favorite of all of those kinds of shows when I was growing up was Rescue Rangers.
Chippendales.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
So, did any of you play classic MMOs like say back in the early days, UO or EverQuest or something like that?
No.
I did not.
I did not.
Well, then I
This
don't
is
know
where
if
we
this.
disappoint you again with our non-common nerdisms.
Yeah, I understand. Look, it's just I get it. It's fine. There's a great video that is somebody took of like Chippendales Rescue Rangers and made it into a joke about PvP in early MMOs. So there you go.
That's funny.
They made a Chippendales MMORPG trailer, and it's fantastic. If you just look up Chippendales MMORPG trailer on YouTube, viewers out there, you can see what I'm talking about. It's well worth your time. It's a minute-long video. I promise you, you will not regret that minute of your life.
Speaking of spoofy things, the one thing that always comes to mind for me out of that era was when they did the D&D group with the summoner characters.
Are you talking about the
famous line? With the famous line of, "I cast a magic missile and attack the darkness."
Oh yes, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Can I have a Mountain Dew?
Yeah.
Yes, you can have a Mountain Dew. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
I thought
it was
maybe you
just
were
reflective.
referencing the D&D cartoon for a moment. That's where I thought you were weird. I thought you had jumped into that.
I didn't even know there was such a thing.
What?
There was even a D&D movie which I wanted my money back from.
You're crazy. That movie is god awful and worth every penny of your ticket price. It is a awful, ridiculous movie, and Jeremy Irons is fantastic in it. He's like, "I must have the dragon staff." He's just like the biggest overacting in the history of the universe. It's amazing. He is chewing scenery, man.
I thought that would ruin that guy's career, actually. Yeah, he'd never get another acting job after.
Nah, he's good. That dude's bulletproof. You can't stop him.
Yeah, I guess so.
They're making another one. That's happening again, by the way. They're making a new D&D movie.
Does it also feature a Wayans brother?
Sadly, I think this one is Wayans free. No one's more sad about it than me. Let me see when that's coming out.
Well, then it can't be terrible enough to meet those standards.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. The D&D movie starring the Wayans brother, the second Jimmy Olsen from Lois and Clark, Jeremy Irons, and the guy with blue lips. Yep. Absolutely. All the classics. Oh, and Thora Birch. She was in that too. Remember her when she was a thing for like 5 minutes?
Sorry, what was the name?
Thora Birch. She was the female daughter in American Beauty. I guess that was redundant what I just said, but she was the daughter in American Beauty.
Well, it's transgender time. You have to indicate that it's a female daughter sometimes.
I suppose that's fair. Yes, Variety here with their Dungeons and Dragons movie in works at Warner Brothers as lawsuit ends. There you go.
It's an encouraging title.
Yeah. A movie based on the widely popular game Dungeons and Dragons is in the works at Warner Brothers. The studio announced Monday, 10 months after a trial over who owned the rights to the fantasy game ended.
Must have been
And
exciting
you know
times.
where the Magic the Gathering moving is in the production cycle?
Oh my goodness.
Probably in development hell forever, unless Warcraft takes off, when it will suddenly magically come out of development hell and be completed immediately.
Yeah.
I saw an ad for that while I was watching the basketball game about an hour ago, that Warcraft film.
Yes. That seems like great targeted marketing. Hey, Bass, I've got to imagine the Venn diagram overlap between those two markets is literally you.
It's not even me. I've never played World of Warcraft.
Sure, but you're kind of into like fantasy stuff, so you could like see that and be like, well, I could give that a watch, maybe, right? Yeah.
Maybe my problem is I know enough about Warcraft to know that it's Warcraft.
Yeah.
Instead of just
feel the
a
same way.
film, which another basketball fan might take it as.
So were you watching the NBA game tonight, Kieran?
I was. I walked away with disappointment.
Oh, who are you a fan of? Toronto?
Well, at the moment, yeah. I'm generally a fan of the Utah Jazz, if that makes any sense at all.
It does. I'm a big fan of the Charlotte Bobcats, and I live nowhere near Charlotte, so.
Hmm. Yeah, but I watched the Raptors play poorly again, so that they can win ugly again, hopefully.
So it's going to. So they lost tonight. So I guess it's Game 7 up next.
That's right.
Yeah. It's okay. Whoever wins that series will not win the finals. Well, actually, they won't even get past Cleveland, really. But.
Well, that may be. Cleveland seems to be having an easy time of what they do at the moment.
Yeah. And then whoever wins will play Golden State, and we'll be eaten by that juggernaut again.
Yes, I agree with that assessment.
I'm really curious at this moment as to how many people have already stopped watching, and this this amount of basketball talk.
Come on now.
We'll call an end to it, I guess.
As many
For the
people have
sake of
stopped watching when you were going, come on, guys, haven't seen the D&D movie? Come on.
I am right in the wheelhouse of our viewership. Thank you very much. I know my audience, okay?
Hang on. Is this,
But technically, this isn't your audience.
Yes.
this is on your channel, isn't it, James?
It
Yeah,
is,
it's on
but
mine.
I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, well, you go.
I think that people who are watching a Warhammer Paintisode are certainly going to know the D&D movie. That's all I'm saying.
I didn't even know it existed
Wow.
until you brought it up. But I mean, how old is the movie, Vince?
Like 99, right? I think that's right.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I could have known about it.
Yes. You should have known about it is the way that should have been phrased. Yes, I agree.
See, when we get into all these things, I always find it very odd how people react to things that they believe that you should have seen in pop culture.
Sure, absolutely.
And you're one of those, Vince, that reacts.
I absolutely am.
Like, I can't believe it. How am I friends with you?
I am
So
unabashedly. Look, this is. I'll be very honest with you. You ready? Here's me being honest. Not that this one is one. I don't care if you haven't seen the D&D movie or not. But this is how I rate pop culture. There are items in pop culture that when someone tells me they haven't seen, I think less of them as a person. Okay? Like, immediately I'm like, I think less of you as a person because if you didn't see that, if you don't understand that cultural touchstone, you probably aren't a person I would like. Because you've had to... that's a small list. It's like if somebody tells me they haven't seen Star Wars or Ghostbusters or something like that, Die Hard. I'm like, well, I probably don't like you. Which one haven't you seen, James? I can see the look on your face.
Ghostbusters.
Yep, there you go. Now, if it makes you feel any better, James, my wife also hadn't seen it, so and yet I still married her. So
Right.
I was like, I'm going to correct this problem. We're going to watch Ghostbusters.
But I have seen the other two that you mentioned, so I'm 2 out of 3.
Good, good, good.
See, and then in my circle, if you haven't seen the film Hoosiers, then you're weird.
Hoosiers, yeah, I've seen it.
Sure, I mean, everybody's seen Hoosiers, like, and Rudy and Field of Dreams and every, like, inspirational sports movie. I mean, yeah, sure. Didn't you, like, we watched them in school or whatever, you know?
Yep.
What school did you go to?
Like, that was the type of movie
That's-
when you had,
yeah,
like,
that's
a
what I
video
was
day. Yeah, when you had, like, a video
Remember
day.
the Titans was more played than anything else when I was in school.
Jesus, that's a depressing movie, too. Let's
Yeah.
watch a movie about paraplegics and death. Boy, this is
Yep.
great. Spoilers for Remember the Titans from 10 years ago or 15 years ago or whatever.
Something like that.
And was that the one about Marshall University?
No, that's We Are Marshall.
Yeah.
Remember the Titans is a high school based. It's focused on a high school.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
believe.
it's like racist South, that kind of
Yep.
thing. It's that stuff,
Yep.
yeah.
Mm.
So, Karen, I have a obscure movie in that same vein. Have you seen the Pistol Pete movie?
No, I really should though.
Okay, I was just wondering because it's another one of
No,
those.
I'm aware of it, but I bet I just haven't gone out of my way to see it.
There is no way you're putting the Pistol Pete movie in the same category of
I'm not saying-
obscurity as
I'm not.
Hoosiers. Like one of the most well-known sports movies of all time.
I wasn't trying to say that it was like the same level. What I was trying to say is like it's a more obscure movie, but it's the same kind of like feel good sports movie.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
And as a guy who's a Utah Jazz fan, it really should be on my repertoire to watch.
Right.
I accept then.
I'm going to seek that out now that you reminded me of it. Hey, Paul, I saw you got a new shirt this week.
What's up?
I said, I see you got a new shirt. What's timing?
Is Paul frequently wearing the same shirt in his videos? Is that a thing?
No, I'm just noticed.
No, actually, it really actually is. This is just like my painting sweatshirt, and it's basically just become like an apron.
Oh, like the Venturella apron.
Yes. The very well known, absolutely, my apron.
Okay.
Don't lie, Paul. We all know that whenever you open your closet, it's just lined with Yukon hoodies. Just like 20 of them.
Yeah, I was actually a little disappointed when I first got paint all over this one.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a really nice, comfortable hoodie, and now it's like just the one that I wear all the time for painting. So it worked out. Oh.
See, there you go. Way to make lemonade, Paul. That's a good attitude.
That's where this shirt's from too. This is my painting like wipe off cloth. It's from a football game I went to with my dad right after 9/11. We went to a Texas A&M college football game, and they had a red, white, and blue game, is what they called it. And, like the three tiers of the stadium, one was all everyone got a red shirt, everyone got white shirts, everyone got blue. So it was like I wore it all the time for years and years till finally got torn up. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna keep using this.
What town does A&M play out of?
College Station.
Okay.
So it's it's just a little bit north of Houston and Austin. It's over in the far east Texas, in the southeastern part of Texas.
Southeast, okay. Reason I'm asking is because we're aiming for Thanksgiving weekend this year to do the football travels, and what's potentially on the radar is a Thursday game in Dallas and then a Sunday game in Houston, with hopefully a college game on a Saturday as well.
Yeah. It's a shame because even if you're in the area, you won't be able to see the old A&M Texas rivalry because they quit that just a couple years ago, which was one of the longest running rivalries that they played every single year.
Mm-hmm.
But it was always fun to watch, but not anymore. The ADs of the two schools got mad at each other. So.
Is that the story, or is it just all that nonsense reshuffling of conferences that goes on in the NCAA?
Well, that's why they got mad. Because A&M was leaving the conference, and so there was some harsh words between the two of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's nonsense.
Yeah, it's all about the almighty dollar.
They reshuffle it so often now.
Yep. Vince, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm leaving you out of the conversation.
Not at all. I don't mind one bit. I don't need to be talking at all moments. I'm perfectly okay with it.
Well, let me ask you this. So, did you already talk Silver Tower?
We had started it, but then kind of ran around to other topics. I'm happy to come back to it.
All right. So here's the thing I was thinking of. Is it designed as a 2-player or a multiplayer affair?
2 to 4.
Okay.
That's
and
what they
heroes competing with one another or co-oping?
Both.
Any idea?
You can do both. According to what I was reading from like the box art and all, it's designed to be one of those. I guess kind of similar to like Triumph and Treachery in the sense that like you can stab your other people in the back or you can work alongside them.
That's how the best games are designed.
Yes, I agree.
If you've ever played Battlestar Galactica, you ever played the Battlestar Galactica board game?
Nope.
Yeah, I did, but I couldn't stick it out with the people I was playing it with.
It's a shame. But that has a fun aspect of like both aiding and hindering at the same time, right?
Yeah. I really enjoy that kind
as
of game.
do I. Yeah,
That's why
I was just gonna say in that game you like it's the Pegasus expansion or whatever when it brings in the ability to play what's her name Ensign Rowe, her admiral, Admiral Kane. She can actually like permanently kill other players because she can like airlock them, and that is that is my favorite threat. And you're like, yeah, that's right. Go ahead, mouth off. See if I don't airlock you. I don't care if you're a Cylon or not. We'll find out real fast.
that's amazing. I was gonna say I like that aspect. That's why actually the majority of Age of Sigmar games I've played are three-way games.
Yep. I as well do many three-player games. A very common occurrence around the Chateau vents.
I'm very excited for tomorrow night. We're playing some End Times Warhammer.
Like 8th edition style, or what are you doing?
Yeah, 8th edition style.
Wow, you crazy
that
Canadians.
That still happens up here.
It's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Are you doing a particular set of battles?
We are doing the Blood Hunt from when all the incarnates get together in Athelorn.
Yeah.
Then the demons are unleashed.
Yep.
So I'll be doing the Elf Alliance while my pal Keith does the Demons and Warriors of Chaos combo.
Is he bringing 3 Bloodthirsters?
I think he owns 2 Bloodthirsters.
That's pretty good.
Is that the Keith from your video series that you did a while back?
No, actually a different Keith.
Okay.
But that particular Keith that you're asking about, he's thrown his hat more into the Malifaux than anything else lately. And so we played a game of that the other day, so I still see him.
Cool.
That 10 Thunders group ended up getting, by the way, since you mentioned Malifaux, that 10 Thunders group I put together ended up getting first place in their category there, Kieran, so I was very happy about that.
Sweet. Good show, man.
Thank you.
Was this at a con in Columbus, or were you traveling for it?
I was traveling for it. Yeah, it was one of the Road to Crystal Brush events. So I do love that crew. I still need to finish filling it out, but because I'm still missing. I have like the 3 Orions and then the base crew, so I still need to get like. I don't really like the big samurai dude with the Gatling gun, but I think I'm gonna pick up like Izumazuju or whatever, the living armor guy.
Yeah, I need to get that one yet too. And I also wanted to buy Yamaziko.
Yeah, yep, exactly. I need to pick her up as well. Yep.
What I am painting tonight, as a beautiful segue that you just put in, is I am painting fermented river monks.
Oh, nice.
So they are.
Hold on, let's lock on here.
They are drunken monks of the stylings of Jackie Chan in The Drunken Master.
Yes. So great.
This one's got a finger up. He's like saying, "Hang on a second, I just got to finish this, and then I'll punch you."
Pretty fantastic. Those guys are great.
Yeah, it's been still a real good treat to paint Malifaux stuff.
It really is. You have to get used to the scale being like, true like 28mm, so it's non-heroic or whatever. Yeah. Which there's it is a difference. But that being said, it's the detail, the cleanness of the sculpts, the way that they lay out the fig. They're just a pleasure to paint usually.
Yeah, there's all kinds of complaints about assembly on some of them, but
that's
my own complaints.
But, yes. Those complaints are legitimate.
I believe it was last time, Karen, that you were assembling one of the samurais on the last Paintisode, and you were talking about there was like 1 million pieces to him.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Complaining about 22 pieces, James.
Yeah.
For a 1-inch tall model.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of silly sometimes. It's a bit much. They need to take it down just slightly. But that being said, there's a lot. Like, I can put up with it because in the end, you do get a pretty beautiful figure out of it, right?
I mean, isn't that clearly designed to drive you as the player insane so that you can get more deeply involved in the game?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. There's a certain amount of insanity.
It helps with the
part of the lore of Malifaux.
Yep.
Are you making like a what is it? Who is it? Patrick Henry or whatever? That which is too easily achieved is too lightly esteemed. Is that the argument you're making there? The classical investiture argument of anchor pricing, or of that you're more invested in things that you put time into?
Absolutely.
Got it. Well, it's very true. Yeah, so are you going to pick up a Warhammer Quest there, Kieran?
I think I will, because after looking through the models and getting some more closer shots of it at the local shop yesterday, I think I would just have an enjoyable time painting just about all of those models in there.
Exactly. I
play a game or not.
Yep, I totally agree. Those models just blow me away. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. They're just, it's stunning. A lot of those. That freaking that Dracoth chieftain or whatever, that barbarian dude.
Mm-hmm.
Just ridiculous.
The guy who's just standing there stoically.
Yeah, I don't. Everybody, like a couple people have lamented the pose.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. Not everybody needs to be like jumping all over the place. You know what I mean? Like, he's just pimping. He's just pimping. It's fine.
Yeah, I've definitely taken that philosophy to my Ghoul King that I'm converting up and painting up right now. He's like in his, kind of like a grave call pose, like head reared back, just screaming.
Yeah.
Not everybody has to be leaping in midair. Yeah.
That being said, I like a good mix. I'm sorry.
Right.
Do you see the Demon Prince that's in there? In that silver tower box? You had to get a shot out of that?
I think he's an Ogroid, but yes, the Ogroid Thaumaturge. I saw the discussion of is he a Demon Prince. I said from the beginning I do not think he is a Demon Prince. And he's not. He is an Ogroid of some kind, whatever that means. I don't know what that means, but here we are.
So stealing some D&D lore of the Ogre Magi.
A little bit, yeah. He is a bit of the Ogre Magi.
Yeah. That's almost as unique as the owl bear in D&D lore, something you say.
Yeah, like I don't know of anywhere that had the owlbear first. I don't know if that is being a thing that existed before they did it. It's, one of those very classic D&D things, right? The owlbear.
Yeah.
The owlbears, the ogre mage is probably a thing somewhere else, but like illithids, beholders, right? There's those certain monsters that are just very, very D&D.
Yeah. Beholders are funny.
Weird, psychotic, giant eyeball creatures. Yeah, they're weird. They're fun.
That's something that needs to be a thing in miniature games more. I was always saying that would probably port over to 40K. If you could have like a whole army of psychers shooting you with mind bullets instead of bolt guns.
Sure.
That's a space that's potentially available, right? Like, you're spanning the whole universe and traveling galaxies. You're bound to come across some kind of society that just deals with conflict very differently.
You halfway have that with the Tyranids, with like things like the Zone Throats, but the rest of them don't.
I don't know, man. I don't get into 40K lore. People take that stuff really seriously. It kind of disturbs me.
It's very broken in terms of like any kind of continuance, so I don't get into it anymore.
Well, like, there was a big discussion around like the idea of just like, I don't know. I don't really want to get into it too much, but just like People have very, very distinct feelings about the lore of the 40K universe and how it should be. There you go. And they are not afraid to evince those extremely strong opinions online. So I don't know anything about it, so I'm just going to stay out of it.
Do you think that's bad? Just go check out some of the, shall we say, borderline extremist groups of Star Wars Expanded Universe fans.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, I used to be part of a couple Facebook groups that were all about, like, you know, their initial thing was like, hey, let's preserve it, and then of course some of the loudest voices became like, let's boycott Disney and send all kinds of like nasty letters to them and things like that. I'm like, oh, this is a little too extreme for me.
Boo! Boo making one of the most fun movies of last year. All the old EU books are still there. Relax. Nobody. It's fine.
Yep.
There was no book burning. There was no collection. We're just saying this is a different continuity so we can tell different stories now.
Even though the movie is heavily based upon some of the EU books, so that's what I think is kind of funny. Is that most of the EU fans don't even bother to look at that.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. That's why I don't care about sort of continuity in comics, as an example. I find it to be highly overrated because in the end it often ends up being more of a weight than a benefit because it prevents good storytelling because you have to like unpack all of this freaking continuity. Like, just take the ideas, tell a good story. As I mentioned, I saw Civil War. The Civil War of that movie is not like the Civil War of the comic book. It preserves same themes and tones, but tells a completely different story, and frankly tells a better story. So there you go.
I would agree with that. Hey, Merritt.
Hey.
Uh-oh. The Canadian percentage is increasing rapidly.
I was going to say they got reinforcements.
We're taking over.
Mm-hmm.
20% higher now.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys could do math that quick, but there you go.
Well, actually, technically it is 15% higher. I can do math that quick. You represented 25% of the old. It now you and the other and represent 40%.
There you go. Yeah, you're right.
I was going to say I hope folks can do it that quick.
We don't want any of your American backtalk.
I guess that's true. That doesn't exist in Canada.
It really doesn't.
Because then you'd have too many people just going, sorry.
Yeah. Interesting story, speaking about being Canadian. We got 2 feet of snow yesterday.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah, that's abnormally low, right?
For me, yeah.
Yeah, it being May, it is a very strange thing. So yeah, that was weird.
Huh. Well, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, the weird thing is that, like, I don't know, Thompson is like a black hole of temperature fluctuation, so it's like yesterday it was like -10 and snowing like crazy, and today it was +6, so like most of that snow is now like not gone, but it's like in the melting process.
Mm-hmm. Is it because you're in some kind of valley?
No, we're in a swamp, actually. Manitoba is a swamp.
Pretty sure you can't have swamps that far north. They're just ice.
They become muskeg.
So what are you working on, Merrick?
Ooh, that's a secret.
Fair enough.
That's okay.
Really?
No, there's.
You want to be like that, eh? Come on to a public hangout and not share.
All right. Okay, there's an event going on run by some of the folks in Winnipeg for a painting competition. So I'm working on something for that. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right,
fair enough. Well, good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
If it's anywhere near as cool as that bat lizard, then it'll do quite well.
Oh, this guy right here, this freaking 20-hour bullshit fucking. I just
20
want
hours.
to thank. Well,
Wait, so you put in a light amount of work, then, is what you're saying.
That was 20 hours straight. It was the converting time and all that was a lot more, but sure.
That is amazing. I love that conversion, dude. You knocked that one out of the park. So fantastic.
Thank you. I'm more interested to hear on what your opinion is on the paint job.
Well,
because yeah, I put it in the end of month submit, so I will wait patiently until that comes around for you guys to give me your opinion on that.
You will hear about it in roughly 3 weeks.
Thank you. Yeah, I really, really, really tried this time. Like, it was an adventure and a half.
What did we say about your last one? I'm just trying to remember it now. It was a similar piece. It was the gateway, right? Guy kicking through the gateway.
Yeah, it was basically the gateway was fantastic, and the miniature's face was too dark, I believe, was the final critique.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, really well framed. Good composition on that thing. Paid attention to the natural nature of the stone. Yeah, that's what I remember about that.
Oh, that archway was A+, man. That was so fantastic. The way you framed the colors on that was beautiful.
Yeah, I have never had more fun painting stone than since I basically found like my 3 colors of stone choice, which is just basically like Eshin gray, black with like a blue glaze over top, and then you dry brush the Eshin gray back over top, and then you just start laying down washes of like your greens and your browns and all that kind of stuff, and then you dry brush your wolf gray on top of that, and then you go back to your washes, put them back on, and then you do your line work with the wolf gray, and I can't argue with the results. I love them.
Yep. I mean, you have hit upon the secret. Like with doing good stone, you just keep doing it. That's the key. The key with good stone is you just keep doing it over and over again. You keep dry brushing and then washing and going back and forth.
Yeah. It's like that and doing like Batrock's Cape were like super fun because it was just like a lot of glazing back and forth.
Yep.
So, as part of the skirmish challenge, then that's what you're putting a lot of this towards, that, right, Mark?
That is finished.
Okay.
That my Batrock fig that I just did, like the one that you guys reviewed in the last PMP review, that one is in there, and then there's like 9 other miniatures that I was able to fit into my budget. I had to cut some stuff out so I could fit in the big my 6-winged Night Venator.
Sure.
Paul, was it your Council of 8 that you're putting towards that skirmish challenge, or do you got something else going?
I'm doing some Bretonians.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, little send off for their discontinuance.
No, man, didn't you hear they're coming back?
They're coming back. Any day now. As I said, we basically got the new Bretonian book. It's fine. Like, Bretonians in the General's Handbook are going to get points. They're, we have new rules for all of them. I don't know, sounds to me like we got the Bretonian book. So there you go. It's happened.
You know what I'm super excited for? When they do the Seraphon little cards for the Silver Tower. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm really pissed at myself because I kind of I was recording my topic of the week quickly, and because I've been really, really busy today and just whatever, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I got in everything I wanted to talk about, but there was one thing I wanted to mention that I totally forgot. So, they've said you can take in any heroes you want, right? They're going to have the expansion rules to allow you to take in any heroes, right?
Right.
And so Relian, if you know who he is, he's been on the show a couple times. Good guy, Brad Schwant, Relian on Twitter. He was doing a thing on Twitter where he said, choose your 4 heroes you're taking into the Silver Tower. And so everybody was tweeting, their 4-pack of heroes that they were taking in at him. And it was super cool. So I was upset because I meant to mention that and say, tell me your 4 heroes you want to take in, right?
Let's do that.
Oh, yeah.
You want to play that game?
So are we talking
right
strictly? Yeah, are we talking strictly Warhammer? Or are we talking anything?
Yeah, Warhammer. Yeah, your 4 heroes. It can be any special character or anything like that. The 4 heroes you're bringing into the Silver Tower.
Okay, and are we basing this off the game more or the narrative?
We're basing this off of whatever 4 heroes you want to go rock the Silver Tower and get fat loots.
Okay.
You may use whatever criteria you like.
Okay. Well, I'm starting with the obvious. That's Sigmar.
Has to be an actual has to be something there is a model or rule for.
Okay. So then I guess I'll go Vlad, of course.
Sure.
Especially since he can come back.
Mm-hmm.
That's particularly handy. I mean, he would be a pretty good tank in that way.
Okay.
Let's see. I'd go for probably the Celestant Prime, because we're going to be facing a lot of demons and chaos stuff, and no one stomps them better than him.
Okay.
Let's see. I would definitely probably have a Necromancer too, because between Vlad and him, we could just resummon, reincarnate basically anything that we killed that was immortal.
Sure.
To turn our enemies' troops against them. And the 4th one, man. Who's really good at healing in the game? Other than the Lord Relictor.
Mario?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'd do Alariel then, because we'd need someone to kind of, prop everyone back up as they take a beating.
All right. I dig it. So, Vlad, the Celestant Prime, a random Necromancer, and Alariel. Okay? That's your 4-pack.
Yeah, it's quite the Fellowship of the Ring, so to speak.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, who's next?
I'll take a crack at it.
Right, I'm
taking the.
No, you cannot take your Batman Lizard.
No. He doesn't need a team. He goes in alone.
Sure.
So I would be taking the Source Sunblood because he's really killy. The Source Old Blood on foot. As well as a Lord Celestant on foot and a Knight Venator for some range support.
All right. So you're going in hard with the Holy Alliance there.
That's right.
Okay.
Vince, I have one question for my force. Can we convince Vlad that Isabella is being held at the top of the tower?
Sure,
because then his forces get even better.
Yes. You may convince Vlad of anything you like in your narrative.
That will tip the balance.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he goes from 1 damage on each of his 6 attacks to 2, and he gets rerolls. So I'll take that.
Right. So I'm gonna reach back into lore a little bit and give you a scenario.
Okay.
So the two greatest sort of Mission Impossible heroes of ever in the Warhammer world are gonna step up to this in the form of Felix and Gotrek.
Okay.
Nice.
Those are my 2 guys. They are going to be joined with, oddly enough, because the source of this evil in the Silver Tower is just overwhelming any differences that they ever had. Thankwall and Bone Ripper are going to join in. They'll put their differences aside for the greater evil, and calamity will ensue. Gotrek will complain about it. Felix will be talking him into it all the time, saying that, it's our only option. You got to stick with it. And then Thankwall will curse the failures of all his minions at any turn, but will miraculously come through and make wild, exciting shit happen to pull them out of the fire when needed. That's how I see that going.
So I guess my question would be, if that group is successful, do they all kill each other?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they do. But only if they're successful.
Right.
They'll hold it together until then.
Or until they start to really fail utterly and fall apart. Like, either one of those is possible, frankly, but yes.
Sure. It's not a rock solid alliance.
No, but it sounds fun. All right, I like it. Paul, what do you got, man? Who's going in?
I think the Green Knight is a solid choice.
Okay.
Keep coming back.
So, like, basically they thought there was 3 of them going in, then all of a sudden he just steps up.
I mean, just thinking from gameplay sort of perspective, I mean, Balthazar Gelt going up against other heroes, he will just melt their faces. Let's see. Good, just general utility backup with like a warrior priest, and I'm not really sure. Maybe Volton. He's pretty killy in AOS. They have a nice little human warband.
Oh, yeah. Need a smashy hammer guy.
Yeah.
Off.
Okay, Vince, before you say it, I know who your first choice is.
Okay, who is my first choice?
Manfred.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely.
No way.
And then
no, it's actually a good idea, so that whenever there's, basically a time that they come across in the tower where they know that someone's going to have to die, they just throw him under the bus and run on.
Wow. He's smart enough to betray all the other people before that happens, though.
That's exactly. You can't trust that guy. He's a problem.
Yeah.
All right.
But then you would get TL, damn it, Manfred.
Well, that's true, as he consistently fails and ruins everything. Constantly. Yes, as though it's his job and mission in life. All right, my 4-pack. Sure. Okay. So I'm going... well, obviously we've got Khalida going in because, duh, she's awesome, right? Okay.
Okay.
Gotta have her. We're gonna take Deathmaster Snitch because if I'm bringing tower infiltration, I'm going to the true leader, the true infiltrator, and they don't come better than the Deathmaster. Let's see.
Can't argue with that.
Oh, I thought you were going to
Absolutely.
come back with the Oxyotl
Oxyotl.
argument.
Look, Deathmaster Snitch would rip that dumb lizard head apart. Okay. He might have been. I don't. Look. Oxyotl might have been better.
I'm inclined to agree. I'm not disagreeing.
Sure. He's better than like any other Skaven assassin, Oxyotl. He took apart, a member of like the Black 13 or whatever, which are the assassins right under Snitch. But Snitch took out the freaking Dwarven King. Like, forget about it. It's over. Okay. Snitch is Snitch. So there you go. So we got Khalida, we've got Deathmaster Snitch. I want to take in the Mask because she can like do some sexy time adventures, just dancing. You gotta have somebody with charisma to distract people, right? And the Mask is like she's got something for everybody, right? So that's definitely happening. And so I'm trying to think of like who else should be along in this party that I really like and would want to bring.
You need a barbarian.
Like, who is my fourth person?
Korgoth's cool.
Somebody dumb and smashy is what you need.
Korgoth's cool.
You're right. I do need a meathead. Let's see. Who is my other meathead?
Cool hates Zinch because he's Corn allied, and there's not much more.
No. We're not taking anything. Nothing corn related. We're not bringing in the corn pops.
You need Cetra.
No, Cetra would never work with everybody else. He doesn't kneel. He would only lead the party, and we've already got Khalida, who's clearly the brains behind this operation. We've got Khalida to be the brains. We've got Snitch to be the infiltration. We've got Mask to be the charisma. That's face. We're just building the A-team here, right? You're right. I need my Mr. T. I need my Mr. T. So, let's see. Like, I'm actually looking at my armies and trying to think of, like, who's the Mr. T for these armies. I don't play a lot of armies with big, dumb, smashy guys.
What about the barbarian that they're releasing for the game?
I was going to say...
unnamed Dracov barbarian.
I was going to say the orc that was the incarnate of magic.
Oh, Grimgor?
Grimgor? He's, again, too full of himself. Like, that's the problem. No. Like, he doesn't kneel either.
That's still easily manipulated, right? Like, you know how that went with him.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Him and just said,
him and Malkuth?
That guy's tougher than you. Go get him. He's like, okay.
Yeah. So you say you're the best, but that guy over there says he's the best.
Oh no! I think I'm gonna bring in. So for my Mr. T, I think I am going to have to bring in the named Shagoth. That's who I'm bringing. What was that guy's name? I can't think of his stupid name. Kolek. There you go. Kolek Suneater. That's my muscle. Kolek Suneater.
Who's he aligned with? Which Chaos God?
He was undivided.
Okay. I guess my only concern is with both yours and Kieran's is that your guys are going to kill each other maybe halfway through.
Look.
It makes a good story.
Exactly. We can make this isn't about. Look, we're not trying to start a book club here, okay? We're on a mission. All right.
But I'm questioning you. I'm questioning if you'll be able to complete the mission with all the infighting.
Well, here's what I know. It'll make for a good story.
This is true.
And a really interesting book.
The tension will keep you watching, James.
Exactly.
That's true. So instead of your squads being kind of Fellowship of the Ring, Lord of the Rings-ish, yours would be very much more Game of Thrones, like backstabbing each other the whole way.
Correct.
Okay.
As long as you're serving a purpose. To my ends.
You get to stick around. Them's the rules. I like it.
I see now why you played Skaven so much, Vince.
Absolutely. Because they're the best and the interesting army? Yes, that's why I played them.
Okay.
In playing Kings of War lately, I've been playing just about exclusively with the Ratkin. And they have similar stuff like machinery that is pretty lethal, etc., etc. But the thing that I lament and miss is shit doesn't blow up. Like, things don't catastrophically explode or do anything miraculous. I miss that part of them.
Yeah, it really is the thing that that draws you to them, right? I mean, yep. The spectacular failures and incredible strings of luck are what made the Skaven, right? It's what made them so good.
Absolutely. Yeah. So unfortunately, the Kings of War game, as good as it is for a lot of things, doesn't capture that.
They'd probably get sued if they did.
Well. No, they could if they wanted to incorporate some deep mechanics about, having a random a random success table or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. I think it just doesn't fit with the game is really the issue. I don't think they're worried about lawsuits. And moreover, I do not think Games Workshop is even very sue happy like everyone says. I think that's largely a myth.
Says the man who got a cease and desist order.
Exactly. I got a cease and desist order, not a notification of suit. It's a big difference, right? Cease and desist are common. They don't mean anything. You stop the bad behavior, it goes away. That's what a cease and desist is.
What did you get the C&D for?
The very first RPG that I self-published, I did not do enough proper research for on names, which is a stupid, easy mistake to make or to avoid, and here we are with me doing it because I'm a dum-dum, but there you are. And I used the name of an old product from Games Workshop from the 80s that they still kept the patent alive on. So there you go. And they were not thrilled about that. But again, like, they didn't, like, you know, they just said, like, please, they sent me a cease and desist that said, we still hold the patent on this, please stop using it. So I did. And that was it.
One thing I didn't ask you about that, Vince, is were you deep into production? Like you already produced books?
Oh, many.
A lot of dough?
Oh, it was costly, yes.
Yeah, too bad.
But again, like, that's not their fault. You know what I mean? Like, that information is free for me to get a hold of, right? Nobody is to blame here except me for not doing the proper research. I really, really believe that.
Fucking GW fanboy.
Look, if I held a patent, I would want it to be able to be defendable too. I get it.
I agree.
Yep.
I was just poking fun for the sake of poking fun.
I hear you. I get it, and I agree.
What's all that about?
Fuck me.
That's what you get. Yeah. So, which is funny too, because there's sort of a rumor that game that I had used the name of may be coming back at some point in time, not in the too far future. So that'll make me laugh if that happens.
Well, then you'll feel at least justified that they backed you down, right?
Sure.
Because you could just go on the rest of your life saying, "Oh, well, they
I hope
called it that first, and they're squandering my dreams just to be squandering my dreams."
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, it's exactly. It's one of those things where, like, my game was not ever going to be like hugely successful or sell in these massive numbers or anything like that. It was more just annoying because yes, I had already printed books, and so hence, oh good, now I get to destroy all those books and make new ones.
You should have made special sleeve covers for them.
It was a thought. It was a thought that did come up as a point of discussion, but in the end, it's really almost just as expensive, frankly. So.
All right, kids, I think I'm going to sign off for the evening. Thanks for having me on. It's been fun.
Absolutely.
Farewell, Paul.
Glad you made up your mind to jump on.
Yeah, right. All right, guys, have a good night.
Take it easy, bud.
later, man.
How does anyone paint with metallics that aren't these metallics? How? How does anyone use a metal paint that isn't this?
I put it
Like
on my
a
palette
steel-colored
and
paint.
I put it on my brush.
You're doing it wrong.
Yeah, you are doing it wrong. I actually just bought, and I felt so dirty for buying them, the Citadel golds, like the Liberator, Retributor, and their Air one, which is also Victor, just to try them out. And yeah, it's not the same.
Sure, I mean they're not bad as acrylic golds go. They're probably some of the best acrylic golds out right now, which is not saying a whole lot because most acrylic gold is total garbage. But
agreed.
I got to test a little sample of a new acrylic gold that Secret Weapon is doing at Adepticon when I was talking to Justin McCoy or whatever, and I am very excited for that.
Don't tease me.
No, I know. I will be doing a review of it as soon as it comes out, I promise. Vallejo is also about to release a brand new set of like weathering stuff, like a crazy huge set of weathering stuff. They gave the whole set to Geraldes, and he's doing a show on his, or he's going to do a full review of it. So I will be very interested in that.
I keep looking at those Vallejo medals at the hobby shop, but I haven't pulled the trigger on them.
Get them.
Pull the trigger. If you have them at your hobby shop, there is no excuse. Buy 3 of them. Buy steel, dark aluminum, regular aluminum, or white aluminum. I'm telling you right now.
I don't know if you saw the.
I want to try the copper too.
The Batman.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
But like the only colors I used to do the metallics on him were gunmetal, magnesium, and steel. That's it. And it's like I didn't have to wash it. I didn't have to nothing. Like I did, but I didn't have to.
They're just beyond reason good. I mean, really, it's hard to like I guarantee you this, Kieran. You'll paint with them and you'll mix them and you'll see how they both coat amazingly and still blend perfectly. And you'll be like, I don't understand how I ever painted with anything else. Nor do I understand the weird sorcery that this strange metallic paint does. Because once you have it on, it looks like you painted metal. Like, not kind of like metal, not like every other metal paint looks, where it doesn't really look like real metal. This looks like freaking metal. It's crazy.
It's the first metallic paint I've used that I've put it on and thought, I don't even need to highlight this. Like one coat, and that was it.
Well, I think the reason I haven't done it is lately I haven't painted anything that even requires more than like a bracelet in metal.
Yeah.
Sure, well, you've been doing a lot of cloth.
You have been painting a whole lot of little gremlin things, so
I did.
There's that. Which look fantastic, by the way. Just want to throw that out there. They look amazing.
Thanks.
I love how you did like all the wood grain stuff. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I think over the last couple of years, wood grain has become my jam. I'm actually willing to put 6 layers into brown on those.
It shows.
Before I was just willing to do, 2 colors in a wash.
You should, Kieran, you should look into some Intensity Intense Wood. You should pick that up. It's part of the Intensity set from Scale 75. It's truly, truly amazing that the effect of it. So, like, it's this right here, Intensity Intense Wood. Okay, if you do like undercoating of some black
called
gray,
intense wood.
Intense wood.
That's amazing.
Get you some intense wood. Like when you zenithal and then just like this wouldn't be up to your standard, but here's what I'm saying. If you zenithal out some wood and then just like dry brush it to really pick out the rough texture, right? Because your airbrush isn't gonna pick out texture like that. You run a quick dry brush of ivory over it or something, right? And then you just run over a layer of this intense wood, it's going to look like wood. It's insane. It's crazy. Like, the tone of this is unlike any other wood-colored ink I've ever used. There's no sepia I've done, no anything else that looks like it. Now, you can still play with it from there and start messing around. And James could be making a ridiculous racket. That's fine. What are you doing?
Going on, Squires.
I'm trying to find a specific paint.
In what? Like a bag of marbles and steel coins?
No, in a wooden chest here. This is what I keep my paints in.
Dear Lord.
Right. Well, I'm in good shape that I still have, for doing the wood, I still have some Games Workshop inks. Like I have chestnut and brown ink still. And those are pretty tremendous for making sure you get the darks as dark as you can get them.
All right, everyone,
yeah,
catch
they're good.
that. Go ahead and drink.
Hey, he's not here.
I know. I'm just keeping the spirit alive. I told I told Mitch the other day that if I drank every time he said tremendous, I'm pretty sure I'd die of alcohol poisoning.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
She does say it a lot.
Absolutely, and you won't go for an hour.
I can't find that paint. Oh well.
Okay.
I
guess I can come back to that.
And yeah, I hear you. Those are good. I know those old inks are good. I'm just saying. That Inktense wood is pretty amazing.
Oh, something
if
else.
You're in the right company.
I'm really.
Go ahead, Merrick.
I'm like super excited to paint this guy next.
Ooh yeah! Did you get the party rock guy as well?
Yeah.
With the glow sticks, the guy with the glow sticks.
Oh yeah, yeah. My buddy just picked up the big war boss, the brutes, and the Ard boys, because he's wanted to start orcs forever, but he didn't like have the time to paint like 500 orc models. So, which, by the way, you know what that means, Vince? That means
temporary
we're
time
working on them war bands for more time.
Oh sure, yeah, I know. Yes, it's been mentioned.
Can I just say that I think that the new orcs would be a better starter army than the Stormcast or the Bloodbound, like for the starter set, because I feel like they check off just about every box that you want for when you're teaching someone the game. They throw a lot of dice, they kill stuff quickly, most of them don't have overly complicated rules, and they're just a lot of fun. They're not like the Stormcast and the Bloodbound where it's like, I roll a few dice, I killed nothing. You roll a few dice, you killed nothing. Okay, we're stuck in stalemate.
Yeah, but then what do you put with them?
What do you mean, what do you put with them?
Well,
as the opponent?
Starter set's got to have 2 armies, right?
Well,
so
honestly...
if you say death. Don't say death, because that's wrong.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be. Like, when I was training the new GW manager that's going to be at store number 100 in AOS, I brought just, like, some basic skeletons, like a group of 10, and just other stuff like that he could just mow right through so that it could be fun. So, I don't know, something like Skaven. I think they might have been a good counter to it if you had like a bunch of clan rats or something that's pretty basic like that, because then you have something the orcs can mow through, but it's okay because there's so many of them that the losses don't matter too much.
Should have been lizardmen.
Maybe.
No, not maybe. It should have been. Their rules are super simple. They're relatively killy. They have a little bit of everything.
Okay, but think about this. The person who plays against them, who's brand new to the game, is going to get so pissed off. Because it's going to be like, your rend does nothing to me. Your rend does nothing to me all game long.
Well, actually, it's pretty easy to, like, as soon as Source Warriors or Temple Guard get into it with any kind of monstrous infantry unit, most of those units have a -2 rend. So that bonus is gone right there, and as well as most of their armor save. So like it's not too hard to get around. It is like a big boon that they have, but it's not as factions ethereal units that just completely ignore rend altogether.
Yes, I love those, especially when I'm setting them on terrain and casting Mystic Shields on them.
Yeah, I fucking hate those. My wife loves her ethereal units like the
Hex Wraiths.
Hex Wraiths, the Karn Wraiths, the Banshee, all that crap.
I have, in the last game that I played, which I put up the battle report of, well, I take it back. The last game I played with a real Death Force, I had a unit of 5 Hex Wraiths that were in terrain with Mystic Shield, so they were up to a 2-up, and they were fighting 2 Mighty Lords of Khorne, like 2 other Khornate heroes, like 8 Khorne warriors, and just nothing could move them because of their ridiculous, saves with no rend affecting them.
Yeah, they're.
But speaking of Cairn Wraiths, and your Deathmaster Snitch, Vince, this isn't on his level, but I got this Reaper Wraith dude because I thought he looked kind of like a Ninja Ring Wraith, so I filled him as one of my Cairn Wraiths because I'm like, he's pretty cool.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's great. It's the kind of thing you can definitely do alternative models around pretty easily.
Yeah.
Deathmaster Snicketch, though, there is no alternative model for him. I think that GW's new sculpt for him, actually even the old sculpt is good too, are the best out of the Skaven line. They are by far my favorite miniatures from Skaven.
They're pretty fantastic. Both Snitches were.
I like Queek a lot too. Head Taker.
The updated Queek was really good. I was never too much of a fan of the old one.
Yeah.
The new Queek was quite good. I'm trying to think of what other. Some of the the updated. I will say, it's hard to argue with the updated Ikit Claw as well. Who is now the guy who's now the Arch Engineer.
Yeah, that I love his. I don't know. You know what? I'm actually kind of torn on that because I do like the model, but do I like it just because of his big claw hand? And I'm pretty sure that's the reason why I like him.
Isn't that enough?
No. Snicketch I like as a whole, but Ikit Claw I only like that one particular part.
I'm okay with it. The dude's in power armor. Not Stormcast armor, not jokey, haha, it's power armor. No, he's in power armor.
Yeah. That is welded to his body.
Yep.
God, this is going to be such an annoying fucking miniature to paint.
What's that? Oh, this thing you're working on that you won't tell us about, yes.
Yeah, it's the conversion I'm not going to tell you about. The base miniature for it is the Chaos Lord on foot.
The new one?
Is there any other one?
Well, I mean, there's other
ones. The guy
ones
with the big halberd stick?
Yeah.
Yeah, this dude right here, if that's able to be seen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a fantastic miniature, but he's I'm just cleaning him off and stuff and getting the chaosy bits off of him, and it's I'm looking at it and sort of I'm gonna have to pre-paint and then assemble this guy because he's just the pieces fit too close together.
Yeah, there are definitely pieces you have to do him in sub-assemblies. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. His back and his front for sure, or you're never going to get in there to paint his cape.
Yep. That is correct.
Right.
He is a great model.
Yeah.
I think I'm settled back in now. I have to take the Hound out. Or release the Hound.
What did you just say?
So I think I'm settled back in now. I have to let the Hound out in the yard for a while.
Are you saying? Is this a way of saying you're out of here for a little while? Is that what that was?
No, well, maybe you didn't notice that I was out of here for a little while already.
Oh, I've been staring straight down. I'm sorry. I literally haven't even been looking at the screen. I apologize. I'm sorry, Kieran.
What are you working on anyway, Vince?
I'm working on this Gorgon, who's going to be a competition piece for large fantasy entry and something upcoming, which means that I'm trying to be I am putting a ridiculous amount of time and effort into a Gorgon. I would just like to point that out. There are a few more insane things I've decided to do in my life than make a Gorgon into a competition piece.
Well,
but here we are.
Do you find yourself like holding your breath whenever you go to do like a fine detail bit? Because I did that a lot when I was painting, like the piece I did.
Yes, certainly. It's not as much about holding your breath. Well, sometimes yes, sometimes no. It's as much about like just breathing very carefully at certain points in time. Yeah. The only time I really tend to hold my breath is when I've got like my magnifying headset on and I'm trying to do like detailed eyes on a 28mm miniature, right? Because then I have to be operating like there's just no room for error whatsoever.
I think it depends on how you brace your hands when you're painting a miniature, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole idea.
Well, I mean,
don't want to shake.
Well, so like to be very clear, what I'm talking about there when I'm doing like eyes on a miniature like that, it's like this. So if you can see what I'm doing, okay, so it's locked wrists, okay, locked wrists, elbows on a solid surface, or like elbows on a solid surface, forearms on a solid surface, so 2 points of contact, elbows down, wrists here, or forearms locked, wrists locked, hand locked. This is what's moving, my finger, like this, right? So there's 3 different positions of movement, and even then I still will like, when you get in there for the really, really hyper detail, yeah, that'll be like a breath holding period. But most of the time I don't have to, because yes, this is enough, if you do that kind of lock. When I was at the competition at the Steamon Expo, I took a painting thing that Jen Haley led, and which was awesome because she's freaking amazing. And she had this like big square lap pillow she used. I don't know, it was almost like a Tempur-Pedic type of material, and she would sit her arms there and paint like this. And I was like, holy that's genius, because it looked so comfortable. Like she was in such a more comfortable position when she was painting because she had this big like square, it was like a rectangle pillow, like a perfect rectangle. I don't know what it was. I should have asked her where it was from, but I didn't think to ask at the time. And then later I was like, oh my god, I could totally use that.
So does that mean that you're going to buy one of the GW branded pillows?
The Space Marine one?
Yes, that is exactly what it means. That is correct. I'll be heading to the store tomorrow to pick up my GW pillow. That's right.
I tend to do all those things that you talked about, but I also tend to be right over top of the model too. Like sure. I find that I turn my shoulders over top. Yeah, I'm doing that fine detail stuff. And then I get up and I have a sore neck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes.
I can't do that because my shoulders have a tendency to like pop. It's not pleasant. So any type of rolling is not in the cards for me. So I have to have like a little pillow in behind me so that I'm sat up straight and crap. Thanks, work.
Yeah, I hear you. I just hurt my rotator cuff myself, so I got to be real careful with that too.
Yeah. Both of mine have been torn multiple times.
That's fun.
Oh yeah. It's from lifting that nickel.
So Thomas Walsh just shared a post out to the YouTubers that it's pretty interesting. So if you look at it, it says it's like a Fae Sylvaneth combination. So it's like a half elf, half tree. They're like dryads with elvish parts.
Okay.
From Fae,
so just like the tree can reborn.
Fire Slayers to festering Rotbringers and rampaging Ironjaws, the Mortar Rums, team with warring races. So they have pictures of like other denizens, and yeah, one of them is like clearly the new Wood Elves are going to be tree elf hybrid type of things, and that's pretty
Boo
awesome.
Earns.
What'd you say?
I said Boo Earns.
What is Boo Earns?
Yeah, I don't get it.
I don't know. You guys don't watch The Simpsons?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
He's just trying to express
like-
his displeasure. That's
I
simple
do
as
not
that.
like that idea at all.
You do not like the
I
idea of
wanted.
elf tree hybrids?
No, I do not. I don't know. It's I was like the with my wood elves anyway. It was more of like the I don't know if they were more Native American towards like animals and shit like that. So it was sort of like I don't know. I wanted to see like an iteration of them where it was like in the 6th edition book there was a kindred you could take where it was like an alter kindred where they were like shapeshifters almost. I wanted to see something run that way.
So wouldn't they feel more like beastmen then? I mean, I obviously see the
No,
difference,
like
but could they still feel like beastmen in some way?
no, because that's not like the miniature wouldn't look like a beastman. It would be an elf. But they would have certain aspects where certain like clothing, like a bear cloak or something like that. You know
So
what I mean?
you're saying that to capture that they would be like elves, that they would have some bestial characteristics.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So they'd be like fairly like I don't know, like if you had to pick an existing thing to compare them to, maybe like Beastmen, just as an example. I'll just throw that out there as a possibility. Is what you're saying?
No, they would be like the guys from the old Altered Beast video game.
No, they would be
Oh.
they would be like this. Like the miniatures that already exist.
Well, then why do we need new ones?
You just need
We
more of
don't.
them like that.
Yeah, we need more of them like that. They only did one.
Gotcha. No,
like-
I'm all about it. I think that's great. Here's what I like. I'm sorry. Go ahead, American. I'll launch into my thing. Go ahead.
I don't know. I just like when they first did Wood Elves, that miniature was actually like extremely difficult for me to get because it was like a direct only thing. So we had to like order it in and crap. I couldn't just walk in and pick it up off the shelf. And it was like to me that was the best miniature besides the Waywatcher Lord that came out of that whole like army being redone at that time.
Gotcha. I wonder very much what other additional new models we're going to get without new models. And by that, what I mean is, what's that?
I was just saying, right, like they did with the whole crypt flares and all.
Correct. Yes, exactly. Like, that's not going to be the end of that. Like, we all know that, right? Like, there's going to be more of that.
Which is I'm totally cool with. Like I'd like to see like the I don't know Rangers, the Wildwood Rangers mixed with something crazy like I don't know the Wild Rider kits or something. Like I don't know, like just mixing the sprues from like multiple different boxes to create different things.
Well, exactly. See, previously I had really only contemplated this as alternate things from one box, right? That is to say, like, take the Witch Elves and the Sisters of Slaughter, right? Like, you could build an easy hybrid there and have a new unit, right?
Yeah.
You could have, like, Witch Elves wielding, like, the whips and chains and stuff like that or whatever, right?
That sounds very Slaneshi.
Sure, something like that. But, like, that Dryad, that sort of weird Fey Dryad kit almost looks like they took a Dryad and combined it with an Elf kit. I don't even know if that would be possible. I don't know how much any of those actually go together. But it'd be interesting if they were just like, yeah, just take this and shove it together with this, and now you get a new. That's your new model. There you go.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
I just want more. I mean, of course, death related. I just want more like conversion kits or something to take other races models and turn them into like zombies and stuff. That's what I'm trying to do right now with some orcs from that start collecting orc box.
Mm. Yeah, you could pillage a lot from the human militia boxes if you've ever had those.
Mm-hmm.
because you can multi-part those onto anybody else.
Oh yeah, those things were like, those were the zombie dream come true. That human militia kit. Everybody, like, come on now. Everybody at some point had to have done that, right? Made a unit of zombies using that militia kit. It just seems like the thing to do. All the kids are doing it.
Yeah, it was a natural ease. They were roughly the same size.
Yeah, and they all had like similar sort of breakdowns. You know, they were the classic torso, 2 arms, 2 legs, head, combination. So it was very interchangeable, right?
Yeah. The tough thing that you have out of the Games Workshop range, however, is you don't have a lot of models that are just lightly armored, or even just wandering around in their street clothes.
Right.
Like everybody's got a lot of gear loaded onto them with extra provisions and stuff like that. And when you're doing zombie stuff or slave stuff, then you don't want any of that. You want the simplest, plain old dude that you can find.
Right.
Yep. I've been taking the boars from the boar riders in that kit and converting them up into basically dire boars instead of dire wolves. And so I've been taking extra bits from the Terrorgeist kit, because I have 2 of them. I built one as a Terrorgeist, one as a zombie dragon, and using some of the bone bits from kind of like the neck area of the Terrorgeist to make like femur bones and stuff for the boars, so I can actually have like, parts of the legs where there's no skin and all.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, and I've got I've got bits sticking out of them, like to kind of represent like how they died. Like this guy's got a scythe sticking in his back, and he's got like a arrow in his eye, and things like that may not be real easy to see. But I just want to try to represent them being dead, and I'm taking like an X-Acto blade and carving like claw marks in the faces and stuff like that. But I feel like that's easier to do than like an Auric or something to make that truly look zombified.
Do you have a Dremel style tool or something similar to that?
I think I do.
They're fantastic.
What was springing into mind here when you were saying that is you could lightly use it to just shave away some fur.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't want to dig deep enough that you're going to go all the way through the plastic, but you can shave that down so you could have some patches of exposed flesh. I would add a lot to that, I think.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
If you're looking for an example of using a Dremel, my conversion corner used that on a miniature to get the things off that I needed off.
I'll have to check that one out then.
It
is a highly valuable tool in the toolkit. I could not have done the much of the Bretonnian Stormcast conversion without one, that's for sure.
No, well, you could have. It just would have taken you, like...
forever.
A million times longer, yeah.
Yeah.
Could also use it to green stuff yourself some hoods for your guys, if you so see yourself inclined.
For who?
For anyone.
What I really need to figure out is a good way to convert up my basic Necromancer to look kind of unique, since I've taken a Coven Throne and I've removed all the vampires from it, and I've built a custom skeleton warrior to kind of stand on the front as like a bodyguard, and I'm going to put the Necromancer on it to match one of the my favorite character from the novels so far that's not a Stormcast, not a major character. But I just haven't really figured out a good way to change that Necromancer model in any significant way. It's kind of a very compact sculpt, so it's not really easy.
What is the character you're referring to?
His name's Mopus. He's from the Stormcast novel.
And what does he look like?
It just describes him as a necromancer that's, very close to death. Like he looks almost skeletal. His skin's like kind of see-through. It's so thin, and he's just barely hanging on to life because he doesn't really care other than amassing knowledge. That's the only reason he even keeps himself alive.
Okay.
And you're starting from the base necromancer that's like with the cloak coming up both sides of him?
Yeah, it looks kind of vulture-esque. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I would, well, a pretty simple, easy conversion to do would be to bore out his face because he's got that hood on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
well, he doesn't have a hood. He has like a crest around his neck or whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like to bore out his head or whatever, and then put like a actual skeleton head in there instead. And then I don't know, maybe to show that he's, you know, trying to. Usually, people that are trying to further themselves in power like to stay alive. So, like, maybe he would have some bits of armor on him, you know, that type of thing. So maybe like a simple thing to do would be to take one of those the Stormcast shoulder pads that has like nothing on it and sort of chew it up, make it look like you would if you were going to put it on like a Nurgle model or something, and then tack that onto his shoulder, and then there's your conversion done. Simple, and gets the effect you're going for as well.
Yeah, I like the face swap idea for sure.
So is this guy actually a Stormcast character?
No, he does ally with them in the end in the book, but he's a necromancer that's very much keeps to himself until he absolutely has no choice, and he's more of a librarian, I guess, at heart. Like he just collects lots and lots of old books and studies it away from the rest of the world.
So you just picture him as a wizened little human.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is basically what the necromancer is.
Yeah. You got access to Malifaux models?
I believe I do. There's few
places. Suggest is called Yan Lo. They do a model called Yan Lo.
Oh yeah.
I'd have to look it up.
I wonder if on my iPad here if I have any screen sharing options. I don't know if I do on this thing.
Oh, you're doing the same thing I'm doing? I got no options whatsoever.
The Google Hangouts on the Hangouts on here don't have a lot going on.
How do you spell his name?
Yanlo, I think, right?
Yeah, as simple as it sounds. 5 total letters.
All right.
He's like the head of the ancestor dudes, spirit guys.
I'm trying to pull him up, but let's see if
Actually, I think I might have him close at hand.
Okay. My computer's trying to multitask on too many different things, so it's running pretty slow on that.
Yeah. Well, depending on the resolution and how this turns out, you might be able to get a look.
All right.
You know what? Actually, let me put him on the flip side camera. Maybe this will work better. Coming through to you, James?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can see him. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I think that'd be a good one.
Yeah, he's got a little skeletal hand reaching out.
Uh-huh.
Now, how many pieces is that miniature?
Immaterial.
It's lots. His little teeny beard. Can you see his little teeny beard there?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Famously, that's a separate piece that you have to glue into his chin.
Yeah, I like that one. I may have to look at that one at one of my local shops that carries it. See if they've got any. No, I'm not scared of, many part models. I can't sculpt to save my life. So most of my conversions are done by taking tiny pieces from lots of different models, like an elbow and then like a forearm for something else, and then sticking them all together to make something new.
That's how it starts.
Yeah.
That's how I started to. Eventually it'll come down to it to where you just can't find the part you need, and then you make it, and then it all just snowballs after that.
I've dipped my toes in it, but I'm not very good at it yet.
Nobody's good on their first go.
That's true. I was rather ambitious on my first go. I was trying to sculpt basically almost entirely from scratch a Inquisitor for 40K. I was trying to make like his robes and his armor and all that jazz on the first go.
Yeah, I was my first try was pretty ambitious as well. I took a Balrog.
Yeah, I have one.
From the Lord of the Rings and turned him into a giant lizardman. I'll go get him. I'll be right back.
I like that model. My favorite one of that particular one of the Balrog is a conversion I've seen with an unreleased add-on kit that turned him into like an ice Balrog. It looked really cool.
Oh, really? Sounds curious.
Yeah, his weapons are like, you know, very sharp icicle looking, and all the fire on his back is turned into like giant ice crystals. It's pretty neat.
Alright, so he's the Balrog and a Carnosaur with like some skink bits put on, but like I had to do all this scale work.
And that's the old Balrog model. Yeah, that one's metal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like this guy's super heavy. But
yeah, it looks really good though.
The detail work in it is like super scratchy. Like it's not really detailed at all. It's just really little blob green stuff like stuck to his back and stuff. So like, and same with his feet. Like his feet, like the first iteration of his feet were absolutely terrible. They looked more like hooves. Like this is after I've gone back after like a year of doing it and then went back and redid them. But yeah, like when you're first starting out, like to be ambitious is good because you learn from things like that. Like you take more risks when you're just learning with stuff, right? So
right.
And risk taking with miniatures is always a good thing.
Yep.
Unless, of course, it's like a $100 out of production one, then I wouldn't start there.
Oh, no way. Like I took Archon and hacked him to pieces.
Yeah, hack it up, man. There's no reason not to hack it up. It's your mini. You have spent the money. You can't get it back. Okay?
Well, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Correct. You're not going to ruin it. You're not going to ruin it. You're just going to make your own thing. What's your fear? You hack it up and then what?
Then I have to go buy another one?
You can't put it together? No, like, what's going to happen? I'm serious. Let's say you just screw the pooch completely and you hack it up. Like, okay, what do? You glue it back together with different parts. You make something out of it. Like, you can't, unless you melt it, you can't make it so it's nothing. It's still something. It's just not the thing you originally thought.
Right.
That's
the money spent. Make it a thing.
That's exactly it too. Like a lot of people when they're converting, they get this one idea in their head, and they're like, "Okay, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna build this, and this is how it's gonna work," and then it doesn't work, and they just give up. Don't give up. Change your plans on the fly. Like things are. Kieran, I'm so disappointed in you right now.
I have a Fire Phoenix that I was really ambitious about a couple years ago. And I've probably talked about this and lamented about it with you guys before, but it's still sitting in the half-done stages without me being able to sculpt feathers.
Yep, that was actually my second sculpting project. I was trying to. Are any of y'all familiar with the game that was on all the 360, PS3, that generation of consoles, Lord of the Rings: War in the North?
Oh, yep. Yeah,
yeah,
I played that.
I was trying to make Farin the dwarf from that, or whatever his name is. So I took an extra Gimli model from the starter set, chopped him up, and was trying to sculpt like chainmail and like a dragon helmet or whatever like he has later in the game and stuff like that. And originally I was trying to make an axe for him. Well, that fell through. Then I tried to make it into a hammer, and that fell through. And so I ended up giving him like a giant two-handed mace. I was like, well, there we go. I can make a block out of this green stuff.
Chainmail is actually one of my like favorite things to sculpt because it's so like it packs a whole lot of detail into a very small amount of space, and it's super easy to do. Like, it is so simple.
I was able to make it passable, so you could tell it was chainmail.
Yeah. The like it's literally just like laying out your green stuff, making it nice and flat, and then poking it with like a pin or something to put all your little hole links in, and then go back with like a slightly larger tool and just work in all those little holes and make them slightly bigger. And there you go, there's your chainmail.
Yep, he looks pretty cool. And then my son, when he was about 1.5, got a hold of him, and now he's in like 15 different pieces.
Yeah, my boy got a hold of my Bastilla-mobile the other day, and he's in like 1 million pieces now too.
Yeah. Since the Lord of the Rings game is dead around here, I haven't quite found the motivation to try to reassemble this guy in the 2 years since that happened.
I was thinking about those models the other day from the perspective of, again, I'm bringing it back to Kings of War. Those guys were actually smart enough to make an army list for a halfling army.
Yeah.
And I have, out of the Lord of the Rings range, probably about 40-ish hobbits that I had painted in the past.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe, but really only probably less than 10 more that I haven't painted. So if I was to go down the route of making an army of halflings, I'd have to acquire quite a bit more.
They're pretty good in the modern incarnation of the game.
And who doesn't love hobbits? Come on.
I like killing them.
I loathe hobbits.
I have a lot of fun fighting them with my goblin horde. Then it's massive amounts of short things against massive amounts of short things.
See, all you're doing there is dooming your race to an opportunity of being well nourished.
Yeah. Well, they have a really. My goblins have a really nice ability in that game that's similar to a ward save from classic Warhammer, and the hobbits do not have access to that, so it's kind of unfair.
But I do it anyway.
Exactly. And I bring in like the giant spiders, like Shelob and the other ones. That's always fun too. They don't really have an answer to that.
Yeah, what the fuck is a hobbit supposed to do against Shelob? Like, really?
Stab it in the gut with sting?
You saw what Sam did.
Like Sam does.
Yep.
Sam's a joke.
What? Sam is the hero of the entire trilogy.
That's actually, I would agree with that.
From simple gardener
to
ring bearer to mayor of Hobbiton. That's how far that guy went.
Yeah.
He's not dropping no eaves.
Yeah. I mean, come on, like who else? Who else is so badass that they charge into a tower of orcs and takes, on, albeit a much smaller amount because they were busy killing each other, but comes out the other side basically unharmed.
Oh, in the book itself, he fought nobody in that tower.
Right, I know. But in the film...
he had to stab a couple of dudes, but yeah, nothing. Not that that's taken any away from him, from his heroism. You got to overcome a lot of fears to do that after you kill a giant spider.
Yeah, I like it. In some of the behind-the-scenes stuff that I watched from the Fellowship, how like he had really taken to the like sword fighting choreography lessons that they had done, and he'd like really put a lot of effort into it. And he was so disappointed in the Fellowship whenever like the ring wraiths are at Weathertop, and they're like, "Dude, you're a hobbit. Like you've got to tone it down. You can't be like whooping up on these guys here," because he was like really going at it, and he was so disappointed. What a different movie that would have been.
Yeah, Sam the Slayer.
Yeah.
He got that nickname somewhere along the way, I'm sure. But so again, the vision with the Kings of War and the Hobbits is that because it's a unit-based game, and you really just got to do your individual models don't come off one at a time, so it allows you to make diorama bases for all of your units that you're doing.
Yep.
So of course, the vision here with the Hobbit army is to have them populate the hillsides of their Hobbit holes, like they're protecting.
Oh man, that's awesome. Yes.
Yeah. So
love
that's
it.
Exactly what I would aim to do.
That would be pretty cool. Do you have any of the Hobbits on ponies?
Just 2 of them, I think.
I was gonna say you could make like a little cavalry unit. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
You have lots of pigs. They could ride pigs.
Well, the trouble is the range is just too limited. For if I was to do a whole Kings of War army for it, I'd have to look to other manufacturers to get that.
Yeah. Because really, from Lord of the Rings, you've got 2 troops.
Yeah. As much as I loathe the Kickstarters, there is one that was pointed out to me where they're doing halfling cock riders.
Yep.
which looks pretty sweet, if I'm honest.
That's amazing. Vince, that's your next army, right?
No. Like it'll be a while until I work on like a full army again. I have nothing really in the queue right now. I mean, if something amazing comes out, but I've got plenty of stuff queued up. I've got lots of other competition stuff I need to paint through, and that stuff always takes a while. And then I bought some. I picked up some chibi miniatures at the Cool Mini Expo from Arcadia Quest.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about them. I think they're going to be super fun.
I don't get the hype on that, actually.
The chibi thing?
I like it because it's a chance to explore a different type of painting, like as opposed to doing like the gritty realism of like a Warhammer. You get a chance at doing like an animated cartoon character. You know what I mean? Like it's a completely different style of paint that I'm actually really interested in getting into as well, because there's like endless possibilities with those little figs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. It's just a chance to do something different, right?
That's why I'm starting a Zinch army, and every one of the demon units is going to be something comedic rather than weird looking. Like my pink horrors I mentioned before are going to be these 28mm Kirby the Nintendo character models that I found and repainted.
I used to have I gave away a demon army as a birthday gift to a guy a few years ago, but within that army I had I think 30 of the old metal pink horrors with the giant hands above their heads and waving around. They were quite fun.
Yeah.
Stupid models, but fun models.
Right.
The musician was drumming his own head.
Oh, speaking of like instruments with miniatures, Vince, I found a miniature guitar.
Well, buy. She exists. Like I could just get the girl out of the Crossroads 7.
No, it's not like an actual like miniature with a guitar. It's just the guitar that you buy. Like, it's a little kit with like 2 guitars.
So I could put that in Hellebron's hands And not need to redo the whole model.
Exactly. It's a company called Z-Lot Miniatures, and they do all kinds of cool like conversion bits and stuff.
Nice. Send me the link.
Okay.
Because otherwise I'll forget.
Will do.
Awesome.
You could also replace Ellebrun with Malifaux's model of Sue.
I'd use the one from the Crossroads 7 that's got the chick with the guitar.
Yeah. Oh right, because it needs to be a girly.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, Sue, you mean Johnny Cash?
That's what I mean, yeah.
Yes. Which I like that model. It is a sweet model, but yes, got to be a girl.
For those listening out there, Sue is not a girl.
Yeah. As all should know, the very famous song "A Boy Named Sue." Again, if you don't know that song, I don't know what to do with you.
And neither does Sue.
Get into it. Listen to some solid music, like some good old Johnny Cash. Just kick on that Johnny Cash massive box set and sit back and relax and enjoy wonderful music.
Mm-hmm.
So are you going to try and enter every crystal brush competition this year?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Where are they located? Like, where's the next one?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Okay.
The problem is, and I asked Jen about this. The problem is their website isn't updated as fast as I would really like it to be, with like what the next competition is, because it's hard to suddenly like need to drive halfway across the country.
Right.
Yeah. As well as like have a mixer ready on the fly that's competition level ready.
Yes.
But the ease of that is you know what the categories are.
Correct. They're universal categories, so I know I can just pre-paint stuff. Exactly. Yep.
Do you know, Vince, if there's going to be one in DFW?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I think that like there's probably one coming up. I think maybe they're doing it at Kubla Khan, which I'm probably gonna have to skip because that's in like that's in San Francisco, I think. It's in San Francisco like the week of Memorial Day weekend or something.
Mm-hmm.
So probably can't do that.
Why?
Because I can't just suddenly go to San Francisco. Like, it has to be something I can drive to. And I could fly there, but it's really annoying to fly with minis. So.
Yeah.
Especially minis that you absolutely can't break.
Yeah, that's a thing.
And airport security wants to know why you're smuggling in these tiny plastic weapons onto the plane.
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm not as worried about that. Pre-check, baby, that's the way to be. But
hey, if you actually get that.
I have it. It's the best investment you'll ever make in your life.
No. I mean, like, I know that you have it, but I mean, like, if it's actually offered there. Because the number of times you've told me stories about there just not being that, even though you paid for it.
Oh, the problem is, yes, when it's not that it's not there, it's that, like, at the airport in my town, the line won't be open. And so, like, they give you a little card that says, like, you don't have to take off your shoes and your jacket, but you go through the normal line, which just drives me batty.
But at most... Wait, what? Oh, it's like you pay this money and we don't actually have to do a full security check on you.
Yeah, correct. That's what it is, yes. Because, like, you're paying money for them to run a full background check on you and stuff, right?
Oh, okay.
Which is fine. I would give them DNA. I would wear a barcode if it meant I could just breeze through security at airports. Like, I don't care. You can know everything about me. There's nothing to hide. Like, just don't make me wait in stupid long security lines.
Because, as we all know, Vince has zero patience for anything but painting miniatures.
Correct. I've got a lot of patience for that.
Well, hang on. I kind of see something that bothers me about that. So, if you're willing to pay,
Yes.
for a membership, so to speak,
Basically,
the privilege you're buying is that you're not going to anal search me when I have cocaine.
Well, no, the trick is if they're running, like they do a background check on you and all this stuff, and you have to and then once you get approved, basically you get to go through a separate security line where you don't take off your shoes, you don't take off your jacket, and you go through a normal x-ray machine instead of a full body scanner. But they still run your gear through the x-ray, it's just much quicker. I mean, security in the airport is just, a nightmare. It's not like you just breeze through. What I'm saying is, if it meant I could be in, the club of just walk through, I would give them anything they wanted. They could have my DNA on file. They could, whatever. I don't care. Whatever you want, man. Whatever you want.
All right.
Does that make more sense?
Yeah, so it's not that they're just ignoring you. You're just not having to go through the regular with the regular peasantry.
Correct.
All right.
That is accurate.
No, I was just wondering, Vince. Because I know that, excuse me, that I just barely missed you on your first cross country go round. So.
Yes.
I was wondering if I was going to get to teach you to play Age of Sigmar sometime.
Gotcha. I look forward to the lesson, certainly.
After the show.
Yeah, I'll probably make more trips. I'm not doing it this year because of various and sundry reasons, but I'll probably be back on the road next year, I would bet.
All right. I was just wondering because.
And he's coming to Canada, so you're out.
That is true. I will probably go west and go to Canada.
Well, Tom and I were busy smack talking after the show the other night, so I was just wondering.
Gotcha.
Well, maybe is Tom going on a tour? Do you have designs on that?
No.
Nope.
Speaking of traveling for gaming, I know Vince, you and I talked about the Gen Con earlier in the year.
Yeah, man.
And due to some circumstances, I think I am actually going to skip it this time.
Boo!
Reason
That's
being,
what I'm saying to you.
We spent a big expense on a new bed, many thousands of dollars, and that in conjunction with the trip to the UK next month and the annual football trip, I don't know that I can justify it.
Well, I officially say boo. That's what I say. Boo.
That's fine. I take that.
I know that eventually. Go ahead, Vince.
No, I was going to say, but that's fine. I understand. What I will say is, the offer is open, so you are more than welcome, and I'd certainly love to hang out with you at Gen Con. It's amazing. If you don't end up going this year, you got to make it some year. I'm telling you, I'll be there every year unless I'm dead. So there you go.
Yeah, I'll just move it to a priority for next summer, before any European holidays or anything like that.
Sure.
That's what.
What are you going to the UK for, by the way?
The wife has never been, and my dad and whole side of the Dunleavy family are there. So, I go to the UK to visit him or extended family every few years. But no, the wife has never been, so this year is her year to come along and experience the tiny island.
Nice.
It's a beautiful place.
Mm-hmm.
If I could live there, I would.
Would you?
Well, technically you could. They will probably let you in.
They would.
Yeah, but there's the whole thing with finding a job over there that's roughly this has the same sort of pay grade that I get here, because
Sure.
I don't know how daycare works over there, but if it works anything like it does here, my wife ain't gonna be working anytime soon.
Yeah. Well,
because
they have a deeper social welfare system than we even do in Canada. So I bet you there is some subsidies for that, well beyond what we get here.
Yeah, I just it's ridiculous. It's like, okay, so you want to go work? That's fine. We need to go get a daycare. So you go and you get put on a waiting list for like a year, and then your kid finally gets in, and it's like this job that she went to go get. You give your entire paycheck to the daycare, and
then some.
That's that. Yeah.
Is that like a public good in Canada, or is that a private thing?
That's like, well, here it's all like privately run daycares, so like we don't really have like the creme of the crop type of deal, but
well, no,
you
I just
get
wonder. I mean, certainly that's the same in the U.S. It's just, it's private daycare stuff. I don't think the wait lists are that long unless you're looking for a very particular kind of, like, I don't know, unless you're trying to get, you're following like the long road to Harvard daycare or something.
No, this is like the thing like to remember about the city that I live in is that like in the wintertime, all there is to do is like drink and make babies. So like there is a surplus of a lot of children and like not a whole lot of places to put them afterwards.
I figured that would kind of be kept in check by the wolves, like, the ones that can't quite outrun them when they're like 1.5 get eaten up.
Oh,
well,
we Canadians are trained to kill those wolves at a very young age.
Okay.
Also,
so basically, the intro to 300 is what y'all do with wolves.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Part of the daycare program, James. That's what.
Yeah.
But the way you spell it out, Mark, is you spell it out as though it's just a bunch of babies running around with drunk parents wondering why they're running around.
Yeah. Oh, great. I just got an email from Games Workshop. My Flesh Eaters book is on its way.
That's awesome.
Well, my wife's Flesh Eater book is on its way, not mine. But
wow. That's because she's cooler than you.
She is cooler than me. Like, by far.
Anyone who plays Death Faction is automatically tier 1.
Tier 1.
That's how you suss out the top tier players there.
Yeah. Like even if we don't win, we're still the best.
That checks out. That makes sense. Yeah, sure.
Well, when we don't win, it's because we let you win. Protect y'all's egos.
I'm not sure this is all accurate, but I'm okay with it.
Well, it's my story. I'm sticking to it.
It sounds like Thankwall logic, actually.
Absolutely.
I've got a I don't know if I mentioned this, Vince, when you were on or before, but I've got a local narrative campaign kind of tournament that's coming up, and the initial requirements are kind of interesting in terms of like how to build your force, and I feel like I like it because it is so different from anything I've ever seen in terms of it's pretty restrictive, and I feel like it's gonna do a pretty good job of keeping everyone, at least initially, on pretty close to equal footing. But until this new Flesh Eater Courts came out, I was like, man, if I want to play Death, I'm just pretty much doomed. So in this one, we start the first game with 25 wounds, and we have to pick a hero, and he or she's only up to 8 wounds, and we have to be building towards a War Scroll battalion that we will eventually fill out as the campaign runs. And all of the War Scroll battalions that had a hero for Death that fit those requirements were basically bringing a what do you call them, the White Kings, and I'm like, that's really not going to cut it, in these initial games against Chaos or Seraphon or whatever. So I'm really glad these Flesh Eater Courts came out, because now I can actually bring a wizard.
Just a Saurus Old Blood would make a White King is, bitch.
Yeah.
That's like just
really
interesting.
The only formation that I could even run, that fit the requirements and actually let me bring a hero in game 1 was the Skeletal Legion or whatever that one's called, like the Bone Legion or whatever. It has Death Rattle. It's got the White King, the Black Knights, and the Skeleton Warriors, and the Grave Guard. And none of that is going to stand up if you can't resummon them or bring in additional support in your first game.
What you need is some War Sphinxes.
No, I'm good.
He is right there. That's exactly accurate. Yes, that is always the answer. More.
Aren't they too many wounds? Aren't they more than 8 wounds?
I don't know. Rules.
They're more like guidelines, really.
Exactly. Look, I'm not talking about what the rules say. I'm talking about what the answer is.
Okay.
Look, when you're on your deathbed, do you want to be the kind of guy that played by the rules, or do you want to be the guy that's got more kitties? I think that's important to answer that question. I know which one I want to be.
It depends on which kind of kitty you mean. If you mean the model, sure. If you mean one of those weird old people that has like 1 million cats, definitely not.
I definitely don't mean that. Cats are the devil, and I hate them as pets. They're not real pets. They're just roommates that hate you but happen to live with you.
Yep.
Roommates that hate you but happen to live. Oh, that is so incredibly accurate.
That does seem right. Yep.
They're awful,
tolerate
awful animals. Yeah, exactly. Barely tolerate you. Absolutely. I've
the
lived
time.
with openly hostile people who didn't pay rent who were more friendly than most cats that people live with.
Painting up this Coven throne, and I'm just like, I really like a lot of these sculpts that they have of the Cairn Wraiths in the kind of, miasma cloud or whatever that follows it around. I'm like, why couldn't we have had some of these sculpts as the actual Cairn Wraith? Like, I like the Cairn Wraith just fine, but some of these sculpts are, in my opinion, a lot better.
Well, the Coven throne's pretty amazing. I mean, let's be honest. It's a freaking great.
Yeah.
It's a freaking great kit. I mean, it really is. The Coven Throne Mortis Engine. I am more particular to the Coven Throne, obviously, because I think it to be the superior build. But I don't mean that rules-wise. I just mean, like, I think it looks a lot cooler. I think it's aesthetically better. But you can like whatever you like. That's fine.
That's just because there's ladies on it.
Yeah, partially, yes. I mean, yeah, I think the girls look a lot cooler than the big dumb necromancer guy.
That's blind.
Yeah, exactly. But also, like, just the general aesthetic of the back of the model, I think, looks better with the girls and the way that the kid is built there versus the big cage holding the thing.
Yeah.
I think it just balances the model better.
Speaking of female miniatures, these just came in the mail for my wife. The Russian alternative vampire countess.
Back them off a little bit.
I like those.
Yeah. Now they're coming in focus. Oh, with the pompadour hair and everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's a pretty fantastic fig, but the resin that they're cast in is pretty brittle. And she's like super, super thin. Like super thin.
Oh, yeah.
But I also got her it's called a Varkai from the Bloodkeep miniatures. Still waiting on that to show up, but when it does, that'll be her Strigoi Ghoul Queen with Terrorgeist.
I really want to get some of those new female knights from the second Toughest Girls in the Galaxy, and just on regular horses, and make those my blood knights. It would go well with.
That would be.
They'd go well with my vampire lordess, who leads all of my death forces.
Yeah, I'm not appreciative of their delays right now in the delivery of that. But yes, that's probably the next army-sized thing I'll be working on, is when those actually become available.
Oh, they're delaying again?
Well, I mean, it's supposed to have delivered, or it's supposed to have started shipping sometime back. It has
really?
not.
I didn't know that. I just knew that they kept on drawing out like the amount of time that you could pledge. Like I keep seeing updates on my Facebook from them, like you have a little bit longer, you have a little bit longer, you have a little bit longer.
Yep, that's because, like, according to the update, it's because of the pledge manager. Like, apparently, what they want to do with it, they're having problems. That's fine, I guess. Whatever.
Yeah, I just want to wait.
My guess is you would be more understanding of it if it was like the quality isn't quite where we want it, so we're going to delay just a little bit to up it.
Yeah, but that seems like that's a good answer for just what's our excuse for delays today? Let's go into the Magic 8-Ball and see what it says.
Right. Yep.
I feel like I'd almost be more worried about that because I'd be like, will you ever get the quality where you want it if you really can't deliver?
Yeah. Well, whether it be, the Magic 8-Ball tells us it's because the Chinese are holding us back with their production.
Yeah.
Or molds were misplaced in shipping to China.
Well, yeah, like the Wrath of Kings one, what their thing at the end was like it's stuck on the docks in LA, right? Because there was a strike. And I believe them, like I think that's true, there was a shipping strike. But like of all the crazy things, you know what I mean?
Mhm. That's why I'm just gonna wait till they're like on sale regularly.
Well, that's generally my feelings about the whole Kickstarter phenomenon. I'm over it, done with it.
In general, for miniatures, yes. Like, I'll support different things on Kickstarter, like, depending on what's going on. Like, if it's, like, with miniatures, the problem is there's just so many things that can get in the way of delivery, right? If it's, like, a role-playing game book that I want to, from a company I want to support, I'm generally more sympathetic. Like, I'll go for that. Because, especially if it's someone who I can trust and who I know has delivered, relatively on time before.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that you can't have some production problems with that, but it's less than a whole miniature line, right?
Vince, I didn't think you played any games, anyone else's RPG games anymore. I thought you just wrote your own all the time.
Yeah. I play plenty of my own games, yes, but I absolutely play other people's games. You have to. I mean, you're going to be a crappy game writer if you don't play other people's games. Let me just say that. The number one thing I can recommend to anybody who fancies themselves getting into a line of game design is to play a lot of games from everybody you can lay your hands on. That's true no matter what type of game you want to be. You want to make card games or board games or RPGs or whatever, play a lot of games. Don't think the big problem is that a lot of people play one game, right? They'll just play Warhammer or they'll just play D&D. And then they'll try to design something, and you know what it's going to be?
The exact same.
Slightly improved. Yeah, well, yes, but it's going to be slightly improved that thing you played. Great. You know what the world doesn't need? A slightly improved version of that thing. They've already got that thing, and it's good enough.
Right. No, I was just joking because I've listened to all of your Undesign, and those are really good.
Excellent. Excellent. Listening to the podcast. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
For anybody who wants to...
Go
ahead.
The black hole one right now. The black hole.
That one's great.
Yeah.
They're my chore buddies. Like, I turn them on whenever I got to do dishes or something.
Excellent. Yes, for anybody who's interested, you can just go to iTunes and search for Undesign. That is
I'll link the website below, Vince, for those of us who don't have iTunes.
Sure. Yes, you can get it directly from my website, which is venturelandgames.com. You can just download it directly.
You have a fucking website now? What the hell?
What do you mean
not
now?
A website.
Really?
Yeah, like I said. Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus.
Are you just piecing together how deeply inset Vince is in the entertainment world?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Hey, I'm just now coming to realize how badass he is in it.
Yeah, like
come on, man. I mean, he got to work on D&D 5th edition. Okay, like
I know
Vince, you're a superstar in my book.
I have the book, and like if we ever meet in person, that book's getting signed.
That's what I said too.
That's fine. I'm happy to do so.
I'm just going to be like every other fangirl and get you to sign my chest with me.
Well, that's what I'm really aiming for. Absolutely. Strip that shirt off here and let's get to it. Absolutely.
Oh, man.
You're going to have to carry bring a big Sharpie so you can work your way through the chest hair.
I'll go full size. We'll go like a Magnum 44 size. You know, one of those big, thick. Yeah.
Well, it takes 2 hands to hold. Yeah. No.
We are on the border right now. I just want that to be known.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like it's really just you've got to sit there and play a lot of games. I mean, it's really true. No matter what type of games you're wanting to get into, just play more games. It's really weird because like I've got a video that I've kind of been bouncing around for a while. I just like with a lot of my videos, like my talky thought videos, I kind of sketch them out over time, and some of them get made, and some of them just kind of sit in a draft status until I think of like the idea to bring it all together. But one of them that I've been working on for a long time is this idea of like multi-games. The idea that like war games were weird for a long time because most war gamers tended to only play one game. Like they just played 40K or they just played fantasy. And that's really strange because in like the role-playing game world and most other like board game world and everything like this, you certainly don't just play one game. Yeah, video games. Yeah, like you play lots of games, right? And some for long periods of time, some for short periods of time, different levels of investment, and that's not weird, right? But war games are like this singular hobby that for the longest time I was like, what do you play? I play Warhammer Fantasy, and that's the only thing I play, right? And I'm not interested in any other games. That's just strange. Excuse me.
I mean, I think of that for quite a while. I was certainly that. I just think about guys in my club that had fallen across Kings of War a few years back, for example, and then they tried to show it off at the club, and everybody's like, "No, why do we need that? We're playing Warhammer. It does the same thing, right?" And there wasn't, because it was so encompassing. You know, it's a lot of models to paint, and you're pretty invested. And when you had time to play games, you would want to play, you know, your main game, and that was the main game for a lot of guys.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the investment thing, right? Like it took so long to make an army, but I mean, like even after, it's funny though, because like even let's say you get your army together, 6-9 months a year, whatever, right? You've got a fully functional army. Why in Warhammer Fantasy did we always make the choice, or did not we? You know what I mean? Like a lot of people to go Army 2 as opposed to like, well, let me go make an Infinity Crew, right? It was just the easier thing to do. Is it the complexity of old school Warhammer, you think?
I think that's part of it.
Yeah, or on to the next army, or make sure you get all the options for this army so that you know you don't stop at 3,000 points, you carry on to 6.
Yeah,
right?
It
That kind of stuff happens.
has a lot to do with exposure too. I think. I mean, Warhammer had a lot more exposure than a lot of the other games. So I mean, it's about the new shiny, right? So you're seeing these new miniatures all the time from GW.
Sure. Yes, they had a very unusual hegemony, right? Even compared to like D&D hasn't had that kind of hegemony since the early 90s, right? And even then, you know, the number 2 and 3 games were like Rifts and Vampire. I certainly played both of those in the 90s. And more, and Shadowrun, and Battletech, and 10 other games.
Yeah, like I never played Vampire the role-playing game, but I played the old like computer game that came out, and like super enjoyed the shit out of that.
Did you do the card game?
No, it's like it's an actual like RPG where you get to pick the type of vampire. Pick the type of vampire you want to be and what you want to specialize in and things like that. And you go through the storyline, and it was a very like the NPCs and stuff in that game were like super fleshed out, and like everybody was really interesting to talk to. Each sort of clan of vampires had their own sort of niche way that they talked, things that they did. It was very, very interesting to sort of go through and see that world.
Oh yeah, that clan thing was huge. Like it's hard to understate how important that was. Like Planescape's factions when they came out for D&D was largely a response to the uh, to the factions of Vampire. Like it was just such a good idea. I have to wonder in my head if like the Skaven clans and stuff like that weren't in some way influenced by that.
Yeah, you know, I never thought of that. That's probably.
It was very, very impactful across the industry.
I don't know, that whole like only playing one game is kind of strange to me. I mean, I started playing tabletop like war games when I was in elementary school still, and my friends and I, we literally started the MechWarrior, basically HeroClix game, and then within like 3 or 4 months we'd picked up GW's Lord of the Rings game as well. And so it's like every time, and then we slowly expanded off that, but it's basically every time it's like, you know, which game are we gonna play this time? Bring that collection of minis with you.
Sure. And that's very much what it is now for me, because like, you know, when I say, okay, we're getting a game, you know, what are we doing this Saturday or whatever, it's usually like the question that next comes up is, are we doing Age of Stigmar, are we doing Malifaux, what are we doing, right? And so,
right.
You know.
Yeah, it's a good time to be alive with not only the spectrum of choices, but the quality within that spectrum is better than it ever has been.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I think.
Absolutely. No question about that.
I like the range that's just readily available everywhere too. Like just in terms of diversity of type of games. And I remember, you know, it used to be like I'd go to my local hobby shop and they'd have like Warhammer and 40K and Lord of the Rings, so they'd have the GW games, and then they'd have like the MechWarrior HeroClix game, and then that'd be about it. You know, maybe one or two other like tabletop games.
Yeah, maybe a range of models that you can use for your D&D miniatures, that kind of thing. Yeah.
But now I go in and it's like, oh, let me pick up this for X-Wing and this for AOS and, you know, this for whatever else, this for Malifaux or this for Warmahordes.
Yeah, I'm on the fence lately about Guild Ball as well.
Yeah, I'm not a fan only because before Guild Ball came out, I started playing Mantic's Dreadball. So, yeah, so I'm partial to that one.
Oh, tell me about that one. Sell me on that idea.
It's definitely based off Blood Bowl. Like most things at Mantic, it's, you know, kind of picking up the crowd that GW kind of left behind. It's like a lot of other Mantic games. One of the things that I really enjoy about it is that it's kind of a hybrid, and that it's on a game board similar to a board game, and you have tiles. Have you ever played like HeroClix or any of the other similar games to that, even just trying them?
I have not played any clicky stuff, no.
Okay, I was going to say, because those are like square-based boards, like it's just a grid. This is like a hex-based kind of thing that you move them on. So it's pretty easy to pick up, but there's a lot of layers to it, to learning it, and every time they release a new expansion, they call it like a new season, and they'll add new teams and all. So there's something like 16 or 18 different teams now, something like that at least, and they all play a little bit different. It's one of those games too that I've really not had any trouble like introducing people to, that even that don't play like tabletop games normally, because they're like, oh, this is kind of like a board game, even though it's somewhere in the middle. It's pretty fast paced. I don't know. I just really enjoy it. I play the Teraton race, which is like the giant turtles, and so I've painted them all up to be the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, of course you did.
Yeah, and then I've got they have their Vermine, which like basically their Space Skaven,
Yeah.
and I took their coach and painted him up as Splinter, so I've got my Ninja Turtle theme too.
That's pretty
So I had a lot of fun
fantastic.
with that.
So does it
Yeah.
have a skill advancement sort of thing like Blood Bowl did?
Yes, it does.
So you
If-
can carry your team over from game to game?
Yep, Lee. It has it definitely has like very simple, like kind of pick it up exhibition style games, but the game is definitely designed to where I think it plays best in a league type system. Yeah, you definitely have advancement. There's lots of different options and all, and then you have all the different position players similar to Blood Bowl. You have basically your linemen, and then your kind of middle of the road guys that they call jacks, which I would equate more like a linebacker, and then you have your skill position guys that are more of like wide receivers and corners and things like that, and they play very much like those. And not every race has all of them. Like the Orcs and Goblins team, they have the Orcs, which are some of the best linemen basically in the game, and then their Goblins are not particularly skilled, so they're all jacks. They don't have any of the really good skill players, which means that whenever you play a team like them or like my Ninja Turtles, they don't have any of the strikers, which are basically the skill position wide receiver type guys. So I have to play a very much more like slow-paced kind of controlling game, especially against factions like the humans or the elven-like factions that can move so quickly and score so quickly. I like it. I think there's a lot more to it than most people realize.
Sounds like Age of Sigmar.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Generally is with most games, yeah.
Quick to pick up, but a lot of complexity to truly master.
Right. That sounds fine.
Yeah, I like it. And I don't have any problem with the sculpts. Like they're not. I mean, they're detailed. Like they're not like just a block, but they're not. They're not amazing. I wouldn't say that they're of course not on like GW's level.
Yeah. Well, they're Mantic style, right?
I wanted to
but
see that.
like-
I want to see that on the review of the outside of a box.
But I mean,
They're not bad. They're not like a block.
well, I mean, I've seen a lot of like Mantic models for some of their other games, like some of their older Kings of War stuff and all that people seem to have a lot of trouble with. And I have 5 or 6 different teams for Dreadball, and I haven't had any problems with the models. I think they're pretty good. No complaints.
Yeah, I think that those kind of led into their second generation of production and design. Like Kings of War was their first one out of the gate,
Right.
and that's where they made their mistakes in production and design.
Yeah.
But I certainly feel more confident in the product that's returning out lately.
Yeah, those new like lower abyssals or whatever are solid. We're getting up to like an average quality cast from 5 or 6 years ago.
An average.
I mean, it's true. It's
Average.
just like I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being realistic. Like they're usable, right? Like I don't sit there and lament having to scrape freaking mold lines for 2 hours. Like it's usable stuff.
Yeah.
And they're competing in a market that is far more advanced than miniatures was 10 years ago as well.
Yes.
Let's bear that in mind.
Absolutely.
And I mean, they kind of have what everyone's always joking about that they want for Warhammer and for 40K. They actually have like a fish people race.
Yeah, they do.
And they have like hammerhead shark things.
So, street sharks?
Yeah, not unlike that.
Yeah, I've seen that model.
I like them.
That was like one of my favorite cartoons when I was a kid.
I remember that one
Oh
too.
boy. Knockoff Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Well, it was Street Sharks and Ninja Turtles. That's like all I would watch.
My favorite was the old Spider-Man animated series, like the original, like one called that.
Like
where they had that great
super
animation
old one where it's like
background would move
Spider-Man.
and he would just still.
No, this was like this
Where
one
he-
had tons of. Go ahead.
Where he'd be like an
And it was
animation for everything he was doing.
I couldn't hear you.
So it'd be like when he was like, I don't know, facing up against the lizard and like swinging through the swamp, and he'd be just like shooting his web up into the sky, and you're not quite
Not
sure
that
what
one.
it's-
That one's like really, really old. Now I'm talking the one that came out in like the late 80s, early 90s.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That had like tons and tons and tons of cameos from like all the other Marvel stuff. Like there was a time that the X-Men crossed over for like 2 or 3 episodes, and a couple times like when Iron Man or Daredevil would show up for a miniseries.
Or
It
when
was
like
like-
the Punisher would show up and murder a bunch of people in the middle, and the show would get really dark for a couple episodes. Just start gunning people down brutally. Oh wait, that didn't happen. Never mind.
That was back in the time whenever like TV shows had to have like laser guns instead of like real guns and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Then-
Yeah.
Yeah, like the time when the Ninja Turtles, like the second movie come out, and they were allowed to fight, but they weren't actually allowed to use their weapons. So it showed them like getting disarmed all the time and fighting with like sausages and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh boy, it's very he's very true. Yes, the second there was all backlash from the first movie that led to the. Oh boy. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
You're
okay. I
not
still
wrong,
think the
sir.
second one was better than the third.
Turtles in Time.
Yeah,
The
when
third
they
one.
went back to feudal Japan. Yeah.
Sure.
That was
Kappa!
pretty
All I'm
terrible.
saying is Turtle power. Turtle power. That's all I'm saying. Just get into it.
Yep.
Oh, bugger. I didn't hold my breath enough at that point. It made me
Yeah. Man, like I really wish that I could just buy like pre-base coated miniatures. God, I hate base coats so much.
Pre-base Nice.
You can.
You can buy those hero clicks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or you could buy Mantic's Mars attack range. They're all
You could get
pre-base
like
coated.
D&D minis.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get D&D minis. Those are basically free base coated. And yeah, you can do some okay things with some of them. Like Once Bitten's big like giant he has in all his videos.
Yep.
Right? That's like the guy carrying the chimney. That's like the Eldritch Giant from D&D, from the D&D range, just repainted.
Nice. No, like I just wish that they would like, I don't know, come out with like 3 different versions of a sculpt. One in like a black, one in a gray, and one in a white. And then that way you have base coat.
Yeah, but what about the weird ones of us who prime their models in like a deep sand red? Like, what would we do?
Suck
Just
it
have
up.
to prime them still? Okay.
You would just remain the outsiders that you are, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, I shouldn't talk. I'm base coating a model like a dark brown right now.
You're not too far from me then.
I have no problem. Like, I'll occasionally use a different color like that. I mean, in general, I would say almost everything I prime is just zenithal because that's generally going to be the best, your best sort of overall strategy.
Yeah.
I really do not understand anybody who just straight black belt base coats or like primes. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
I
Just take
really
the extra 3
like.
seconds to shoot white at a high angle, if nothing else, just to pick out your contrast points. It's,
Well,
you know.
for those of you who don't own an airbrush, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't
Uh,
listen to Vince.
or you can just take a separate rattle can of white and literally go over it like that fast, and you're done. It's literally just. Look at that. That's the time.
Nope.
So you don't need an airbrush.
Rattle
And you will be
cans.
amazed at the amount of time it will take you. It will save you. Just because building up colors on blacks is, it's not fun. Yeah, and like, why are you doing that to yourself? I don't get it.
Because you're a masochist.
It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, with just that basic zenithal, you get the best of both worlds. It's great.
I feel like
think a lot of people are
5 colors anyway. So
What's that?
I don't know.
I feel like I'm always going through 5 colors anyway. So starting with my shadow black is fine.
Again, yeah. So you're going through a bunch of colors, yes, but still, why wouldn't you pick out the highlights and lay down? Because your base coat's going to go on smoother, easier. I don't care how many layers you do. It's 3 extra seconds, and it's so much better.
See, what I think people are confused by, Vince, is like, yeah, okay, you zenithal highlight, that's all well and good. But like, I think people are mostly confused about like the steps that you take afterwards. Like, especially if you go through and you like mess up where you're putting your highlights, where you don't quite have like the paint thin enough, say, and you put it on there, and then that extra step that you took to put the white there is gone.
Sure, there's plenty of times where I'll blow away the zenithal completely, but it doesn't matter. Look, it still gives you a map when you're looking at it, right? Like, it gives you a map of your highlights. If you don't have to adhere to it completely, it's going to help you on some portion of the fig. It's going to map your highlights for the rest. It takes almost no time. Even if you blow it away completely, it's still intuitive, because then your eye gets used to looking at the miniature in the right way before you ever touch that area with paint, right?
No, I get that.
Yeah, like,
I'm just
again,
saying,
it's just
like, a lot of
simplest step.
Yeah, I just think a lot of people are turned off by it because they're confused as to what steps to take after that zenithal highlight is put down. And if you're looking for some insight into what steps to take after that zenithal highlight is done, go and watch Vince's hobby cheating videos, because they are fantastic and they will show you exactly where to go.
That's true. I have multiple videos on that.
I feel like since Vince putting out an entire series on cheating, if he likes football more, he'd be a Patriots fan.
I assume because they're bad cheater people.
They
read
do
the other
all
people's
the time.
playbooks or plays or something like that.
Is this like some kind of sports reference? What is this? I don't understand.
Well, I figured Aaron might get it since he's wearing the Seahawks shirt.
Sure. Well, they had the whole deflate balls thing, right, and something like that. That they were doing all that, right?
That
That's
and
their thing.
Spygate, where they were like listening into the other team's practices and like bugging their locker rooms and stuff like that. Yeah.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, my friend. I get it. You got to go the distance sometimes.
Like Blood Bowl, they play to win.
That's right. Exactly.
Maybe they should be the first Blood Bowl team in real life.
Start stabbing people on the field.
Yeah. Well, they had Aaron Hernandez, so he's convicted of murder. So they already had the head start.
I guess so. They had a murder on the roster.
Yeah. Have any of y'all tried? I know that it's still like beta. The Warhammer Total War game.
No,
have
doesn't
not.
interest me.
Okay.
I'll watch videos on it.
Yeah, me too. I was just wondering if anyone had actually tried it to say whether or not it was really worth playing.
No. All of my friends have pre-ordered it. It's not the type of video game that particularly interests me, but like I would be entertained to just sit there and like watch or even listen to while I was like sculpting or painting or whatever.
Yeah. I love RTSs, and so it particularly strikes me as something I'd like to at least try. But before I drop, $60+ on a game, I'd like to know if it's any good. especially when I
Yeah,
can throw that
what
money
you
at models.
at some point the RTS genre just, I don't know, it lost interest for me. Honestly, like the only video games that I've played for a long time have just been MMOs. Like I need that level of sort of experience, and even now, like there's no MMO I'm currently playing because they're all junk right now. So there you go.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
Yeah, and that's really as far as I ever went in the video game world, aside from playing little dinky console games.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that really required any long-term investment was the Lord of the Rings MMO that I played for a while.
I liked that one.
Oh yes, that was great. My dad I like was in that from way in beta, and then in the early time they had you could buy like a lifetime for that
Mm-hmm.
for like $200. Best investment I ever made. Because I probably have, I probably played that game, let's say, on and off over 5 years, 6 years. I haven't played it for a while. My characters are all 95, so there you go. I've got like 8 95s, if that's context for you. I think the max level that's either now or going to be soon is 105. But it's super fun to watch that story evolve, and, it was great.
I think my highest character was like a 35.
See, as a super Lord of the Rings nerd, what I was really most attracted to about that was just exploring.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And see what their artist rendering or depiction of the Middle Earth world was.
That's why my first character was a human ranger, and I basically was like, okay, I'm going to die, and I'm just going to avoid the paths and like run around in the deepest wilds.
Yeah, it was good for that.
Yeah.
All hobbits, baby. Every class that hobbits could be. It's just all hobbits, top to bottom.
Well, one thing that I did is I started up on a characters on a separate server because I wanted to have all of the humans that eventually became ring wraiths. That's because you could have 9. There's 9 different character types that the humans could be.
Mm-hmm.
And so I sort of imagined them all as the ring wraiths before they were ring wraiths.
That's pretty cool.
Around that way.
They
My
did a good
favorite.
job in that of like weaving you into the story in a pretty
Yes.
believable way. It never felt really too forced, and it was interesting some of the side roads you went down and such. It was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, those cameos where you'd get those cinematic moments where you bump into Gandalf and have to interact with him or with Strider right off the get-go and things like that.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I
I
mean, like
love
when
it.
you get to Rohan, there's a great scene where like you fight with Prince. What's his name? What's it?
Oh, Theodred?
Oh,
Yeah,
Theodred.
yeah. Like at the battle, he gets critically wounded and falls at, right? Like that point when the Fellowship shows up, he's dying, right? And
Yeah.
or whatever, he is fallen. But like you actually fight with him at that fight where he gets stomped or stabbed and such, and you're hanging out with like one of your big buddies throughout that whole Rohan period, and a little beyond is like Grimbar or whatever his name is, Grimbar the Bold, like the guy in red armor. He gets name dropped in the movie as well when the king rides up to the Pelennor fields and he's
Grimbold?
like, yeah, Grimbold. There you go. Yeah, he's like Aomir, take the right flank, Grimbold, take the left. Like he gets a little name drop in the movie as well. You get to hang out with him a whole bunch. He's a pretty sweet dude. He's fun.
I didn't get far enough in it to try that out. But as far as I got, one thing I liked that I like more than other MMOs that I've tried is I never felt like my character was overpowered in the story.
Oh,
Like-
no, I mean, with fear and dread and the nature of some of those bad guys, yes. I mean, it's very much the case that some foes are simply beyond you.
Yeah. Well, I meant
Um,
more of like in the narrative setting, because like in a lot of other games I've played, it's like, oh my goodness, your character becomes basically like Aragorn version 2.0.
Sure.
And I never felt like that level of a character.
I love the whole hope and fear mechanic in that game. And if you notice, there's only like, you can get like +9 hope. Like that's the most hope you can get from standing next to heroic figures, right?
Mhm.
And I don't know if this is still the case, but there was a point in time very, very long ago where the only person in the game that you could stand next to that gave you 9 hope, which is like outrageous. That's just, you are filled with, with just like all fear is banished at 9 hope.
You're ready to run through a wall.
Yes. So the only character in the game that gave you that level of hope when you stood next to him was now I'm not gonna be able to remember his name. It's gonna really piss me off. The ancient elf that like slayed Balrogs back in the day, and he's not in the movie. Glorfindel, thank you. Yes, which gets name dropped in The Martian that I love. Like I love the deep cut of what's his name, Jeff. Whichever Jeff is in there, being like, anyway, and I'd be Glorfindel anyways. Like, I love that he name drops that and calls that out. That's pretty badass. But yes, when you stand next to Glorfindel, he's like just a monster. Just, it's obvious that this dude is beyond.
That's pretty cool.
I really appreciated some of those cinematics that they did where they kicked you back into history as well to experience that.
Yeah.
Like James, if you didn't get beyond 35, you probably never saw Moria.
No.
They did a really good job on that one, and sort of took you back in the story to where the Doom was released and the Balrog was first discovered in the depths, things like that.
Oh yes.
And the strife that they had with the Lorien elves during that period of time.
You get to be the last guy fighting in the room as the orcs overrun them when it's like they are coming. You know, that thing. Like, you get to be the guy who goes down swinging to the orcs as they overrun the dwarves or whatever. You also play like the last dwarf who's running across the bridge as the like Balrog is coming and cracks the bridge, or not cracks the bridge, but comes across the bridge and whatever.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I didn't get the last place I really remember being was in the general vicinity of Rivendell.
Mm-hmm.
The first time you enter Rivendell, it's pretty magical. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they did such an amazing job with it. You have to work so hard to get there too. The first time.
I know, because when I was going through the troll shaws, and it's the first time you really encounter any like high-level trolls compared to what your character is at the time. You're just like,
Sure.
Oh my goodness, run like hell.
If you've ever watched any Bro Team videos on YouTube, which are very funny breakdowns or like very funny comical, just insanity reviews of games. They did a fun one with Lord of the Rings where they're all like level 6 minstrels running to Rivendell. It's pretty great. They get in an epic fight, like all 6 of them against one random bird in the troll straws.
Even the birds are pretty high level out there.
It takes they're all doing one to it at a time, running around playing their lute, just like bling ding ding, one.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's really worth it. I cannot explain to you the sea change that happens in the game when you get to Rohan and get your first warhorse. How different that experience is. Like, if you were 35, did you ever get your normal horse?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had a normal horse. Because I guess now they have like starter packs and stuff where you get horses at 15. When I first started the game, you had to, dear God, back in the early days, to get your horse at 35 was an ordeal.
Yeah, I specifically went out of my way to get it.
Like, we used to have characters placed all over the world and use like my Guardian's Acorn Recall Nut ability and just various things to teleport Captain Recalls to teleport people all over the world to what you needed to do to go get your horse because it was so time consuming. But the first time you get your warhorse, like, the warhorse is so much faster than the normal horse. It's insane. Like, Rohan itself is huge just because it needs to be, because your horse goes so much faster. It's like 3 times as fast as your normal horse. And you just, when you open that thing up and go full bore, I mean, you just fly.
Yeah. Yeah, the horse almost wasn't worth having for me because I was the ranger class with all like the speed upgrades I could put on myself. I was almost as fast just running as riding the horse.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Trust me, you would not be as fast as the warhorse.
Yeah.
It's a whole different world. Plus, fighting on horseback is pretty sweet too.
Yeah.
I used to and because you're so fast, it gave you all sorts of fun, weird strafing abilities. And like, there are warlord monsters out in the landscape now that you could go fight that would drop sweet loot. like very powerful random wandering monsters. And certain characters you could just like on certain of my characters I could just solo things that were meant for like whole 12-man groups because you could just strafe around them and kill them. Like the minstrel on the back of a horse is a murder machine. Watch out for it. He is gonna. Yeah. You will die to the power of rock and roll. Let me tell you what.
With that loot, yeah.
Oh yeah. The worst part about it, so like playing back in the old times, I used to lead raids. I hate raids, but I would lead these raids into like the end stuff, into the first Balrog raid when 50 was the cap, and God in heaven, that was terrible. But like the worst part about doing that raid was not dying or fighting the monsters or cleaning up all the dumb chaff or anything like that. The worst part about leading that raid was that in between any pull, if you stood around for more than 3 seconds, okay, and like I was like main tank or whatever and all that, and it was fine. I like being main tank, but the worst part about doing those raids was if you had 3 seconds of downtime, immediately 11 people who aren't me in the freaking raid group had bagpipes out and are just going to town. It's just like, oh, thank you for introducing the bagpipe. What a wonderful addition to my life this is.
That was something I was mildly entertained by. Was their music system? How you could play, and program in music.
Yep.
That was pretty fun to do.
Oh, the music system was fantastic, no doubt.
Yeah,
it was great. I don't hate that. I just hate that I had to put up with it.
I had a good playlist of Zeppelin tunes for those moments.
Nice.
That's awesome.
See, I wouldn't have minded that. That would have been fine.
Yeah.
Daddy got some asshole who didn't know how to play the bagpipes.
Yes, and they weren't playing the bagpipes well. They were just playing the bagpipes randomly. Not a good time. That's all I'm saying. Not a good time.
Maybe we should revisit that sometime, Vince.
Oh, sure. What server were you on?
Oh, I think it was called Gladden.
Oh, okay, sure.
That's the one I was on.
And then another one called Dwarodelf.
Gotcha. We were always Landerval because Landerval was the unofficial role-playing server.
I was on Gladden.
I haven't checked back in well over a year, though, so I don't know if they've shrunk servers or probably.
Yes, they did.
Oh. So I don't know if that one even exists any longer.
I couldn't tell you. I only know where I am.
I just remember I picked Gladden because I was like, well, it was the Gladden Fields where Isildur died, so that's something I recognize. I'm going with that one.
Sure. It's funny because like one of the guys we ran with a whole bunch early in the game he made a human captain named Gladden. So there you go.
Complete 180-degree turn. Vince, have you looked at the rules or watched Mitch's video on the battalions for the Flesh Eater Courts?
I have not.
They're too long.
Again, I use them when I'm doing like chores or something on in the background.
I can't do it, Mitch. I only get so much garage time.
I really like the Flesh Eater Courts feel, and I'm excited for what I think it could mean for other armies in Age of Sigmar. Because I feel like the rules for the battalions have really captured that kind of crazy, don't really think defensively at all playstyle. Because a couple of the different battalions, for example, give you the ability to either pile in and attack in your hero phase as well, or roll to do so with some units. Things like that.
Huh. Pretty crazy.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to trying that. I mean, obviously that's really good. You know, you get to go first once you're already within range. But I guess the only thing is like you're gonna have to survive to that point because you'll have to have been engaged in combat once to be within pile-in range during your hero phase.
Sure.
And their saves are also bad, but offensively they look pretty good.
So is that to sort of capture the feeling that you're getting some blood frenzy?
Yeah. Plus, I like the fact that they have the new summoning abilities that are not spell related.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't be unbound.
They can't be
Yeah,
stopped?
they just make more.
Yep. It's commander effect. And then there's others that just have, like your Ghoul King has the ability to just summon new units. Depending on which one you pick determines, like if he's on Terrorgeist or Zombie Dragon or on foot, determines what he can bring in. But then you have like lower level heroes called either courtiers or courtiers. I'm not entirely sure which pronunciation they want. And they basically have a similar effect to the banners for like the zombies and stuff, where you roll, I believe it's 6 dice for each of them, and on a certain score you add units to existing squads of Crypt Horrors, Crypt Ghouls, Crypt Flayers, whatever it is that courtier is kind of partnered with.
I see.
But then if you bring the Ghoul King, he is a spellcaster, so you can also summon normally with him, like zombies and stuff. So there's the potential for some pretty good synergy within their list. Which I will be taking advantage of in that upcoming tournament I was talking about.
That's next week, did you say?
It's the beginning of this upcoming month. That's when it starts.
So you got a little while to prepare and get some stuff painted before you
Yep.
guys kick everything off.
Yep. I've got a little bit of time to try to get that big box set in and get started on it. And then they changed the Terrorgeist for them too. So now the Terrorgeist has a better armor save. Its Scream is a little bit weaker, but not much. But now it has the ability in close combat with its Fanged Maw attacks. If you roll a 6 on the to wound, you inflict 6 mortal wounds instead of the regular D6 damage.
Ouch.
Yep. And he has 2 or 3 attacks with that one, and it's not terribly hard within just the Flesh Eater Courts to gain access to rerolls on the to wound, so it's not outlandish to get that, every couple turns.
Ridiculous.
I like it. Take a nice. The only downside is if you field the Flesh Eater Courts version, they're not summonable, so you lose that aspect.
Which you really don't need anyway, because, I mean, you can just throw models at the table pretty much with their new rules. It can't be stopped, so I mean...
Well, I mean,
it
really depends on what you're playing in, like if you're playing in some kind of semi-constructed league or something.
To hell with that, man. Unbound.
Open play. I'm just really looking forward to the campaigns coming out in that General's Handbook. Well, I'm already running a narrative campaign. I'm not worried about that. I want the map-based campaign.
I just want to see if they, take what they did with the Path to Glory rules and, expand it out to be not just Chaos guys that, get benefits and stuff.
I bet they do.
I believe that is the idea, yes.
From what I've heard, that's what it sounds like.
Which is basically like a new version of Mordheim.
Mm-hmm.
I think that map-based campaign thing would be super easy in the Mythos of Age of Sigmar because you have people teleporting around and taking realm gates to travel, etc., etc. So it's easier for you to bridge the gap of, well, we're kind of on the other side of the map. How'd you get here?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And really, since it's not just like one land, you know, and there's so little in terms of detailing of what the Mortal Realms land masses look like that you could take any map you want, just be like, boom, this works.
Yep. Did you have any exposure in the past to the other Mighty Empires product that they did?
I've seen some like videos and stuff on it, and you know, I like looked at it when it was in store, but I never played it.
Okay. A few years back, me and some local guys did that Mighty Empires campaign. Well, we did our own adaptation, but we used the map tiles on that business. I did a very half-ass series of videos, actually, when I was more active doing videos about those. But the general gist is that you can challenge anybody. It doesn't have to be just the guy adjacent to you. And that way it makes sure that everybody's getting a battle in every game turn.
Right.
But it had a challenge system that was reverse related to your standing at the moment. So if you were the lowest guy on the totem pole and had the least assets, then it was deemed to be that you were the most flexible because you were a small force and able to react. So you were given the first opportunity to challenge. And therefore couldn't be challenged yourself. So you were always sort of picking the fights, even though you're the lowest guy.
Yeah, that's a good balancing mechanic. Keep you from being squashed too easily if you've had one or two bad games.
Well, and it also got away from the real restriction of a true map campaign, and that is that guys would just end up pairing off against one another and they'd play every week for 2 months.
Yeah.
Right? And nothing else. They wouldn't mix it up.
I think that would really appeal to the poor friend of mine who has appeared in my few battle reports that I've put up on YouTube. They've never even been close. It normally ends up with like 3 or 4 losses, and it's not because he's bad at the game. He just has the worst luck with his dice rolls. I mean, we'll end the game, and I'll have like 4 or 5 zombies dead, and his force will have been tabled. He just rolls that bad. His, for example, like his.
Can't be just that.
Say what?
So it can't be just that.
Well, I'm not saying it's just that, but like his stupid Doom Wheel, every single game will roll amazingly well on like generating shots, and then it's literally never inflicted a successful wound in any game that we've played, and he's played with it 4 times, and the average number of shots that he ends up getting is like 5 or 6 each round. So he does have some poor dice rolling luck from the dice gods. They just don't like him.
Wonder what he's doing in his outside life that they hate him so much.
I don't know.
Burning the dice that roll bad for him.
Well, I think he should. Actually, he's meddling in game design, so maybe they don't like the games he's designing.
Could be. So, Mark, are you, you talked earlier tonight about heading down for a painting competition in Winnipeg. How commonly do you get? Whether it be for gaming or
this will be my first jaunt out for an actual like competition on painting or anything like that. Like I don't go to tournaments or anything like that. Like we used to have SnowCon here, but a lot of like the guys that I used to play with have all since moved away, and the community has dissolved down to me and a friend of mine, and that's pretty much it. So, which like I'm totally fine with as long as I get my games in. I really don't care. But as far as like leaving and going somewhere else for painting or anything like that, this will be my first little jaunt into that world. I just want to see how my stuff stacks up to a much larger community.
I mean, Isn't it an
Honestly.
awful lot of work to get all your sleigh dogs ready and take them on that journey?
It is, but they're tireless though. Once you get them going,
Yeah.
they're they're sturdy. They go
And
for
if
days.
not, I just hop on the back of my direwolf, and then it's all good.
You got that going for you, and that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Hey, it all sounds a lot more exciting than what all the hicks around here do with their stupid horses.
Yeah. But yeah, so like I'm base coating this one. I think I'm gonna take the Batrock fig with me too, just to see how well he does. I'm not sure how that's gonna go over. How if they're just gonna look at it and be like, "What the fuck is that?" But whatever.
Is it at a gaming con that this is associated with, or is it hosted just by a store?
No, it's the manager of the GW store down there. Has a community of guys, and they're doing it sort of like, it's not like an official GW thing. It's just like, I think it's like 40 people or something like that are entering.
Okay.
I don't even know what the prizes or anything are, or if there is any. There's definitely a trophy, but we'll see what happens.
There you go. So it sort of is unofficially at the Games Workshop store then, if Mark's in it.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, if you don't win, you can always just sculpt yourself a trophy.
That's true. I can do that.
Are there multiple are they doing categories and stuff, or is it just literally like,
Yeah.
hey, bring some stuff and let's see how it goes?
No, there's like single miniature, unit, and monster is what they're doing. So
Okay.
there's
Like
only three
Dark
categories.
Fantasy and Sci-Fi in the same one. So yeah, okay. So like 40K single miniature is going up against Fantasy single miniature and so on, right?
Yes. Which
Do they have to be GW models? I would assume if it's at a Games Workshop store.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Which I'm completely fine with, because like the only models that I own that aren't GW are my Croxigors, which are the War Machine, Hordes, Black-Hide Rasslers.
Sure.
Or like I myself, and they can't really say anything about something that I've sculpted out of green stuff. So
No, I'm sure that'd be fine. There's usually whole categories for that kind of stuff at like Golden Demon and such. Speaking of that, why like Golden Demon's back and yet we're getting no love here in, North America? What up with that?
they're working their way up to it.
We very seldom get love in any of those departments from GW over here.
I want to see them. I mean, they're doing it at it's Warhammer Fest is they're having a Golden Demon competition, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That needs
Well,
to
the
come
trouble
back
is-
to the States.
I'm sure they'll get around to it. Like I think a lot of the like things they're doing right now is they're just sort of sticking their toes in the water to see how everything goes. Like I think
Sure.
in the next year and a half, we're going to see a lot of this stuff fold out everywhere.
All right. So can they make Warhammer World basically into like a flying thing and bring that over here too? Because I'd like to see that.
I actually think that a good move for them to do would be like make one in Memphis, where like their headquarters is.
They're moving a lot of their headquarters stuff. At least that's what I was told.
Well, they used to, at that Memphis place, they used to have a big old battle bunker, which was effectively a giant gaming hall. And they used to have staff that were dedicated to similar stuff that the studio and White Dwarf team did in the UK. Because there was a time that they did an independent White Dwarf for the US. And Canada, actually, at that matter. We had a White Dwarf team in Oakville. But that all shrunk. So that might be a hope for the future, that they reestablish themselves and have a studio in Memphis. and then you would get a lot of this hobby rollout of gaming events, and maybe spin it off and go to Chicago or other LA or places around the country.
Yep. I just want to see them do well. That's it. Like, I want to see them, like, I see that they're reaching out to the community. They're working really hard at trying to give us the game that we want, and I want to see them succeed and do well because they're working really, really hard to do so.
I am stepping away for just a few. I will be back.
Yep.
Okay. I just want to see them bring something down here because there's nothing near me really in terms of like big gaming conventions. It's all quite a ways up north from me.
Yeah, mine's all south.
Yeah.
You're near Dallas, James?
Yeah, right next to Dallas.
Okay. Is there not a... Where does that Lone Star GT go on? Is that San Antonio?
I think that's either in San Antonio or Austin, which is a good about 4 or 5 hour drive for me.
Yeah. Well, I guess the Alamo would be the one in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was going to be a convention down in Waco this past year. I think it was the end of 2015, but that ended up falling through, which would have been nice because that's about an hour, hour and a half, or probably about an hour and a half drive for me. So that would have been the closest one that, would have been like a big gaming convention. But that ended up falling through because that was the same time as the local college homecoming, so they ended up having to cancel it.
Yeah, that's it's always the one that's like most convenient for you to go to. That's like, nope, we're canceling. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, because really, I mean, for me to go up to the Chicago area or whatever like that, I think I mapped it out and it was close to like a 20-some-odd hour drive.
Oh, that's not worth a drive.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No,
guys,
especially... Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying I'm out for a couple minutes. I got to get the charge wire for this tablet.
Okay. Well, Merrick, since you're still here, I can share. I was going to say it's especially not good for me because I drive a old 2001 car, so I don't really want to risk driving that far across country.
And plus, gas.
Yeah. I mean, I get decent mileage. It's something like probably like 22-ish, and all. And for a car that's what 15, 16 years old, it's not got too many miles comparatively, but it still runs good. That's me. I'm just like, man, I'm gonna drive a car till its wheels fall off. Save myself the money. Because that money could be better spent buying models.
That's very, very true.
Why have a car payment when I can buy more stuff?
Yeah, why have a car payment when you can just buy a used car and own it? And
yes.
It's done.
Yes, that's exactly what I did. Did I say earlier, Merrick, I don't remember, that I wanted to take a page out of Vince's book and basically travel east and go north along the eastern coast of the U.S. and then play all the guys like, Paul and Vince and Tom along the way and then end up at Mini Wargaming up in Canada?
No, you did not.
That would be awesome.
That would be pretty sweet.
And then come on back. How far of a distance is it for? I know Canada's huge. That's why I'm not like trying to say, oh, I think it's close. I'm legitimately curious. How far is Mini Wargaming from where you are?
About a 16-hour drive.
Yeah, pretty far.
from just so you have like an idea, like where I live is like 8 hours from like the nearest city.
Okay.
So like we're fairly remote.
Yeah. So those sleigh dog jokes might be a little bit closer than what I initially believed.
I actually could have used a sleigh and some dogs fucking yesterday, man. I could not, but like beginning of May, and like the snow was all melted. We were having nice weather. I was getting like some renovations because I'm building a studio in my garage. So I was like
Hmm.
getting all that stuff done. I was all super hyped. And then like I woke up in the morning and like went outside, well, opened up my window and like it was just like snow. I'm like, it is May 9th for fuck's sakes. Like, what the hell is this?
Hmm.
And then today, like last night, it finally stopped snowing. And then like today, it got up to +6. So now it's just like a muddy, wet mess outside, and it's awful.
That's what I was about to ask about because I had family that lived up in the mountains in Colorado for a while, and they talked about how the snow wasn't so bad. It was the seasons right after the big snow, whenever it was like the mud and mush everywhere, that was the worst.
Yeah,
At
it's
least,
like when the snow first starts melting and you get all that like sand and salt and crap that they pour down on the roads so that you can actually like drive on them,
yeah.
and then that stuff gets everywhere. Like really pissed me off, I think more than anything else is that like they put dirt down on the roads to make them drivable. And like I just finished cleaning off my front lawn because like what they'll do is they'll grate the roads and then they'll just push all that snow onto your front lawn and leave it there. So when the snow melts, your fucking all the gravel and shit that they put down on the roads just ends up sitting on your front lawn. So you've like got to go out there and like sweep all that shit off. So I have to do it twice now this year because there's fucking more on my front lawn because they sanded and then they graded and it's back.
Do you ever go swimming in that small pond that's basically been formed by that?
No, it's frowned upon.
Yeah, I would figure.
So what is it you're working on there?
This is that Coven Throne I was talking about. Still got a good long ways to go, but I've made a few changes. I like the little skeleton dude up front. I don't know how well you can even see him. Kind of like standing guard at the front of it. Yeah.
That's pretty epic looking, man.
He's like 6 or 7 different models put together, including a Lord of the Rings orc. I borrowed the kilt-looking thing from him.
Oh, yeah, yeah. From the Uruks?
No, the Lord of the Rings orcs, like that Mordor has.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, if I need a spare part, like an elbow or a weapon or a bit of armor, I'm like, well, I have about, 80 of you guys, and I will never use that many in game, so you're first up on the chopping block.
That's what I love about the Stormcast models, too. They're, like, pretty much the same thing. They're, like, all of their pieces are pretty much interchangeable, so if you, like, need an arm or an elbow piece or another shoulder pad, you can just take from whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my Lord of the Rings orcs also have the privilege of being my son's learn to paint with models. So he takes out his watercolors and practices on them.
That's amazing.
He has a great time. I can't wait till he's actually old enough to like play the game.
He's totally not going to be into any of it. That's what's going to happen there.
Well, I bet he will when he's really
Dad,
little.
I'm going to rebel.
Yeah. My
when
son,
he's really little, maybe not, but yeah.
He just likes to like pick up the figures and like play with them and stuff. He's like, Dad, can we play monsters? I'm like, here's a model I haven't painted. Go have fun. And then he brings it back in pieces every time.
That's what we use like my 40K stuff for. Got like my Bane blade and stuff. So it's like, yep, this. I'm like, here you go, make your little fortress, and the Bane blade's gonna come a knocking.
You are all clearly very nice, patient gentlemen.
Actually, no. I'm really not. Like, my wife often comments on how I have, like, zero patience, like, with my kids. And, like, an infinite amount to sit here and paint these miniatures.
Well, all I'm saying is, so, you know, I have a new dog, and I love that dog very
Yep.
much. And that dog took a Bretonian Knight off of my shelf and chewed on it for a second, and I almost murdered that dog.
Oh, I'm not saying I've never had moments where I've like wanted to murder my child. That's totally happened.
Sure, I'm just saying if a model came back to me broken, like this happens, my friends say this too, and I'm like, I would knock that child into an age where it could no longer break models. Like it would be unconscious until that point in life. That's how hard I would hit the kid. Maybe that's mean. Maybe that's inappropriate.
Pretty good about not
That's why I'm not a
touching
parent.
models.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
maybe I should rein you guys in and remind you that this is broadcasting on the internet.
oh,
Hey,
fuck,
I remember. Hey, look, I'm not a parent. I have no children. That's why this is a good thing, okay?
Yeah.
My models are sacrosanct. I would never hit a child in real life. That's horrible. But I'm saying that, I've taken the steps to never be in that point of angriness.
Yeah. Like,
Don't
I've
hit your kids.
never hit my kid either, but that doesn't mean I haven't wanted to. And like that's just fucking straight up honesty. Like, it broadcasted, I really don't give a shit.
I get it.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's your actions that are the important thing there. Everybody's had thoughts of those kinds of things, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's like I'm sure everybody's thought about murdering their wife. Like, it's just a thing.
I've never thought. I've never thought about that.
Most of my angry thoughts are directed at people at like the grocery store or on the road to it or something. I'm like, do you not realize that there's other human beings around you? I'd like to
Sure. Yes.
I'd like to knock some sense into you.
Oh, there's absolutely the case. Yes. Now that I'll agree with. I'm positive that there's been a case in traffic where we've all thought about murdering somebody who just like cut us off suddenly at 80 miles an hour and then slammed on their brakes or something, right? Like, yeah, I'm sure that everybody has universally had that experience of just overwhelming anger.
Nope, that doesn't happen here.
Yeah.
It's because you don't have cars. You have.
Oh, that's right. Yes. That doesn't. Nobody drives like that in Canada.
Not where I am, anyway.
Sure.
Isn't that because the population of your area is like 10 miles per person?
Yeah.
No, it's because you can't get up to 80 miles an hour on dirt roads.
Yeah. Oh.
You mean
no?
ice?
There's 15,000 people here.
That's about the same size as the town I went to college in. I could not stand
Yes,
it.
all jokes aside, like, because obviously Merrick lives, in a particularly interesting town because of his profession. But, like, Kieranstown is huge. It's, like, by the standards of most cities, like, and super nice, too. Like, everything I've seen of that city blows my mind how nice that is.
Yeah, we do okay here. We have all the regular amenities that people would expect in an advanced.
Sure. I wouldn't imply that. I know you don't live in the woods. I'm just saying, like, it's hard for me to to comprehend in my brain that there's a city that far, because like you're farther north in the border. Like when I think of like heavily populated cities in Canada, I think of like Toronto and Montreal and stuff like that, right? I don't think about the fact that there's a city of like 750, 800,000 people that far north. Like that's a pretty sizable city.
Yeah, like driving wise, we would be, I guess, 6 hours to the 49th parallel, which is
right.
The predominant border.
Mm-hmm.
So where Merrick is, he's a little further north than that yet. And I think,
one of my wife's
trying to recall what
wife's best friends, who was her like one of her like bridesmaids or whatever, is a teacher in Quebec, and she's a teacher at some kind of remote place, like her village or something, that she has to fly into. Like there is no route into it. You know, that's like way, way, way up there in Quebec. So
yeah,
that's a little bit different.
I'm trying to remember what the stat was, Merrick. Maybe you know this, but I think it's something to the neighborhood of 70% of Canada's population is within 2 hours drive of that 49th parallel.
Yep.
Does that seem too high, or does that ring true to you, Merrick?
No, that's the number.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Like, I just don't think of any, but like, I think of it being fairly sparse beyond that, right? Like, that's not true. There are cities of some significant size up there.
Yeah, so that's what Edmonton boasts, is it's the only city of a million population this far north. Unless you get to Europe, and maybe Oslo in Sweden is more populous than us.
Well, yeah, those Viking countries are all like, way up there. Like there are chunks of their countries that are just way, way up there too. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, like there's been a heavier population in that part of the world for a lot longer too.
Yep.
Color. Let's go. I didn't notice at first the pillows on the mortise or on the Coven throne are stuffed with entrails.
Yep.
Yes, that is correct.
Now I'm trying to pick out good colors for those. So if
I mean, they wouldn't be stuffed with feathers, obviously.
No, but I didn't even notice like that one was torn open at first.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I would start with like a warlock purple and move up to like whatever pink.
That's actually what I'm doing. I'm starting with a Nagaroth Knight, but working my way up.
I am painting for the first time in my life gourds.
You mean like a pumpkin?
Gourd.
Yeah. That's what these guys' little drinking vessels are, is their gourds. I can't recall painting a gourd on any other miniature in the world I've ever done.
I don't think I have either.
No. So I'm imagining them to be a pale green, I think, is the color of most gourds.
Most that I've been around are like yellowish. But that's like different kinds of squash and whatnot.
Yeah. I have yellow going on elsewhere on this model, though, so I wanted to dodge that color.
Yeah.
These.
Minty green.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah. But I gotta try to somehow still make it fleshy in that green tone. I guess that's what I'm trying to do.
So like a pallid flesh sort of deal?
Yep, that's where we're going.
Nice.
The colors I have out here are Rakarth flesh and an Ogren camo, that kind of range. If that makes sense to you guys in the GW ranges.
Yep.
What are these GW paints of which you speak? I don't know them.
They're the ones that you used to use.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Before you went all hipster on us.
Absolutely. Proud to be that. If it means I don't have to use those paints.
I'm kind of like underwhelmed with this Retributor armor.
Is that one of their golden ones?
That's the base paint, right?
Yeah, it's their base.
I just don't like any of their golds, especially their newer ones. The only ones I like are the really, really, really old, like the Shining Gold.
Mm-hmm. They're all fine. Screaming Bell was one of the best metallics I've ever worked with.
Hello.
Enjoyed that.
Hey, man.
Hey, can you hear me
How are we
okay?
getting on? Yeah.
Sweet.
Hey, Andrew, how you doing, sir?
Not bad, not bad. You guys?
Doing good.
I'm all right.
Pretty good.
I finally finished out with every other task I could possibly do that is not doing the freehand on this banner. So it's time to do the freehand on this banner. I've stalled long enough.
Okay, so you're going to be quiet for a while then, I guess.
No, it's not. That's just it. Like, doing little runes like I did here. Okay, so like I'm setting down these little runes on it. Let's do, like those took, I had to do those very carefully. That's focus. But then beyond that, it's all just like, now we're just going to push paint around, because now it's time to paint a pretty picture.
Yeah.
So it's just pushing paint around at that point. I think we're going to start with some Canta Brick Blue. How about that? You like
Hell
Canta
yeah.
Blue's good.
Dude, I'm getting more into this Scale 75 paint. You want to talk about hipster paint? There you go. I'm getting really into this Scale 75 paint more every day.
You haven't found anything weird about it?
Sure. I need to do I might put up a product review on one of the sets tomorrow, actually.
You mean today?
Yes, it's a very... Today, I guess, yes, technically. It's a very different paint set. Like, Scale 75 paints behave very differently than Vallejo or Citadel or anything like that. It's tough to explain, but it's almost like they have a retardant medium in them or something. Like they're gummy almost is how I would explain it, right? They dry slow, they dry ultra matte, and you can like very easily push them around and get them into position where you want them.
That sounds horrible.
It's actually very advantageous for certain tasks. Like I wouldn't recommend. Like I think they suck at like base coating in general. I wouldn't use them to do that, but I think they're pretty good at like when you want to build up freehand, where that's what you're doing. You're just pushing a lot of paint around and slowly building up an image.
Yeah.
They're quite good.
I found that they don't adhere very well. Like if I put a very, very light layer on, I can brush it off accidentally with another brush.
Oh,
or when I come
absolutely.
across it a second time. Like, how do you solve that? Do you just varnish it afterwards, or?
Well, you just let it dry. I mean, that's just it. It's because they've got that like retardant in them, so they're meant to be.
Oh no,
slow dry.
I've had it after it's dried.
Huh? I've never had that.
Yeah, it's really weird.
That being said, like yes, I mean I generally matte varnish everything I do, so that could be another reason that I haven't run into that issue, right?
FYI,
So you mean, Vince, that you basically like go layer after layer of matte varnishing? Like you paint a layer, then you matte varnishing it?
No.
Okay.
But I also never touch. I also never touch my models, right?
Right.
Like when I'm painting them. I mean, this is what I'm holding the whole time while I'm painting this guy, right? So.
Looks like Merrick got attacked again.
Oh, he's frozen in time.
Oh, he's completely dropped from me.
so talking about the matte varnish, I don't know if you guys use this. It's a Liquitex.
I have not.
Yep, that's what I
I
use.
generally.
It's the
Is
best
that
matte
like
varnish
rattle
I've ever
cam?
used. Yeah, that's a rattle cam, but I think you can also get it straight. It's the best matte varnish I've ever used.
I have a brush on by them, matte varnish.
Okay.
My brand.
How do you find that?
Dull coat.
I like it. It's always come out pretty flat. in color, like it's not added a shine, and I've never had any of the models like lose any paint or smudge or anything once I put it on them. But to be fair, I almost never have that problem whether or not I put the varnish on any model ever.
It seems to be a reoccurring theme in the PMP. People keep asking, including me, what varnish to use.
The main reason I picked that one up is that was what was at my local art supply store. They had it for cheap.
That's interesting. So Liquitex matte varnish, huh?
Yeah, it's a good go.
I'll check it out.
Vince, do you have any? Oh, go ahead, Karen.
I was just asking Andrew if you got more to talk about varnish. You go ahead. How are we going to change the subject?
I was just gonna say, Vince, if you have a Michaels or Hobby Lobby or anything like that near you, they carry that brand.
Gotcha.
That's right.
Yeah, I do have. I have a Michaels not too far away from me. There's a Hobby Lobby in the city, but it's really annoying to get to. So
that's where I normally go for my Vallejo, the few Vallejos that I have.
I know a lot of people do that because you can use that Groupon every day for 40% or whatever.
Yeah.
So, Andrew, it's early morning for you, is it?
Yeah, it's like 8:30.
Such dedication to your craft.
I just have a bit of spare time now. I got an hour before I have to go pick up the family from the ferry.
Ah.
I also just have to take the time when I can. It's been pretty busy lately.
So, is it common that you get up earlier in the morning and get some hobby time in?
No, it's usually just later in the evening kind of a thing. It's kind of, I don't know if you guys have the same trouble, but when I get hobby in the evening, it's a little bit hard to get to bed sometimes. Like all of a sudden, I might find it's like 2 a.m. or, oh.
Yeah.
Yep, I understand that.
I more or less hobby from let's say tomorrow. I'm going to wake up at like 8:30 in the morning, so 6 hours from now. And I'm going to come down here and I'm going to paint. And then I'll do that. If I play a game tomorrow night, I'll take 3 or 4 hours off. And then I'll go to sleep at about 4 a.m. and I'll be hobbying. Any other hour that isn't that thing I just mentioned will be me sitting in this chair hobbying. So there you go. So I guess my answer is no.
For me, I've kind of been not getting much sleep either, but that's because I've been staying up late to get some in. My son's 3.5, and my second kid's about to be born, so I'm like squeeze this in while I can, and then I wake up at like 7, maybe 7:30, and try to get a little bit in the morning too.
Yeah, I guess when you have young children, it's also nice to get that sort of alone, personal time, just relax and space out.
Yep. The rare moment that is.
I would say generally I'm an evening hobbyist.
That's what I prefer.
Yeah, not much during the daytime. Well, that'd probably be better because then I could use some natural light to do this kind of stuff instead of being under this hot light lamp instead.
Mm-hmm. Well, can't you just wait till like the summertime, and then it's basically like a really, really, really long time of the day?
Yeah, that's true. And probably a month from now, it'll stay sunlight until 10:30 or maybe even 11 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's certainly possible.
What time does the sun rise again?
Well, at that time, again in a month's time when it's the height, probably be up before 6 a.m. So plenty of sunlight hours when you're this far north.
Yep.
That also means plenty of darkness hours through the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where I go to work in the
Sounds like
darkness
it's about the same as here.
Where are you, Andrew?
Denmark at the moment.
Okay.
It's a little country in Europe, next to Sweden and Norway, just above Germany. Most people think it's part of Germany.
We know Denmark.
Oh, really?
It's a very well-known country. Yeah, you're one of the Viking countries. That's where Vikings came from there. Americans love
Exactly.
Vikings.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
So
I'd
this is where we
say
get the association with Hamlet and things like this. We can.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Always be reminded of Denmark for that.
I've been to the castle that supposedly Hamlet is based off. It's more of a fortification now, I guess you could. It was repurposed. It was built and then repurposed by the just as a barracks for like 500 years or something like that. So it doesn't look as glorious, shall we say, as when it was a castle, but it's still very impressive.
So instead of Elsinore, what is it called? Really?
You should be able to answer that, but I cannot. I'm sorry about that.
That's fine.
Yeah. The immigration over here will kick me out of the country.
That's okay. If immigration around here came and checked, most Americans with the basic quiz that you have to take to become a citizen, most of the people in the U.S. would be kicked out every single year.
A great influx to Canada and Mexico, huh?
Well, I would argue that's not accurate, only because.
Exaggerated. Yeah.
No, I just mean if it was the case that you came around and got tested every year, suddenly everybody would know it. Like, what a shocker! Like,
right. I just mean
would respond to the incentive accordingly. But yes, I agree. As it stands right now, most people, if just randomly handed the test, could not accurately pass it. That I agree with.
Yep.
There's a great misunderstanding maybe amongst Canadians that people from the USA are terrible at geography.
I'd say that's pretty accurate.
But. Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite bits, I don't know if you all watch John Oliver at all, but one of my favorite bits that he does is like, his Last Week Tonight on HBO, which I highly recommend. But he'll do a bit where he's like, Uruguay, and he'll show like a picture of South America and then like have a highlighted country that's, and he's like, Uruguay, a country you think about so little, you don't even know that that's not Uruguay. That's Uruguay. And he'll switch to the real country, and then it'll be like, or is it? Maybe it's this one. You don't know, do you? It's pretty great.
Well, that's one thing to know South American countries, or countries around the world, but even the joke is that even domestic geography is a challenge for many.
I'm not the best person to
ask
about
tell the difference between, like, to tell the difference between South Dakota and Montana, for example. Is that possible?
I'm not the best to ask about that because my opinion of the average American's IQ is very, very low, just like I believe the average IQ to be. So.
All right.
I would say that is actually accurate, yes, that most Americans couldn't really identify most of the states.
Sorry about the rattling, guys. I have a cat who's decided to go crazy time.
That's all good. Except for the fact that you have a cat, that's not good.
Yeah. I've been trying to kill it.
That's where you went wrong, yeah.
Well, I have a fun story about that if I haven't shared it with you guys.
I haven't heard it.
I was in the UK a few years back for the Olympics there, and whilst I was away, the wife sent me an email saying, "Hey, I'm at the SPCA and I'm thinking about getting a cat. What do you think about that?" And so I read this email, and I phoned her, that evening, and she said, "Oh, by the way, I got a cat while you were away." I'm like, so you sent me a message not to ask what I think about that, but just to tell me it was going to happen. Nice.
Of course.
I feel like this is one of those moments where
so I came So coming home 2 weeks later, there's a cat in my house.
I feel like this is one of those moments where Vince would break in with, "This is why we can't have nice things."
Well, I mean, fortunately, my wife is also not a cat person, and she knows if I came home and there was randomly a cat, she would come home to randomly divorce papers. So it's pretty much that easy.
If it was me, that happened, my wife would just come home to a cat.
Whoa. Okay, here's a thing that I've just done for the first time, besides painting gourds, is dropping a miniature into my paint water.
That's a wash.
Exactly, yeah. It's a really thinned wash.
Wow.
I mean, it'll homogenize your palette, right?
This is not good. As I scramble here to dab water off of this thing.
I don't think I've ever done that, but, you know, I've more than done my fair share of accidentally drinking the paint water instead of the drink I had on the table.
Well, no, I never had that.
How? Like, that is just mysterious to me when people do this. Like, it's not the same cup. I don't keep them in the same place.
Well, see, that's the problem. I often have them in similar cups.
You know how you could stop that?
Yeah, I have.
Just don't do that thing. Like, that would really be as easy as it is.
Yep. Because I used to use basically just, you know, those like disposable plastic cups for both. And now I've stopped and I'm only using like big old drinking glasses when I'm painting.
You see, that wouldn't help me because I'm so absent-minded. I just drink anything that's in front of me, unfortunately.
See, that's why. Like, I'll be too focused on like the YouTube video that I'm listening to while I'm painting, and not pay attention to what I was picking up.
Oh, such an idiot.
Stop narrating my story for me.
Wow. So I had this. I made my base for this thing out of balsa wood. I just glued it on with regular glue, and now that's come off because of the moisture that's soaked into it. Because balsa wood soaks up moisture instant fast.
Yep.
God dang it! Such an amateur.
Rookie move. We got a rookie on the field.
Oh.
Rookie on the field.
I rolled a 3 for my dexterity test. That's what happened there.
Indeed.
I thought you were gonna just say crit failed it.
Okay, that would also work. Yeah, just to return back real quick to these scale 75s, like, they really are very fun. Like, you can see, so I'll just go back to this real quick. So, like, I'm just working this tower, right? And you can just push colors around really easy. They dry interesting, they dry super matte, they mix interestingly. Like I said, they're not great for base coating, but they just are very unique. For doing like highlights and blends and stuff, they're really, really, really good. So like I would, to the point where I actually ordered a couple more sets yesterday. Like I ordered their flesh tone because I'm really keen to play around with their flesh tone set because I think that's going to be pretty sweet.
I have the flesh tone set.
Again, just like the time it takes to dry. Oh, do you? What did you think of it?
I think it's really good. It's the one I use all the time for flesh. I also have the wood set. That is also extremely good, the wood and leather. And there's one that I wasn't so impressed with, which was the greens. I've had the most trouble with the greens.
Huh, interesting. Yeah, I haven't gotten the greens yet. I picked up the blues. Okay, so like, which I love, by the way. So that's like the ones with like these colors in it, and it has like a slightly turquoise and kind of a purple, and then a big blue range. It's like the sky blue and sport or whatever. I like that one a lot. I like the intensity set very much. And I really love the non-metallic metal gray set, like the steel non-metallic metal set. That is just bonkers useful. By far the best.
Andrew, you said they had a good, like, Caucasian flesh tone set?
Yeah.
I may have to try that. I struggle so much with painting Caucasian skin tone. I can paint just about anything else, but that I always struggle with.
They, I mean, the majority, you can kind of see here, right? Majority of the guys there are Caucasian, but you have the darker skin tones down here, which you can do a like ethnic. But the really nice thing about these sets is they actually, well, in my experience, they actually think quite a lot about the colors that they put together. That they blend nicely in the color mat. Like you can pretty much choose roughly any collection of those colors there, and it's not going to look weird.
Huh. Yeah.
Yeah, I ordered that set that you just showed, and I grabbed the like the alien flesh or weird flesh or whatever set, you know. It has like the dead fleshes in it and stuff like that. Just because I'm like, all right, I think those two will work really well together because they're sort of, you know, meant to create different highlights and lowlights and flesh tones. So. And obviously, you do a lot of unusual flesh tones with fantasy figures, right?
Yeah. I don't have a problem painting dead things. I mean, every one of my zombies has a slightly different skin tone, but you know, not the living. That's what I struggle with.
I have a new flesh tone on my guy now.
You have a what?
So I have an entirely new flesh tone on my guy now.
Well, that's.
Is it dirty paint watercolor?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, is it like river corpse color or something?
Well, I'm gonna have to see when it dries here, but it's not looking promising.
Yeah, but this is like your chance to discover something entirely new, right?
Sure.
Like you've got to try work this into a success. And then in the future, in 2 years' time, everyone's going to be dunking their miniature in the paint water.
Exactly.
Ahead of the curve.
You know, you could be onto it, exactly. Like, if you watch, like, the loaded brush technique came about because, you know, Ben was being super lazy, right? Like, he's like, well, I just got lazy and didn't change my paint, really. And then, boom, he just didn't really take the time to clean the color completely, and then, boom, he, you know, creates loaded brush, which is fantastic.
Yeah. Not my intention, but I suppose I could make the look of the... If you want a diseased human look,
Here's how you paint Nurgle.
This is how you make it happen.
It'd be a good challenge for the PMP. Everybody dunk your miniature in your paint water and see what you can do.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
What were you working on before you gave it a bath?
Oh, these are fermented river monks of the Malifaux range.
No, yeah.
Drunken monks. So it's not outlandish to think that the guy's flesh might be a little bit pallid after 6 weeks of straight drinking.
Yeah.
I would think more red, but sure. I hope you're working in some big red noses on them.
Their noses are very slight, so it's tough to do.
You're not painting Rudolph, Vince.
Hey, I'm just saying. Sounds like a challenge to me, Kieran. I think you got to step up to the plate, my friend.
Yeah.
What do I think? I believe in you. You can do it.
Well, I'm gonna have to recover from something here.
Did you mute yourself when you did it? Because if it was me, I probably would have had some things come out of my mouth that I wouldn't really want to say in front of people.
Well, I didn't really know the consequences at first. I dropped it in there and then stunned myself, first of all, that I was that clumsy. So that's probably why you didn't hear me.
There's also the fact that he's Canadian. He's too nice to do that in front of others.
Right.
That's probably not true. I mean, it's true that I'm Canadian, but no, I certainly don't wouldn't filter myself for that reason. Oh boy.
So I guess you guys have talked the hell out of the new Civil Tower?
I mean, no.
No?
Not
Okay.
really.
I mean, I'm always up for talking about it again.
We keep sort of mentioning it and then not going deep on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
What are you most intrigued with it, Andrew?
So the thing for me is that it pretty much suits my style. Like, I'm always jumping around with what I paint. Like, and I like to paint, one model which is maybe Skaven, and then one model that could be TK, and then one model that could be like a Ranger or something like that. So any sort of like skirmish game like that kind of suits my painting style, where I'm sort of schizophrenic almost.
I was gonna say painting. Painting. What's it called? ADHD.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. It's I was lucky to find a group of people at my gaming group that also suffer. Well, most people do suffer from this problem, but there was about 3 of us that are extreme. So we only play skirmish games where you can. Yeah, you basically have a warband and you pretend you have a tavern, so anyone can be in your warband kind of thing. Because we never know what we're going to paint next week, kind of situation.
So Frostgrave's right up your alley.
Yeah, Frostgrave. We also play another game called Song of Blades and Heroes, which
I've heard of it.
Oh, you've heard of it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it's not very competitive. It's more for funsies. Which means it's quite. I find it a really good introductory game for people who haven't played before or stuff like that. Like I would play it with my wife, who is not a wargamer at all, and she would actually find it fun. But that's another thing about the Civil Tower is that is something I could play with non-wargaming friends quite easily. Like board games is a really big thing over here.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is with you guys.
Oh, it certainly is available anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like a situational thing where it seems that board games has had a huge revival over here because families are trying to get people away from computers, well, their children away from computers, but they've
it's
risen in
called China.
popularity. Oh yeah, right. Yes, good point. Yeah.
Yes, you are absolutely right. Board games have had a huge revival, and the secret to that is China. That's all there is to it. Because you can simply produce board games at a insanely cheaper cost than you could previously do it. That's what has happened. Like board games at the end of the 90s, okay? Like Wizard or Dungeons and Dragons TSR stopped making box sets because they got prohibitively expensive. Okay, they were just like so, if you look back to the early 90s, you had everything being released as these big box sets. And then they stopped because they were just so crazy expensive to make. Like their last box sets they made, they actually lost money on every one they sold. Okay. Like they were costing $60, $70 to produce. They were selling them for $40. Wasn't a small amount of money. And then China happened, and all that the sourcing for that became really straightforward. And now I could punch out a board game, next week, right? Like it's crazy how fast you can get it all done now. So there you go.
What I have noticed popping up though, and I don't know if it's the same for you guys, is public board gaming cafes. Like in the past few years in Edmonton, I think there's been 3 new ones that I've noticed.
Wow.
So yeah, they're encouraging people to get out of their houses and play board games. So the nature of that business is that they have a library of games, and you pay like a $5 per head fee to sit down and have access to their library for the evening. And in the meantime, they'll sell you some cocktails and some beer and coffee if you want while you're in there. So it's a good thing.
Sounds pretty neat.
Absolutely. That being said, Andrew, I also don't think you're totally wrong. Like that, I think there is sort of for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction type of thing there as well, right? Like, in response to the digital age and blah blah blah, like the more tactile experience also has increases in value amongst a certain group of people, right?
Yeah.
So you've got this combination of market desire and cheap ability to produce. So the demand is there and the supply can rise to meet it. So you get this massive explosion. Like, I've watched it happen over the time I've been going to Gen Con over the last 10 years. 10 years ago, there really wasn't much in the way of board games there at all. Now, it's like the exhibition hall is just dominated by, like, new board games every year.
Now tell me, is that big retailers or is it small Kickstarters?
Like at Gen Con, are you asking me?
Yeah. Like, because I know that with the cheaper costs for board games, it enabled a lot of people to go via Kickstarter with smaller launches.
Yeah, definitely certainly another big player, right? The fact that you can not only could you cheaply produce them, but now you can Kickstart them, so you don't even have to eat the cost up front, right? Probably also another big factor in there. The answer is yes. Yeah. By that I simply mean yes, both are there, right? Like, the Asmodee or whatever has a huge booth, and like WizKids has a huge booth, and these guys are both big in that space. But then at the same time, like, you'll see plenty of 10x10 booths of like much smaller companies just doing it, seeing what's going on, trying to make a new game happen.
Talking about new games, your project with AOS Mordheim, what's going on there? Is it still around?
It's still around. Yeah, absolutely. What's going on is that Tom is getting his PhD, and so I keep saying, hey, we should be working on it, and he's like, yeah, let's do it. And then we don't do it. So
yeah. So he's almost finishing soon, right?
He's about to take his exams that make him a wizard or whatever, his owls, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Awesome.
I don't really know. I'm not yes, he's I don't know what happens next. I don't know what's in that track, but he is about to hit a major landmark this summer, so whatever becomes of that.
And then you'll get him back for game development.
No, because he's about to have his fourth kid and start a full-time job and everything else. So I suspect he'll probably be out of pocket for a while to come. Unfortunately.
Oh, the cost of graduating, eh? You have to get out there and do some full-on adulting at that point.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm learning that now. Just fresh out of university and jumping into my first job, learning what it means to be a professional. You're not allowed to wear shorts in the office, for example.
That's always kind of fascinated me. I think about stuff like that a lot. Not like why can't you wear shorts necessarily. But I mean,
the question that has astounded Vince for years.
No, seriously, like some part of that, yes, absolutely. Like, think about it. It's kind of unusual, actually, right? Like, let me ask you a question, okay? I will ask you a very simple question.
All right.
Would you prefer to be comfortable or uncomfortable?
Comfortable.
Would anyone here...
physically or socially? Or just in general?
Physically. Would you rather be physically comfortable or physically uncomfortable?
I have to say comfortable.
Sure. Like, assume no other consequences, right? Like, you're not being horribly socially outcast or something for it, right? Okay. So, I think probably everyone would say they would rather be comfortable. Like, who would answer, no, I would rather be uncomfortable, right? And yet... And so most people don't enjoy, crazy dressing up and wearing, very uncomfortable clothes and stuff like that. And yet, we live in a society where, for the most part, we are expected to constantly wear uncomfortable clothing to our professional job every day. And you might say, but Vince, that's the social paradigm. I understand that, like your point about mental comfort. The issue that I have that I would push back on is, how did a bunch of people who all preferred to be comfortable individually get together and create the social contract that we're all going to agree to be uncomfortable? And that's what's expected. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's odd to think of where that started, because that's obviously not new.
Right.
You look back at centuries-old Tudor living and garbage that those people wore.
Or look at early America with the stupid white powdered wigs.
Yeah.
You're right. Let's blame the British, because I do think it's their fault.
It might be, But
if you look at
not only them, like independently of that culture development, that was going on in the Orient as well. Like you look at Japan and their geisha girls and how they made those ladies dress for the sake of their profession or whatever you want to call it that they're doing. You know, they'd stuff their toes into things that would make their toenails bleed, and they walk around on wooden platforms instead of actual shoes. What's that all about? Why is that? Why did that happen? So
I wanted to bring.
Why has that so odd thing happened in so many different parts of the world, independently of another?
So yes, I have thought about like, why can't you wear shorts? It's fascinating. It's also fascinating that it's actually being disrupted for the first time. If you look at like if you look at a modern tech company or something in like Silicon Valley, and I walk in there, I'm not going to find a lot of dudes in suits.
Yeah, true enough.
It's because they were some of the first people to decide, hey, let's not continue to do this stupid, pointless tradition that gains us nothing.
I would suspect that's correct.
That's one of my pet peeves, which is ironic considering where I live in the world. I cannot stand empty tradition that gets in the way of progress, and yet I live in a society, or a part of society, that worships romanticized versions of the past.
By that you mean Texas?
Yeah, I mean Texas with the cowboy culture, or subculture.
Sure.
Does that actually exist, or is it just like what I see in the movies all the time? When I watch a movie,
it exists, but it's not like super widespread. Like, I mean, to be fair, I live in Dallas-Fort Worth, which is, whenever you add all those cities that basically bleed into each other, it's probably the largest populated area in the state. So it's the most urban area. Unless you actually go out into like the small towns that are off by themselves, you don't see a whole lot of it. But you still have some people that are called like urban cowboy that kind of halfway go there with their attire and whatnot. But it's not like there's horses everywhere or anything.
It's funny, when I learned that like the perception of especially European countries of Americans was that we're all cowboys. That was pretty funny to me. I was surprised to learn that. But I have heard that's a thing.
Yeah.
Yes, the answer is it's certainly real. There are absolutely working cowboys.
Very, very few. There's a lot more people that romanticize it and don't actually participate in any way, shape, or form.
Well, there's not as much need to like drive cattle anymore, certainly, yes.
Yeah.
But like, there's still like, if you think about it as including like ranchers or something, right? There's still quite a few out there.
Yeah, my uncle had one for a while, and then they found oil, and the water wells needed as well to frack the oil. So he sold all that and made quite a profit.
Congrats.
Yeah,
well, it's not like I see any of it.
In a city near us, Calgary, they host famously the Calgary Stampede each year, which is, I might be wrong about this, but they tout it as the biggest rodeo in the whole globe, right? So the city itself, which is about 1.2 million people, just turns into cowboy land for 3 weeks every summer.
I would migrate out of the area every
Well,
year.
I lived there for 3 years, and that's exactly what I did. Because each year when that came up, I would plan my holidays to not be in that town
Yeah.
for as much of it as I could.
But don't you like want to watch it just once to like see the people and just observe it?
All you
Well,
have to do is be around those people outside of that environment, and you know the answer is no.
Oh, okay. So it's like you guys have cowboys, where over here we have like punks or something.
yeah.
I mean, there's the punk subculture here too, but
Yeah, I don't know how I'd answer that, Andrew. I don't think that's that's a universal thing. Like, I mean, for the rest of the year, Calgary is actually a fairly white collar city. You know, where everybody's going into their finance jobs and administrative positions and that kind of stuff. And then suddenly the chaps come out. And it's nonsense.
Is it the locals or people traveling there?
Both. Because
Okay.
the people traveling there are coming there because it's a cowboy rodeo. And it's either because they themselves are cowboy types or they are the curious that want to find out what that looks like. But the city itself just drinks it in and they encourage it. So they play it up as much as they can. Like you go to a random shop that would be like a dress shop for ladies, and during the stampede, what they have in their front window is mannequins stood on hay bales with a lasso hanging off the end of it. Just play off that image, right?
Okay, so I have a question. So, Gen Con, right? The part of the town for Gen Con kind of closes down. And do the shops embrace it just as much? Like,
Oh, yes.
so then you'll have, I don't know, cosplay in windows instead of cowboy suits or something?
Gen Con's a huge deal to that economy, absolutely. Like the economy, or like the town around Gen Con absolutely loves that event. I mean, it's so big.
Do you have people
So, yes.
leaving the area just because Gen Con's around?
No, I mean, I don't know. Like it's one city. It's not my city where I live. I couldn't say for sure. I mean, I'm sure that there are some that probably do. But that being said, I am sure there are many more that are very happy about it. It's generally a good event, and there's generally a lot of very happy people there, and they bring a lot of good business into the city. So I can't imagine it's too controversial of a thing.
There's probably a number of people that feel the same way as I do about that Calgary Stampede I was just describing.
I'm sure there's some.
You know, like when August rolls around, they're like, "Oh, all the nerds are coming. Let me get out of here."
Sure.
Heard the
That is
nerds.
probably true. That being said, I've always thought that the event was in general pretty positive to the city, and that most places where you go are very friendly. They seem very happy. Certainly, every strip club in town is throwing little signs and stuff asking you to come down.
yeah, I would assume it's a bit different too. I mean, I don't know Kieran for that, but there was in the town I was going to, I guess what Europeans would call university or college at. There was what was called the Larry Joe Taylor Music Festival each year, and it was a huge country music festival, and you'd have just thousands and thousands of people come down, and it's really, I really see a lot of it with a lot of the kind of cowboy culture, especially with that. People romanticizing it, it was just like such a drunken like overload. Is like they had to get cops from like all the nearby counties to come by because it's just there's so many drunken brawls, so many just like people trying to drive all intoxicated, and it's just like such a negative. And that's most of my experience with that kind of cowboy culture is running into things like that.
Yeah, and well, whenever you get an event that draws people from outside of your town and everybody's playing it up like they are, well, in general, humans misbehave. That's part of it's part of the DNA.
True. I wasn't trying to say that. I'm just saying, like, just to the degree, I've never seen it quite like I do at that.
Yeah.
No matter what the other event is.
I imagine it much like the Gremlins war party you painted, Kieran. Were you envisioning those guys when you painted that?
Yeah, some hillbilly lands.
Yep.
Yeah, sure was. And here I sit again, painting drunks. It's my jam lately.
So have you managed to recover your miniature?
I think so. I'm doing two at the same time, so I'm just sort of I've dabbed that guy off as best I can. I've set him aside. I re-glued his platform onto the base, and we'll maybe look at him tomorrow. See what that looks like.
I have to keep hopping back and forth with this Coven Throne, because otherwise I'll get to the point where I'm like, man, I'm just tired of doing tiny little roses and other details, and if I don't put it down for a little bit, I'm just going to be like, okay, I'm done, and not do as good of a job as I could have.
So are you skipping between that and the Ghoul King?
Yeah, the Ghoul King's pretty close to being done. I mean, it's just not an overly complex model.
Yeah, I suppose flesh teeth.
Yep, a little bit of cloth. And that's about it.
And I don't think, did we ask you, Andrew, what's in your hands?
No, I'm doing my skeleton dance team at the moment for the Spring Skirmish Challenge. They're not looking so pretty right now, but these kind of guys.
Skeleton dance team, you're calling them.
Yeah, man.
Is one of them going to be breakdancing on his head?
Yeah, which one are you doing modeling as doing the worm? Because I want to see that.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I feel so bad. You guys have some fantastic ideas. I was unfortunately not so, I don't know, imaginative. They're just sort of standing around doing different poses. So I was imagining them sort of like in a line or in a circle, opposed to just the dance floor, but maybe I have to make some more now.
I feel like with the skeletons, you could really easily do, I don't even know what it's called, that stupid like shoulder kind of like arm roll where like, you kind of like do the wave through like one side and down the other. Like I feel like you could really do that well with those like skeletons.
I have some crazy wolves that I made the other day.
Oh boy.
That's
something. It's creative.
So maybe that's getting a little bit along what you're thinking is, they're collectively doing some sort of weird wave or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like a cheerleader pyramid, almost.
Exactly.
Yeah. That was my thought, too.
No, I'm just doing simple stuff at the moment because I don't have too much time for painting. So I thought, go back to bone, go back to basics.
Yeah, I don't have too much more time. I think I got to get some sleep. We've got a couple things we got to do later in the day. Get ready for baby number 2.
Was it coming today then?
No, he's like a week and a half, 2 weeks away.
Oh, okay. Okay. So in the last preparatory stages.
Yep.
There was one fella who was last weekend. We did a Kings of War event locally, and one fella was absolutely on baby watch. Like every couple of turns, he would be checking to see if the baby was on the way. The wife was going into contractions.
Yeah.
Because that was the very next day after that was supposed to be the due date.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he was on baby watch. Turns out the kid still hasn't shown up here a week later. So he's probably been stressing the whole week, thinking, "Oh, it's gonna happen. It's about to happen."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Yeah. Yeah, my first kid came 10 days early, so I suspect that the second will probably be early too. They say it tends to repeat like that.
Mm-hmm. Is that because your wife's body's reacting and she's just like, "Get it out of me"?
Well, the first time it kind of needed to be because, she had a condition called preeclampsia, which is basically where like your liver and kidneys kind of shut down, and the only way to cure it is to actually have the baby. So her body may very well have at that point been like, hurry up and be born.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at this guy again. Might be all right. My poor dropsy guy.
I know I told Vince this, Kieran, but are you familiar with that whole GW 100 thing that came out a while back?
Doesn't ring a bell. Remind me. GW 100.
They started advertising, I don't know, 3 or 4 months back, just about this, GW 100's coming, and it's a big event or whatever, but they wouldn't really give any details. Well, it turns out it's for the 100th store that they're opening in North America, which it just so happens is the one that they're finally opening near where I live, like 15, 20 minutes away. So they're having some kind of like big hullabaloo over that, and like all the stores are getting all the stores in North America are getting like this limited edition piece, similar to like the 30th anniversary Space Marine.
Right.
But then at the 100th store, they're going to have like a bunch of other exclusive stuff, and apparently like some of the, not necessarily like the top big wigs, but some of the bigger wigs, at least over here in the States, are going to be there. And I know the manager, so I'm going to be up there the whole weekend running like the AOS stuff and all. So I'm looking forward to getting to be part of that.
Nice.
Well, that'll be good. Some good marketing for yourself, running the AOS for that sort of event.
Yep.
Yeah, that's encouraging. Yeah. It's not uncommon that they used to do special events like that for grand openings or birthday celebrations for Games Workshop stores. Give you like signed art prints and those sort of semi-exclusive things.
They have a big old cardboard cutout Space Marine like you'll sometimes see for like movie advertisements and stuff.
Yep.
And I'm going to check it because they were asking for us to name it, and there was a poll going on, and I suggested Tiny Tim, like from the Christmas Carol. And since it clearly can't walk and all, I thought it was an appropriate name. So let's see how that's doing in the voting.
You have to be very careful when you ask the internet for input.
Yeah. It's seldom a good idea.
Because then you can get Bodie McBoatface out of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, someone ripped that off, and they were like Spacey McMarine face or something like that, trying to rip that one off. Let's see.
James, were they selling you a Space Marine standee as well?
No, I actually had to close down the shop at least for a while.
Oh, did you? I didn't realize.
Yeah, unfortunately. Basically, my wife was working at a pretty large clothing retailer company called Forever 21. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but she was a manager at one of the stores and like the manager of operations, and whenever we found out that we were pregnant again, she had to quit because of the preeclampsia with her first child. She automatically is considered a high-risk pregnancy, even if she doesn't have the same stuff again. So she had to leave that, and I was like, well, I can't really afford to just be breaking even. So I had to close it down for at least a while and find a real job.
In the world of e-retailing, is that still something you can do half-assedly?
I might be able to.
Online sales.
The big thing is like, even though I'm not getting the full discount via trade rep, they haven't shut down my online account to where I can order anything on their website at a 35% discount. But I'm afraid that if I kind of abused it and like did a lot of that they would shut that down pretty quick.
I see.
Yeah.
So because it's still that maintain that you got to have a brick and mortar operation to deal with them.
Yeah. So right now I'm kind of just playing that nice and slow. So I'm like, hey, I can still keep my discount on whatever I'm getting. Don't want that to go away. Because man, once you pay basically half of what the official retail price is, you don't ever want to go back.
No, probably not.
It just seems so much worse. It's like, I mean, like a zombie dragon's what, like 65-ish or something like that normally, and I've got both of mine. Well, actually, both of mine for free. I used my free product support for the store to build my army for demo games. That was my my verbal reason.
All right. Yeah, I can appreciate that. You wouldn't want to go back to the old days.
Yeah, with paying an arm and a leg for it.
Just like most of the rest of the world.
Yes, like everybody else. I know. I don't want to feel y'all's pain.
I always feel for the Australians when I hear what those guys pay for GW product.
Yeah.
It's always been like that. I remember when I was a little kid that it was extremely expensive as well. But that may be just because I had pocket money and.
And I remember the days when it was like, $1 for a model, basically. I'd pay like $25 and get 24 GW figs in a pack. That was pretty good.
Yeah. This kind of conversation always comes up a lot when you're talking about the cost of this hobby. And people try to paint Games Workshop as the villain who's got overpriced models, but
I don't feel that way.
When you look at a per model basis, it's really not. People just they look at the models like Archaon and the Silver Tower box set and think they're gouging us, but honestly,
I don't really think that with the Silver Tower because you're paying basically close to $3 a model and then getting the game for free.
Yeah.
So I have something that's a little bit related, which I think is really awesome. So Denmark's kind of a small country, right? And they have this concept called a bits box, and it's the bits box of Denmark. And what that is a big tub, like like 50 liters or something like that, and it just travels around Denmark. You take stuff out, you put stuff in. It's all just like goodwill, and you can find like anything in there basically. And I think last time when I was going through it, I found I took like $50 American worth of actual figures, and then of course I replaced that again. But I thought that was a really awesome example of self-organized goodwill.
Oh, I'm intrigued by that. So how did this come about, and how does it travel?
So I don't know how it came about. I think it's been around for a wee while, but basically there's a really strong ninth age following here, and they have a lot of regular tournaments and stuff like that. So I think it just sort of appeared at tournaments and then was started to be distributed, at the tournaments, and then it would go to the different clubs around Denmark because we have a lot of clubs. So it's sort of one person would pick it up, take it to one side of the country. It would oscillate around there for a little bit. Then the next tournament, it would go to the other side of the country or the middle, and so on and so forth. So it's just when people met up, they were able to distribute it, I guess.
That was really weird. I got kicked from my own broadcast.
The idea is that you rummage through and find something that you like, but you throw some of your own junk back into it before you pass it on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and of course, like if you have a lot of stuff that you not going to use, then you just put it all in, and then one day maybe you take more, and then someone else puts a lot of stuff in, and they take more, and so on and so forth.
It's very cool. I like that idea.
I've thought about establishing that at just our local game club, because 20 of us are club members that are always doing various different projects. And that would be worthwhile just to have a standing box of crap at the club itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I guess, yeah. Well, people are usually pretty good when it comes to goodwill and stuff like that. But when you have a bits box in front of you, and it's free. It's a little bit tempting to go mine. Oh, look at all these fun things I've discovered.
Well, yeah. See, that's the thing that I kind of marvel about what you just described. Then is because it's not in a supervised club setting, or I mean, I guess at one point it's on display at a tournament or an event where there's others around. But I mean, there's a certain level of honor which a person has to adhere to, that if it ends up at your house and you're rummaging through it, you got to have some honor to actually pass it along, right?
Well, it definitely gets passed along because the person who gave it to you will know that you have, and so on and so forth. But I'm sure that there are cases where it's abused. But in general, like if you provide something like this and you explain it to the person who's about to borrow it, or maybe it's an established person already, then it's kind of like if you build it and people come. Yeah, because it's also a really nice thing, right? And it's nice to be part of a nice thing. You can see worth in building your community or whatever.
I just feel like there's too much greed in this local area. That would never work.
Yeah, maybe it's just a Denmark thing.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a socialist country, so
it stays there. And then, like you said, Andrew, the person who gave it to you knows that they gave it to you. But I mean, if they don't police it themselves, if they just forget about it and let it go, they're not going to ask you every week if you've passed it on to somebody else necessarily. I don't know. Maybe I just have a sort of a lowest common denominator thought about it.
Yeah.
I guess it's one of those things that you just try, and if it works, it works. And sometimes these things just work because
well,
people sometimes can surprise you,
Yeah. Well, if it's perpetuated itself there, that's great.
That is great. I have a very low expectations, I guess, of other people.
I'm an optimist, so I'm ever hopeful.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if that would actually work fairly well, just because those kinds of social pressure arrangements are far more powerful than anything else. Like you talk about having the pressure, if the expectation is set. Think of change sitting in a gas station thing or something like that, right? Go back to Clerks, where he was just like, please leave the money for what you buy. Like, social pressure is the most powerful form of behavior correction, period. So like the idea that the entire community is setting its weight upon you, that this is how we act, and this is what is appropriate. Yeah, you're going to have a few bad actors, but on the whole, most people will just stay in line,
Well, it depends on what the measure of pressure is. Like what I'm imagining is, just as Andrew described, it's handed off to somebody. And unless the person who handed it off to them is policing it and seeing if there's any follow-up, then it may get forgotten about. Like, if you're the guy that's waiting for it to come back around to your turn, or I don't know, however that works. Like, are you asking for it on the forum, or are you...
I think people do. Like if they want it, then they ask for it. But there's no set routine or anything like that.
Yeah.
But like when you receive the box, you do have you would definitely feel like a social obligation and pressure that you are the custodian of this box.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I actually have a great amount of faith in those things, not because I have faith in humanity, but because I have faith in the ability I have faith in the social pressure that gets pushed upon people. It's the same reason. Look, when you walk in a movie theater, people don't yell fire. Not only is it illegal, but they don't yell a lot of other things, right? People don't talk often or yell and do a lot of other bad behavior. That some do. It happens. But for the most part, it doesn't happen constantly. Most people do put their cell phones away. Most people do all these things. Why? Social pressure, right? It's just don't do that. You'll get a bad look. It doesn't control everybody. It doesn't control everybody all the time. But for the most part, we all walk around every day doing everything that we're supposed to because that's the expectation of society. You all show up to work wearing your nice khakis and your button-down shirt because that's the expectation of your thing. You could push it, but you don't.
Wow. In that scenario, there's consequences, though. Right?
Is there, though, if you just push it? Like, is there really immediate consequences if you just, like, meh, whatever? And you kind of like, I'm saying if you show up in a ratty old t-shirt and cut off jorts, sure, I agree. There's probably consequences, right?
Well, what I could say is if you have a gaming group, or maybe a few gaming groups in the area, try give it a go. Could be a good thing.
Yeah.
See if you can make the spots
happen. Amongst our club group, that's certainly a real possibility. That's certainly a real thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing it with the local AOS group, but I'd have to keep it away from the now Kings of War community locally. But everyone else, I think, could play along.
Oh, freehand. You're killing me. I love when I screw it up and then have to go and redo stuff.
That's my favorite thing.
What I just tried didn't no worky.
But when you get it, you're gonna feel really good.
It's fine. You're just pushing paint around. It's all just pushing paint around.
If I mess up painting it, I don't feel any better the second time if I get it right. I'm more of like frustrated that I didn't get it right the first time.
Okay. So the process is strong for you. For me, it's the result, the satisfaction from the result.
I mean, I'll enjoy it when it's done, but I'll be like, you know what? I could have gotten X amount more done in that same time if I'd gotten it right the first time.
Well, I mean, look, when you're doing this kind of like freehand that I'm doing right now, you don't expect to get it right away.
Well,
you're.
I don't freehand much.
It's just sure you should try. It's the Bob Ross thing, right? Like he's really my inspiration for it for this method of freehand. Like get some paint, throw it on there, start pushing it around until it looks like a thing. If it doesn't look like a thing, just put more paint over top of it and paint it in to look differently. It's a flat. You're painting a flat picture. You can't fuck it up. Okay? You can just make it look like something else. Like just keep painting it until it looks like a thing. That's all there is to it. It's not magic.
I think that works well for like chaos, perhaps.
Oh, probably, certainly, yeah. Because like, especially with chaos, where you could just—it's like, what the hell are you even actually painting, right? Like, what is it supposed to be? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Normally, for my freehand, I do really simple stuff like a blood drop or something on a banner for like my vampire counts.
Yeah. What I tend to do is I'll take it out on a piece of paper, and I'll draw an image on there. And then I'll get a paintbrush onto that piece of paper and trace over top. And then once I can emulate that, then I'll go to the model.
Anyway, I've got to go, guys. So see you later. Thanks for having me.
Andrew, thanks for stopping in.
Nice to catch up with you guys a little bit.
Absolutely.
And, congratulations again, Vince, on your crystal brush.
Oh, thank you, sir. Absolutely. Yeah. It was super fun.
Excellent achievement.
Good day.
All right. See you.
Take it easy, buddy.
Yeah, I think that's a good time for me, too. I gotta get up in like, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours.
No, that's fine. It's probably good to call it. Yeah, we're getting on to that time.
Yeah. Thank y'all for joining me for this. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, good run. I'm probably good for about 20 more minutes, and that's it anyway. So
seems a good time then.
Maybe universally, it's go time.
There you go.
Alrighty.
Sure.
Well, see y'all around, guys.
Thanks, gents.
Absolutely. Have a good one, gentlemen.
Good night.
And thank you everybody for watching. Yes, thank you. Hello,
Absolutely.
people who got to the end. Night.
Oh yeah,
Bye.
there's still viewers. Wow.
Bye.
Adios.
Now's over.